Hi everyone, it's 2J's here once again. So I just wanted to do a video um, repenting a bit about something in the past. And I noticed I was listening to a couple of my old songs, and I I didn't really, obviously I didn't know back then, but I used the word goddess in a couple of my tracks. I used the word goddess, so I switched it. Now that there's no such thing as a goddess. There's only God. It says there's just one God and that's it. There's no like other gods, none that come after, that will that come before or after or anything like that. There's so like and I didn't really notice. I just meant it in like a complimentary way. So like in a couple of my songs, I've put like my song "Perfect," which is like a dance twerking video slash song, and my track "Love Grind." I think I used the word goddess. So now I've switched the lyrics to "God is," just so like instead of goddess. So goddess, God is. It was just like a quick fix, thankfully. But because I say like, oh girl, you're hottest, the hottest, modest, although that you show me the hottest goddess, show me God is an artist, the hottest, smartest, all that. I was like just rhyming off a bunch of words that rhymed, and trying to be complimentary and things like that. But I used the word goddess, and I just noticed recently, and see the error in my ways and in doing that and using that word, because the gospel is very clear that there's no such thing. There's only God. That's it. There's one God. There's no goddesses, no other gods, anything like that. So I have to repent for that. So I am sorry, and I've made my peace with God about it. I've apologized, and that's what I'm doing right now. And I switched it to God is, because even there, show me God is an artist kind of thing. Like I switched it to God, like to that, to GODIS, like God is. And then so I just wanted to I apologize and repent for that. But I've noticed, so I was watching I don't I know there's like idolatry and all this stuff, and they push homosexuality and all the false teachings in these shows, but I was watching Friends. And I really noticed it when I was watching Friends, because there's the episode where like the girls in Friends, like Rachel, Monica, and Phoebe, and they're all like reading this book about the wind keepers and all that, and they're like, "Oh, I love you, goddesses," and they're all like hug each other. It's just total falseness. And then also in that movie About Time, the movie About Time with Rachel McAdams is in it, and I forget the other girl that's in it. That girl off of I think she's off of the Wolf on Wall Street or whatever, that girl, I think it is. She's like, and then the one redhead guy that was in like Peter Rabbit and all these things, he's in it, and he says, "Oh, well, you're a goddess," and he says you're a goddess to her, and this and that, and he's like, but I noticed that they're pushing that concept, like the goddess concept, and then when you look at like all the old ancient Greek and all those beliefs, it's like Aphrodite and Medusa and all these like false all goddesses and all Athena or whatever, all these different false teachings. So I just wanted to clarify that and apologize about that, because and then same with like say like Marvel, like this, like you see that they do this a lot. So like like this says like, oh, and that's how I save the world, and it's Jesus talking to all these superheroes, right? But like the even that, like the Bible I don't believe in superheroes are false. They're not real characters. Jesus is real. So that you see they do this, and it says that they'll do this in the Bible. It says they defame the truth with fabricated stories. So they make up fabricated stories to try to defame the truth and the truth about God and Jesus and things like that. Like, Christmas, Santa Claus, a big fat man in the sleigh, reindeer, flying reindeer, the magic of Christmas, all that. And they try to connect magical, false, fake characters to Jesus. And meanwhile, Jesus is a real... There's records is that Jesus was a real being on this planet that was born and died on a cross, and there's records of that. But then they try to put them into categories and on shirts with false characters, made up characters, and things like that. So I'm doing this to point out that I believe in Jesus. Jesus is the Lord, and he's real. These are all fictional characters, so this is pointing out who the real hero is. It's Jesus Christ, dying to show us the way, and God sending Jesus to show us love, the spirit of love, which is God. So God, that's who I marvel at, is how Jesus and God could be so loving and merciful to do so for us, and so be so kind to do that. And then, but I wanted to point this out because I keep seeing this, and it's a common theme. So even you see it in movies. So Spawn, Little Monsters, Daredevil, Hellboy, Ghost Rider, Beauty and the Beast, Suicide Squad, One Good Cop, Star Wars, Harry Potter. A good list goes on. Austin Powers, Lord of the Rings, it's all the Chronicles of Riddick, and it's all promoting the evil being the good guy, and neutral. They're trying to make, so they're breaking Isaiah 5:20, so it's so dumb. It's like they're trying to make the bad guys into the good guys, evil good and good evil, just as the Bible warns about in Isaiah 5:20. So it's because hell spawns devils, the beast, the bad guys, corrupt cops, the dark side, evil, and wizards. Witches are really the good guys. The heroes, neutral, really battle the demons and are needed to take on and defeat evil. Really, that's clearly false, because even in Chronicles of Riddick, they're like, you need to fight. There's a time when you need to fight evil with a different kind of evil, and they're talking on neutral evil. They're sometimes the only way to stop evil is not with good. You must confront it with another kind of evil. Everyone knows. That's a saying: two wrongs don't make a right. You don't evil fighting evil is evil. So we aren't told to do that from Jesus. We're instructed to love our enemies and bless those who curse us and stuff like that, not to go to violence and try and this and that. You can use necessary force to try to arrest them and use the law to stop them and stuff like that, but there's a fine line between that and you got to use your discernment in a situation. Obviously there's certain things you don't leave the wrath to God. If you see someone trying to kidnap a kid in front of you, you have to step up and stop them. Or if you see someone trying to rape a kid in front of you, you have to do what you can to stop them, or you can become an accessory to that crime. But so there's certain, you have to use discernment and know when to step up and when not to, and when to use necessary force, and then when to leave the wrath to God. So it's but yeah, it's a common theme, like Suicide Squad, they're making all the bad guys, trying to make them into the good guys, and the main guy that stops the main evil witch, Diablo, is the devil, you know what I mean? The fire guy and all this, and then Ghost Rider, he's a demon. Hellboy, the demon, a good guy. Daredevil, another devil, it's a good guy. Little Monsters, they make Spawn, same thing. They try to make the spawns of hell, a demon, a good guy. You know what I mean? Harry Potter, they're trying to make wizards and witches, those who practice witchcraft and sorcery, into the good guy. Lord of the Rings, Gandalf standing up to the Balrog, the demon in hell. The wizard's the good guy, and they battle demons. Meanwhile, that we're told that sorcery and witchcraft is of demons and devils, and to stay away from it and stuff like that. Like, it's, you just see it in all these movies. Dr. Evil, and they try to make him funny, and like, you know, like, there's so many like, you know, Chronicles of Riddick and all that. They're trying to make the evil the good guy. You know, One Good Cop, which is Michael Keaton, and they like he basically like robs some drug dealers or something in it. I remember, and yet they let him off, and they try to make it seem like, oh, a happy ending. Like, they let him off. He's a good cop though, like, because he was just doing it to try to take care of his partner's kid to get money and this and that. They try to justify a cop breaking the law on it and try to make him the good guy. It's like total falseness. And like Star Wars, Darth Vader, he stops the evil emperor. Like, yeah, you go to the dark side, and then you can make a difference from the inside. Like, total trickery. Like, yeah, it's evil that stops evil. Like, you should just, you know, get as close as you can to the devils, and then you can stop them from the inside. Like, it's nonsense. It's all trickery. So like, they do this a lot, and then like, it's a common thing that you see in DC and the Avengers, so and Marvel. Sorry, like, you'll see it in the Avengers, Justice League. So like, Marvel and Disney, because Disney like basically owns Marvel now, I guess, or something. But like, Marvel and Disney and DC, so like both DC and Marvel have shown this fascination and mockery to do with making God bleed. And they like, so like in Iron Man 2, the guy, I forget his name, Ivan something, he plays the character Whiplash in Iron Man 2. He's the main bad guy, like, I forget the guy's name, something Rourke or something, or Mickey Rourke or something like that. But the guy like clearly has 666 tattooed on his fingers, on his knuckles. They show it in the movie, like, clearly showing what Disney is about. They're promoting, showing 666, and then like in the movie. And then like, he says, oh, if you could make God bleed, people would cease to believe in him. And he says that to like Iron Man, you know what I mean? So they're referring to Iron Man as God. And they do that in DC too. Lex Luthor, and then they refer to Superman as God. They're like, oh, same thing. Oh, if you could make God bleed. And Batman versus Superman, they're like, you know, Batman, like Ben Affleck in it, says, oh, tell me, do you bleed? To like Clark and to Superman. And then in Justice League, they have same thing. They have Clark say it to Batman, tell me, do you bleed? So he's like basically referencing, he's quoting what he said to him, you know. And then like, so they're referring to Superman as God, Iron Man as God, even like in the Avengers, they have like Thor, and it's a false god of thunder and lightning, and like, you know. Then they have in the Avengers, they have the Hulk, like, the part where he smashes Loki into the ground, and then he goes, puny god. So he's like saying puny god, so he's referring to him as God, and then he's also saying puny god, which is like a blasphemous thing, you know. He's belittling God, kind of thing. They like sneak it in there. And then like Lex Luthor says like, oh, if man won't kill God, the devil will do it. And then he makes references like, oh, we thought that the evil ones come from under us, they come from the sky, and this and that, and they're trying to like, you know, make God and angels seem like they're evil. Meanwhile, no, they come from under us, and they're not angels anymore, they're devils and demons. They've lost their right to be angels and heavenly beings, so now they're hellish beings. So but still, both very fixated on defaming God, because of, and then like, you know, 2 Peter 2:2-3, because of them the way of the truth will be defamed, in their greed these teachers will exploit you with fabricated stories. Like, could Hollywood and these people who make up these fake stories, could they be better described than in the Bible? Fake Jews who claim to be Jewish but are of the synagogue of Satan. And you see like Adam Sandler, yet he's doing Little Nicky, and you see like Jerry Seinfeld, and like all these like Epstein, Weinstein, all these like Jewish people that are like clearly, like representing devils and stuff like that. Like,
I gotta find myself, gonna find it now. I gotta be a man, I gotta find him now. I gotta be a man, I gotta be the man. I gotta find myself, gonna find it now. I gotta be a man, I gotta find him now. I gotta be a man, I gotta be the man. Won't you leave me alone? Or leave me alone?
I'm the one posting the proof, too close to the truth, who rose to the roof, know who's a goof, that go ham on the whole program, like no man, till everyone like, oh damn, gotta be the man, see and believe I can, take down a hook like Peter Pan, beat the man, so hot, need a fan, people can be evil and evil can have a lethal plan, so I leave and ran, I gotta disrespect the evil that infect the people, to protect the people, projector lethal, the lost angels in Los Angeles, all the Hollywood demons in disguise, teaching, preaching, and pushing evil on you guys, acting like if you do things illegal you will rise, speaking all those lies, acting like it's cool for people to get high, they don't want you people to get by. So
find myself, gonna find it now. I gotta be a man, I gotta find him now. I gotta be a man, I gotta be a man. They wanna take me down, wanna see me crawl. I gotta be a man, I gotta find him now. I gotta be a man, I gotta be the man. Won't you leave me alone? Or leave me alone? I gotta be a man, I gotta be a man. Won't you leave me alone? Or leave me alone? I gotta be a man, I gotta be a man.
cause they're insane, trying to hurt God, Jesus, people keep us hurting, oppressed and in pain. Why do you think every so-called star is always taking his name in vain? Evil in vain, with Satan trying to make him reign. They sin gain, think following Satan is wise, hating is nice, trying to create our demise. Snakes in disguise, you're taking their lies, they're raping your guys, taking your lives and breaking your minds. You'd be better off to just break your device, not take their advice. They'll have you paying the price. You're loving hard, they're working on making it ice. Shake them like Spice awakening Christ. See through them all, so this is how I gotta be to them all. I'm loving like I can see through the wall. Got nothing but bluffing people to call. I don't follow their shit. Wish all them would quit, and wish all you would quit following it.
I gotta find myself, gonna find it now. I gotta be a man, I gotta find him now. I gotta be a man, I gotta be a man. They wanna take me down, wanna see me crawl. I gotta be a man, I gotta find him now. I gotta be a man, I gotta be the man.
She sits alone, an empty stare on mother's face she wears. Where did she go wrong? The fight is gone. Lord help this broken home.
How many hits does it take to rise? How long are you gonna hate, despise? How many pain, sadnesses, aches and cries? How much can a heart ache before it breaks and dies? How many falls does it take to rise? Really shake you guys and awake your eyes. How many times do they have to take your lives before you love the truth and hate their lies? How many songs does it take to rise? Be seen and be viewed as great and wise. Blow up and become great in size. How many do I have to make devise? How many hits does it take to rise? How long are you gonna hate, despise? How many pain, sadnesses, aches and cries? How much can a heart ache before it breaks and dies? So just address problems, offer the solution. Keep on talking, you confusing, nothing but confusion.
discover the solution. Love is the solution, love and evolution. Love is evolution. JC the proper execution. Talking is amusing, so I'm talking in some music. So you rock it and you use it. Shocking, you just lose it. Mock it and abuse it. I gave him my all, sure as a baby will crawl. Brains are too small, set the world on fire. Jesus gonna come back and rain on us all. Gave me a call and now I'm off the hook in the chain cause I fall. I put the pain to the wall, get it? I put the pain to the wall. My lyrical skill more exciting than when you're at 30,000 feet in the plane and it's dull. You get a sprain, in pain and you fall. When you're naked it's all, being chased by the law. Everything feels fake as a doll. Love I just made it and make it for y'all. His love is too big, too much, and your hate is too small. I'm getting tired of trying to explain it to y'all. The king of shadow wanna eat, break a battle that can split it at him, spit it at him. 2 to fathom, think about how many hits does it take to rise? How long will you gonna hate, despise? How many pain, sadnesses, aches and cries? How much can a heart ache before it breaks and dies? How many falls does it take to rise? Really shake you guys and awake your eyes. How many times do they have to take your lives before you love the truth and hate their lies? How many songs does it take to rise? Be seen and be viewed as great and wise. Blow up and become great in size. How many do I have to make devise? How many hits does it take to rise? How long are you gonna hate, despise? How many pain, sadnesses, aches and cries? How much can a heart ache before it breaks and dies? Sure as the herd plays, the world strays. My every word praise that I spit in your face. All my word plays deserve praise. I'm trying to help you change your ways before the world breaks. As the world lacks to act and the world prays, the world blaze, fall like the world trades. I'm trying to open doorways to earth space, not move at the earth pace. Not just trying to get in a girl's face, the first base, hotter than the earth's base. I'm trying to change the earth's ways, get rid of the earth's waste. Cursed days, worst case, make us all first place, not the worst race. I preach check it before the way you teach wreck it. Each record, love God and yourself first to love each second. Everything's shit, everything's made of shit, but that doesn't mean you should be trying to wipe it out and be hating it like Satan, kid. You should appreciate and thank God and Jesus for how great he did love making it. You shouldn't be against anyone or be against your health. To be against anyone is to be against yourself. How many hits does it take to rise? How long are you gonna hate, despise? How many pain, sadnesses, aches and cries? How much can a heart ache before it breaks and dies? How many falls does it take to rise? Really shake you guys and awake your eyes. How many times do they have to take your lives before you love the truth and hate their lies? How many songs does it take to rise? Be seen and be viewed as great and wise. Blow up and become great in size. How many do I have to make devise? How many hits does it take to rise? How long are you gonna hate, despise? How many pain, sadnesses, aches and cries? How much can a heart ache before it breaks and dies?
And then, so it's like they're so described there. And then they both show this fascination, Marvel and DC, of promoting false gods, belittling God, trying to put out philosophy against God, stuff like that. So, and you can see it like in in Spider-Man, like in the one with Tobey Maguire. There's the part where they're at the big parade and Mary Jane or whatever is hanging off the balcony and she almost falls off the balcony, and then during the parade when they're in like Times Square there, you can see in the background they have 999, which is 666 upside down, on one of the billboards in the background, and it's right beside the Beauty and the Beast, like the Broadway theater poster. So they got the Beast and they got 666 like right beside his name, and they also have Lion King, which he's described, the Satan's going around like a roaring lion waiting for someone to devour, like 2 Peter, right? Like in the Bible. And then but Lion King, like he's the Lion King, he's the Lion King. And then but he's not a king. He's not a king of anything. So there's a little Disney there put into that, and then clearly Beast, and then 666 is right there, and then also Spider-Man's hand sign is the devil horns and the 666. A lot of people don't see, there's the common one that they do over the eye, that is the 3 6s on the hand, but then there's also the devil horn ones, and people don't notice, but when the way that the thumb is, like, you can see 666 in that hand gesture, like, too, so it represents devil horns and 666, just like the one that they do over the eye, and then, so I just wanted to point that out. I'm not throwing this up as like a cult. I'm not a cult. I'm not part of their cult. I don't represent devil horns. I'm doing this as a warning and rebuking.
I can confidently ask this relaxed and aware. Do you ever stop to think who actually care for you, who's actually there? I think to say only God is honest, factually fair. Let me remind you, he's there to be beside you, inside you, by them, by you. You're being lied to. I know, I knew, I'd blow, I blew, I'd grow, I grew. Found God in peace, peace in God. Now I'm new. He's here, now I'm too. Help you find you, love you're blind to, too blind to see. He cares, they don't. They only care about their troubles, their struggles, their strife, their people, their family, their kids, their wife, their reality, their world, their existence, their life. You think they care about yours? They care about their stress. If they're blessed, could care less. If you were airless, keep doing their best to keep you in life's unfairness. All they care about their money, all they care about their cars, all they care about their power, all they care about their frauds, lifestyle, drugs, drinking. All they care about their cars, all they care about their life. They don't care about ours. I don't care about their money, don't care about their cars. I don't care about their power, don't care about their stars. All I care about's God. I don't care about their drugs. All I care about's people. All I care about is God. Been crying for too long, sighting, trying to move on, right until I'm where you going. I'm fighting or dying. I'm too strong. Gotta love and keep on living, love and keep on thriving, love and keep on giving, love and keep on surviving. Gotta keep loving our heart. Gotta speak using our mind, cause we're deep as we are smart. Gotta keep using our time, calmly embrace our talents, brightly use our hours, strongly face our challenge. If we fight, we lose our powers. Bad things, we gotta stop doing them, stop saying them. Bad people, gotta stop looking up to and stop paying them. We need to really hit and socket to these rich jerks, right in the pockets where it hurts. As the greedy get more, the needy get poor. We need to love true, stop looking up to the untrue. Devilish rich people saying fuck you with their mansions, nice cars, less troubles. Shame on you for thinking it's cool when 97%
All they care
struggle.
about their money, all they care about their cars, all they care about their power, all they care about their frauds, lifestyle, drugs, drinking. All they care about their cars, all they care about their life. They don't care about ours. I don't care about their money, don't care about their cars. I don't care about their power, don't care about their stars. All I care about's God. I don't care about their drugs. All I care about's people. All I care about, they care about their money, all they care about their cars, all they care about their power, all they care about their frauds, lifestyle, drugs, drinking. All they care about their cars, all they care about their life. They don't care about ours. I don't care about their money, don't care about their cars. I don't care about their power, don't care about their stars. All I care about's God. I don't care about their drugs. All I care about's people. All I care about's love.
Y'all need Jesus, 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 and y'all need Jesus, y'all need Jesus, we all need Jesus.
Y'all need Jesus, y'all need Jesus, y'all need Jesus, we all need Jesus, y'all need Jesus, y'all need Jesus, we all need Jesus, even when we all need Jesus, y'all need Jesus, we all need Jesus, y'all need Jesus, we all need Jesus, y'all need Jesus, all need Jesus, we all need Jesus, even when we all need Jesus.
Y'all need Jesus, we all need Jesus, only Jesus, the only Jesus, holy Jesus, he always sees us, calls and frees us, he solely pleases, God he preaches, very so glowly reaches, his awesome features, he taught it to teachers, holy creatures, wanna reach us, got me speechless with the thoughts he teaches, godly preachers, we all need Jesus, not a priestess, daughters, nieces, show us water freezes, bodies on the beaches, he's in our heart, believe us, never gonna leave us, on the bleachers, gonna greet us if you're not believers, bottom feeders, who wanna cheat us, naughty creepers,
Godless heathens who wanna eat us, fought and beat us, don't wanna need us. His body freed us, always ease us, falling bleed us, calling leaders. We all got greed lust.
Y'all need Jesus, y'all need Jesus, y'all need Jesus, we all need Jesus, y'all need Jesus, y'all need Jesus, we all need Jesus, even when we all need Jesus.
Y'all need Jesus, y'all need Jesus, and y'all need Jesus, even y'all need Jesus. We all need Jesus, we all need Jesus, we all need Jesus, even when we all meet Jesus.
And then also in Spider-Man, so the part after he goes into the cage to get money, he goes in the wrestling ring to fight that one scene. Oh, Bonesaw, I think his name is Bonesaw, is ready, all that. So like then when he goes to get paid in the office, the guy goes to pay him and he doesn't pay him what he's supposed to pay him for winning. He puts the money down on the desk on a piece of paper here, and if you look a little closer, you can see 666 is on the table, like on the paper right here. Okay, boom, clear as day, 666 if you look a little closer. And then also in the new Spider-Man that just came out, I forget which one it's called, No Way Home, or yeah, I think it's No Way Home. They have Tom Holland, which is the new Spider-Man there. He's not that new now. It's been a couple years since the Avengers and everything, Civil War and Avengers and all that. But yeah, so when everyone finds out who he is in that movie, and he goes to there's like a protest, and you can see someone is holding up a sign. It says "Devil in Disguise," and it's got a picture of Tom Holland with devil horns. And he's also in that movie Devil All the Time, or whatever it's called. So he's got ties and connections to being a devil too, and he was clearly in, like, since he was a kid, you know, he's probably, you know, no doubt he's initiated, and they're initiating him into this.
The spider logo on the Spider-Man suit even looks like an X.
And then like Doctor Strange, so they practice sorcery. You can see in that he's doing this 666 hand gesture with an X over his chest, because I've explained like X equals 6-2 because it's the 24th letter. 2 + 4 6, just like how it's in Fox. So you'll see this a lot. They do the X, they push X, and just like how X marks the spot, like Pirates, you know, like X marks the spot. So Under Armour, you'll see it in the Under Armour X. You know, it's supposed to be a U and an A, but it's also linked, like 4
6s linked up.
Like a couple of them are inverted, but it's
just 6s linked up. 4 6s linked up.
And then it's also an X, which represents 6, so they're trying to put that mark on people again. And then you'll see it in Audi. Audi is also clearly a sponsor and a partner. When you watch Iron Man 2, you know, Iron Man, Tony Stark, it says like Stark on his license plate. He's driving an Audi. Clearly a sponsor that's involved in this. Iron Man 2, right at the start when Tony Stark has the Expo, the Stark Expo, they highlight the XXX in the background, which represents 666, and it is a part of 666. Spell it out: SIX, 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 and it equals 666, because like I said, X equals 6. They're putting this in your head, porn, all that.
So as I'm pointing this out, how they hide this, the 6 and everything and all this, and the X, and I'm wearing this shirt, it says, I look in the mirror, it says Team X, but then if you look at it backwards, it says X, 6, and then what looks like a 3, it's the M, but it also looks like a 3, so it would say 3 times 6, times 6, 3. And then there's a T, a dash and a T. Well, I'm sitting there looking in the mirror, and I'm like, yo, it looks like I got a 6, an X and a 6 right there. And I'm like, the M looks like a 3, so that would be 3 6 times. So I was like, either way, like I'm looking, like I look in the mirror, I got a 6 in my shirt. You know what I mean? Like in the Max part, you know what I mean? And an X. So I'm like, what the heck? Why is it on everything? It's like purposely like trying to annoy me. You know, so I just wanted to point it out. It's like I said, like it just keeps popping up, like the 3 and the 6 together, like 3 6s, you know, like, and that would be like 6 3 times 666, you know. So it's like there's little things like that, and it's just like when I was watching that Spider-Man, like when he's on the train station, 36, and he's in the store and it says 66 and then a 3, like, and then like at the end of the movie in the credits, it's like they got 3 as the magic number playing, like this song, you know, and then like I don't know, 3 and 6 just keeps popping up, you know, like multiples, things like that, and things to do with like 3 6s just keeps mysteriously popping up all over the place, and X is right there beside the 6 all the time, you know, like hint hint, like.
So, but yeah, in the Audi is clearly a sponsor. I've shown, so when you flip the Audi sign, it says I6UA. So it says I6UA. It
says I6U, and then the A looks like the pyramid, like the top of the pyramid with the I in it that's on the money and everything. So they're saying I6U, and then the pyramid's there showing their symbol, that how they 6 people with the pyramid and this and that. So it's all symbolism to show that it's like they're saying they mark you. And then, I mean, the name Mark even can mean like victim or target. So it's like them saying that they're trying to mark you. They're trying to make you the victim and their target. You're the victim and the target. You're the mark of the devil. You're the target of the devil. You're the victim of the devil. You know, so they're trying to mark you, make you a victim and a target.
And UA, what is UA? Under Armour. And then when you look at the X, when you look at the Audi sign, you can actually see the Under Armour sign in the Audi sign. You can, and then the Audi circles, XXX is hidden in those circles. They kind of look like the Olympic circles. It's the same thing, you know, how they have the circles all linked up. Well, 666 can be hidden. Is hidden in that. And then you can also see the Under Armour sign. It says I6UA backwards in a mirrored image. And also I think UA is the for gold. So it's also, which, you know, that's the word God is in gold, so that'd be saying I6 God. And then you can see that's what they do, like even Drake and all that, oh, 6 God, and they're pushing all this nonsense. But yeah, so I just wanted to point this out.
And they also do it in, see, like shirts, like even like this, you can see like same thing, like the DC logo even is like the X, right? Like, and it looks like the Under Armour. You know what I mean? Like, get rid of that. There it is, right there. You know what I mean? There's that logo again. I didn't even plan this. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? I'm sure they hide, like, they always hide stars, like Satanic Star and stuff like that, you know. I'm just using this as an example, but look, there's the X logo again and the Under Armour logo again. You know what I mean? It's even in the DC, you know, DC Comics kind of thing. It's all connected stuff. You know what I mean?
Because they're clearly all in on it together, and like, you know, I'm just pointing out, like, we should marvel at God and His Son Jesus Christ for for all they bless us with and have blessed us with and done for us. Not marvel at these false heroes. Like, so they're trying to make being lawless into being heroic. Good guys, while teaching violence, killing, idolatry, false gods, and numerous gods, goddesses, while promoting tons of satanic symbolism. So here's, when you look at Justice League, these are all satanic symbols and representations. Every single character in Justice League is a representation of a devil, of like Satan, one of Satan's minions or devils or tactics that he uses to mislead men. So they all represent devils, evils. So like, you look at, say, Aquaman, for instance, he's got the devil's pitchfork. And then you can also see him in that other movie where he plays the one, there's a little girl that Jason Momoa or whatever his name is playing. He's in the Bad Batch, where he's cannibalism with Jim Carrey. It's a movie about cannibalism, you know, and then which is clearly satanic. He's in that one with the little girl, where I don't know if he's protecting the little girl in the movie or whatever, but like, I've seen pictures of them on the set, and he's got devil horns in the movie, and it looks like he's like, you know, I don't know if they're like riding on a they're in front of a green screen. I don't know if they're on it's supposed to be a horse or a dragon or whatever, but it basically looks like sexual, like he's straddling this little girl or something. He's got devil horns. It looks super sexual and inappropriate when you see the pictures, but either way, you can see him in certain movies wearing devil horns, and cannibal movies with well-known people that have been like, like Isaac Cappy blew the horn on Jim Carrey being into that stuff and all that. And you can see it in some of Jim Carrey's things, like he, in one of his other ones, I forget, it was like Once Bitten, it's a vampire movie, Drinking Blood, movies like that. There's another movie where he plays the devil, I forget what it's called, it was one of his first movies, he plays like a devil in it, he's like in a limo or something, I forget which one it's called, but, so like, Aquaman, Devil's Pitchfork, controls water, that's what these devils do, they're like, control resources and stuff like that to oppress people. So then Batman, he devil horns again. He has horns, and then the Batman also sounds like bad man. Dark. They call him Dark Knight, connected to darkness. And then what does he represent? Money, being a rich playboy. Which is like, fornication, being a rich playboy, oh, it's so cool. Vigilantes who promote violence and killing people and being lawless, yet they're trying to make them into heroes. And then, like, you watch, like, Batman, Dark Knight. Oh, what's his name? Lucius Fox, which is Morgan Freeman, and he's spying on all the people with the cell phones, and they're like, this is wrong, you know what I mean? And they're watching everyone through their cell phones and microphones. Is them like admitting that they're watching people, and like Lucius, that's Lucifer, and then Fox equals 666, you know what I mean? Like I've shown in like tons of videos, Fox News, Megan Fox, they got her with the microphone and has 2 6s on it, and 666, and it's like Fox hats, and they put those on your head, and it's like 20th Century Fox would be 20th Century 666, and it's all over all their products and stuff. Like there's connection from Fox to Monster, and you look at the Monster logo, and it's the Vav or whatever for 6 in Hebrew numerals, so it's like that, like, and you can see those on slot machines, 777s or blazing 7s, and you can see like 3 Vavs basically, or whatever it's called, you know what I mean? So it's like there's connections here, and it's not coincidence. This is like prudent planning that they've been up to, scheming. Like it's so obvious, you know what I mean? So that's how I'm like, no thank you. Like Wonder Woman, that promotes the Jezebel spirit of women being more powerful than men and over men, false goddesses. Her and all the Amazonians, all these false goddesses, represents how Lucifer uses women and sex to mislead men. Like the character Wonder Woman, it was apparently, like, there's that movie on it. I haven't watched it, but apparently the guy based it on something to do with, like, threesomes and women deviance, like sexual deviance. And then, like, Cyborg, the guy who plays Cyborg, he's got the one eye symbolism again, and then, it's trying to get you to put chips in you, a mark on you, and he controls computers, and so it represents technology, science and technology, having your life support systems connected to technology, that they can control you and kill you at the push of a button, which you can see that's what their strategy is. That's why they're like, the whole mark, they're already doing in Sweden, get microchip banking in your hand, and be a cyborg, and they're like pushing all this nonsense. And then it's like, meanwhile, people don't think it through. It's like, who knows what they're putting in you? They could hit a button and boom, electric shock, stop your heart, or release some sort of poison that's in it, boom, dead. So you can see it in that In Time movie with Justin Timberlake, where they're thinking about how to get humans' life support systems connected to technology, so that they could just push the button, boom, you're dead. Like, and then so Superman, he has an S, which is for Satan and promoting false gods. They refer to him as God again in Justice League and in Batman vs Superman, all that. And then if you flip the Superman symbol upside down, it clearly looks more like an S upside down, and it looks like the pyramid with the with the little triangle at the top, with the eye at the top, and then S stands for Satan, sins, serpent. SSS. I've heard in video testimony from an ex-Satanist said that SSS stands for Satan's solemn servant, and it's the sound that a snake makes, the hiss. So it's the serpent sound. And then you can see there are pictures of the guy who plays Thor, Chris Hemsworth or whatever, and he's wearing a shirt that says SSS on it, but it also clearly looks like 666. These people all wear 666 shirts and promote that number, and yet they're playing false gods and all this. And then you look at the Flash, his symbol's lightning bolt. Luke 10:18, I beheld Satan as lightning fall from heaven. He fell from heaven, so the lightning bolt is clearly a symbol to do with Satan. And they're putting it, you can see all these satanic people, they all rep the lightning bolt. They all got lightning bolt tattoos and marks. And then you can see it in that AC/DC, that they clearly have album covers where they're on the front cover with devil horns throwing up these satanic symbols, and they got the lightning bolt, it's for alternating direct current, and because it's the electricity, they're repping for Satan, and their symbol's a lightning bolt. So it's and then you look at that Juice World guy, there's a shirt where his thing's 999 music. Oh, that's a tough one. Just like in Spider-Man, flip it upside down, that's 666. Clearly they have lightning going, attaching to on a t-shirt for a Juice World shirt. It says 999 and there's lightning. Flip it upside down, it shows lightning going down. It says 666. It's clearly showing, and beheld as Satan has lightning fall from heaven. It's clear. These things are all, and it's same thing. And then he makes and the Flash makes and controls electricity, which that's what the devils do too. They control the resources, water, electricity, food. It says they're going to do this and then oppress the saints, just like how with this whole COVID thing, and can't get your food unless you get a mark and wear a mask and wear this on your head and blah 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 blah. So these are all symbols, satanic symbols. They all represent Satanism and satanic stuff. Devil's pitchfork, devil horns with Batman, false goddess and sex, women, cyborg, computer and science, getting microchips in you. You can see that even when you watch that Black Mirror show. you know, which is the black mirror. Your phone is the black mirror you're staring at, and they're trying to get you. They've done episodes like that where they're working towards getting a technology in your body so they can more easily control you and monitor you and your thoughts and all that. So they can basically try to make you their property and kill you at the push of a button if they want, you know, and track you all the time. So you like take away every little bit of rights that you have to and freedoms and stuff like that you have. So clearly Justice League, and then JL for Justice League, jail, Justice League, jail, Justice League. You know, it's about justice, and you know, see the connection? Jail, Justice League. And they're vigilantes. They're all vigilantes who they're promoting as heroes for taking the law into their own hands. So it's trying to make non-humans into the heroes, non-human vigilantes into heroes and the good guys, while they're vigilantes, which means being lawless. So that's Isaiah 5:20 again, being broken there. That's false teaching. And then like vigilante, a member of a self-appointed group of citizens who undertake law enforcement in their community without legal authority, typically because the legal agencies are thought to be inadequate. See? Without legal authority, which means they're lawless. So, and then let's look at the Avengers. You got, they all, same thing. They're all satanic symbols and representations of Satan and devils, evils. So we got the Hulk, beast. He's a beast that represents, and he's connected. You can see him. They use the Hulk to sell Monster energy drinks, which Monster is numeral symbol for 666. Their logo is Unleash the Beast, and you can see they have ads with the Hulk with the Monster logo, which is 666, on his chest, and it's saying Unleash the Beast. Green, Monster energy. All that. Monster is a synonym for demons or devils or fiends. So, and then you got Hawkeye right here. He has the word eye in his name. So eye symbolism again. One eye symbolism. Hawkeye. They got the eye in there. And then what's his name? Captain America. He's got the pentagram, the satanic star, the 5-point star. That's in the satanic pentagram, you know, of the Baphomet and the goat and all that. So he's got he's got a satanic star and soldier. He's promoting being a soldier, killing people. They all, like, same with the Justice League. It's all promoting killing people too, while trying to act like it's justice. So and then you got Tony Stark, Iron Man, represents science and technology, computers again. He's good with computers. Also, like Batman, money, and he's the rich playboy. So same thing. Then you got Thor, false god, god of thunder, lightning, controls electricity again.
Enough is enough! I have had it with these motherfucking snakes! Ezekiel 25:17. The path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Blessed is he who in the name of charity and goodwill shepherds the weak through the valley of darkness. For he is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children. And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to poison and destroy my brother. And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon thee.
The sun comes shining back to brighten up the sky. Many die.
And then you got Black Widow. So black, which is connected to darkness, and then also Jezebel represents the Jezebel spirit again. Women, sex being, and then women being powerful, standing up, fighting with men, and all this feminine power. It's all the Jezebel spirit stuff. So, and then, but they're all promoting violence. They're all symbols, and they got like Avengers, Endgame. And there's the end time game, you know what I mean? And then you look at Spider-Man, who's also an Avenger. Spider-Man symbols the devil horns and the hand sign. So, all represent devil, satanic stuff. All satanic symbols. And all these actors, I've got screenshots. It's all idolatry, all of Hollywood. That's all promoting false idols, idolatry, making themselves into idols, worshiping, Grammys, Oscars, Golden Globes. It's all gold statue worship. Like when Moses came down from the mountain, they're all worshiping gold statues. So Grammys, award shows, it's all worshiping gold. Stanley Cup, NBA trophies. This is all idolatry, guys. This is all idolatry and satanic symbolism. So, so I just have to point that out. It's trying to make the bad guys the good guys. Isaiah 5:20. It's trying to make killers and killing into, it's sanctified and justified, to be a vigilante. And then you look at the who created the Avengers. Stan Lee. Stan is the anagram for Satan. S-T-A-N. Those are the S-T-A-N. That's the letters that can spell Satan. And that's why you see Eminem came out with that Stan video, Devin Sawa or whatever, and it plays the fan, and he's in the Fanatic. So that Devin Sawa or guy or whatever, the guy from the Stan video, then he's in the movie The Fanatic, which has to with John Travolta, but he's not the fan in it though, but he has a stalker fan kind of connection there, but and then he then there's this Tom McDonald guy that has a song called Dear Slim where he's idol worshipping Eminem, and then he's clearly satanic. He got devil tattoos and all of this, all these pictures, devilish pictures. And in this Tom McDonald video, he's idol worshipping Eminem, and it's pure idolatry, and he's mimicking the Stan video, So he's just it's clearly some tribute to Satan stuff. It's the other day I was watching. I went back and I rewatched some of these movies that I used to watch when I was a kid. There was one that my sisters used to watch called Now and Then with Devin Sawa again is in it, and he's really young, and it's like Christina Ricci or whatever, and the girl from Monkey Trouble and all that, the whole I forget her name, but and they're all, and Rosie O'Donnell, Demi Moore, and all that, and then so I'm watching this, and there's these little girls in it, and they do this in movies all the time. These 4 little girls all of a sudden, no, let's go to a graveyard and have a seance. Who does that as little girls? I have 2 sisters, you know what I mean? As a group of young girls aren't let's go to a graveyard at night and have a seance. They're clearly planting some witchcraft shit in little girls' minds, you know what I mean? I don't know a single girl growing up that I could think of that would ever appeal to, where they'd be I know what we should do. We should go to a graveyard together and have a seance around, you know what I mean? Like, when there's a creepy old man running around the graveyard. Like, it's just so stupid. Like, it's just like how they do this in movies all the time, you know? Like, I remember watching my sisters, like, growing up, watching these movies, you know what I mean? Now and then, and the movie The Craft, all like standing around or like sitting around, oh, light as a feather, stiff as a board, and all this. Like, they're trying to get these little girls and little kids interested in magic and witchcraft. That's what Disney and these movies do, you know what I mean? But like, there's certain movies when I go back and rewatch them where I'm like, look at how witchy this was right from the beginning, you know what I mean? Like, and I didn't even they go to a fortune teller in it to see in now and then about wondering about dear Johnny and a little kid that got murdered and this and that, and it's like inquiring, trying to talk to dead spirits and stuff like that, going to fortune tellers who they call a witch and this and that, you know what I mean? It's all just like trying to get kids interested in like Ouija boards and seances and all that stuff. Like, little kids don't, those thoughts are clearly planted. Like, that's Satan planting seeds. Like, little kids aren't just like, I know what we should do. We should all just have a slumber party, go to a graveyard at night and do a seance. Like, let's bring some candles. Like, so stupid. You know what I mean? And then, like, it's just nonsense when I see that kind of stuff. It's so obvious that they're just all satanic cult trying to plant this shit in kids' heads and get them while they're young, like Halloween, like get kids into Halloween and interested in witches and devils and dressing up like them and trying to introduce their false practices to them and stuff, you know. So like I just, you know, it's like when I just went back and watched this the other day and I was just like, are you kidding me? Like, yeah, that's what my sisters were into. Like, let's go to a graveyard at nighttime and bring candles and have a seance and try to like speak to dead people and stuff. Like, so stupid, you know what I mean? Like, so dumb. And then but I just wanted to point that out, you know, because you see it all the time, you know, and they're trying, and then like you could go to like I'm in an Oshawa Center the other day, and like, you know, you can go into the store Spencer's. You go into that store and you just see all the stuff, the shit that they're pushing to people and that they're selling to people. Like, you know, the back of the Spencer's, they got all the like sexual stuff, all like sex toys and outfits, and but like it's all witch stuff. They got all this like they got like the witchcraft books and just tons of like satanic shirts and all these witchy things in this store where you're like, how are they allowed to sell this stuff and push this stuff to kids and people like in malls and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Like, and then like I'm just like looking, you go, well, like that's where I got that Y'all Need Jesus, that's where I got this Y'all Need Jesus shirt back in the day, you know what I mean? So I'd go in, I was like, oh, there, I found something that has to do with Jesus. Nice, you know what I mean? Cool. But then I go in nowadays, there's nothing to do with Jesus. It's all witch stuff. You know what I mean? Witches and pentagrams all over the store. You know what I mean? All this deviance and pride stuff and all this just craziness, like witch, like, oh, satanic Bibles or whatever, and all this nonsense. Like, I'm like, what the heck is this store? And why is it in the Oshawa Center? Yeah, and they got like a Harry Potter wizard porium or whatever in the Oshawa Center. It's all like, it says like, I solemnly swear I'm up to no good, like right on the pole. Like when you walk in the store, it's all like wizards promoting witchcraft again. Like there's the thing, like, so like I said, the SSS, Satan's solemn servant and all that, and they're saying like, I solemnly swear I'm up to no good. And they're like, you know what I mean? Like, it's all witchcraft shit. And they're like pushing it, you know. I go to Lids and they got like a whole fox section. They got a whole monster section of hats, and they got a whole every hat and all these new era hats, and they all have 666 in them. There's just like tons of hats, and they all have connection with sixes, and it's just like, it's not a coincidence, you know. It's just like all these satanic products being pushed and planting satanic seeds to kids, like, and it's very obvious, you know. And like when I was growing up, you're just kind of naive and I didn't see it, you know what I mean? Because I didn't really know much about Christianity and God and the Bible and all that. Like I wasn't raised like that, but now that I'm older and God's helped me and like opened my eyes to a certain extent, and I've turned my life over to God and Christ, and now I can see it. Like when I go back and I rewatch these things, I'm like, whoa, it was there the whole time. I just wasn't paying attention to it. You know what I mean? But yeah, there's certain ones that are just so obvious that they're trying to plant this stuff, like that Now and Then movie, you know, like, oh yeah, a bunch of little girls like, let's go to a graveyard at nighttime and have a seance. These girls are like 10 and stuff. It's like, what the, or 12 or whatever. This is nonsense. I was just like, when I talk to my sisters about it, I'm like, yeah, because that's what you guys were interested in when you were like 10 years old or 12 years old, right? Like, you would just get together with your friends and randomly want to go to graveyards with candles and have seances. Don't think I remember my sisters. I don't think my sisters are the type that would ever think about doing that if a seed wasn't planted in their head from a movie. You know what I mean? A satanic seed put in their head. Then, I mean, of course, I knew I was going to see this, so I'm in Sport Check the other day, and I'm looking at hats again, and I see this company, Fanatics, which fan, like, that's all, a fan is the same thing as, like, is synonymous with, like, the word fiend. Like, you're a fan of something, like, you're a fiend of it, like, you're an addict. Like, you're addicted to it, you're a fan of it, right? Like, so it's like, but it has to do with idolatry. And then, like, so this hat company, Fanatics, then you look at where the New Era symbol is on the side of the hat, but they have an F there. So an F equals 6, it's the sixth letter. And then you look on the inside, and where all the 59, 50, and New Era, like the FF and the 6s are in the inside, you got Fanatics written all over it, but the FFF all over these things. So you got at least 3 Fs on there. So you got 666 on there. Then I'm like, okay, how did I know that I was going to start seeing FFF on hats? Famous hats, these Fanatic hats. Then I go into another sports store in the Oshawa Center. I see a Nike hat, and it's got the Nike swoosh, and then right underneath it says FFF. And the guy goes, oh, can I help you? Do you have any questions? I was like, yeah, what does FFF stand for? He's like, oh, I think it's like France Football Federation or something like that. I'm like, you know that stands for 666 too, right? Like, that's the 6th letter, so that's 666. And then I tried to tell him about, like, you know, a little bit. I was like, you know, the monster symbol, Fox, it's in 666 is in all the New Era hats on the inside and stuff like that. And then, you know, he was like, oh, I heard of the monster one. But yeah, so it's like, how did I know? I called it. You know what I mean? So I knew I was going to start seeing hats. So France is probably covered in 666, probably wearing FFF all over at these soccer games or whatever. And then, you know, you can see that, like, Eminem clearly admits he's a Satan worshiper and of the devil, and you can see him doing the one-eye symbolism with the devil horns and the 666 thing on his album covers and things like that. So it's like, it's all connected. Satanism, this is all idolatry, it's all false, it's all evil stuff. So I just want to point this out, like the false gods and all that. So it's like, I definitely, you know, I just wanted to point this out, rebuke it, and then also repent for my use of using the word goddess in a few of my tracks, which, like I've said, obviously wasn't aware at the time. Like, you know, learning as you grow up, you're a kid. A lot of these songs I wrote when I was younger. Some stuff I still knew, you know, a bit about God and Jesus here, but you, like, you know, it's like anyone, you progress over time, you get to know God more and more as you get older, hopefully, and you commit to him, you know what I mean? So it's like, but for the word, I was just trying to be complimentary towards, like, women and this and that, but, like, then when I really saw the scheme of it and saw, like, the you know, their agenda in it, promoting, like, this whole feminism and, oh, you're a goddess and all this, and they use it in all these movies and stuff. There's no such thing as a goddess. There's no goddesses. You know, there's only one God, and that's it. One God. There's no gods, plural, or goddesses, plural, or there's not even a single goddess. That's all false. That's all false. There's only one God. That's it. So I just want to make that clear. So I switched the lyrics to it to God is, to goddess, because it sounds like I'm saying God is too. So I've switched it, and I repent for that. You know, I see the error in those ways. I repent, and I won't be doing it, using that word or any further. And then in the movie Spider-Man, the one with Michael Keaton as the Vulture. So in that movie and in the comic book, the guy that works on the Vulture, who is Michael Keaton in the movie, his name is Mason, and they refer to him. He's called the Tinkerer in the comic books. He's the Tinkerer because he tinkers with all the electronics and makes all the tech and all the gear, all the alien gear for them in the movie Spider-Man there. So so there's a connection there with Spider-Man and Marvel to the name Mason. So they've even planted the name Mason, like for Freemason, in the Marvel series, right? So it's like it's all connected. Stan Mason, it's all there. So as I was pointing all this stuff out about, you know, how all these companies are in on it, like Disney and Marvel, all these corporations, and like how I was pointing out Audi, like the car company Audi, and how their symbols backwards, like mirrored as I6UA, which is Under Armour. It has the X, it has the Under Armour X, which is the sixes linked up in the Audi symbol. And there's 666 hidden in the Audi symbol. So as I'm like pointing this all out, they're clearly like a sponsor of like Iron Man and Marvel and all these movies and stuff. But it's just like as I'm pointing this all out, then I'm going over and watching these Marvel movies again. I'm like just pointing out all the satanic symbolism and stuff in them, and to make this video and stuff like that. And then I come across like that more recent one that called like Shang-Chi and the 10 rings and the king or something like that, and the kingdom of 10 rings or something like that. And like and then when I'm watching that, like their symbol has the Audi symbol right in it now. So like a Marvel movie even made a movie with the Audi symbol incorporated into the actual logo for the movie. So it's like just that much more obvious that they're like trying to plant this and hide 666 into their movies this way. So it's like, and then like, you know, I was watching the Spider-Man No Way Home one, and then like at the very end after the credits, like the credits are just full of tons of satanic symbolism, like X's, XXX is in there, the pyramid with the eye, and devil horns and Spider-Man's eyes, and the Zelda Triforce is in it, and with like all these just really, you know, pentagram, satanic star, all that, like it's all in the credits. And in the credits they're playing the song that is playing is saying like, oh, 3 is a magic number and all that. So they're like promoting like, you know, Satanism again and magic and all that. And then like it's just like in that at the end of those credits, they show like it says like, oh, Doctor Strange will be back and all this, and it shows like, you know, preview from the next movie or whatever, how they always do that in Marvel. And then like they show like Wanda, like that one like witch girl from like the Avengers, she's like sitting in a circle of candles with devil horns on her head, like literally, like. And then it's like, yeah, that's what superheroes and good guys do. They sit around in circles of candles levitating with devil horns on their head. Like it's like anyone, like, you know, anyone who can't see how witchy and satanic this is clearly like deceived. You know, it's like it's so obvious. It couldn't be any more obvious. And you can see that Marvel and Hollywood are trying to come up with ideas and thoughts to try to explain like a rapture event, you know, like at the end of the one movie there, the Endgame and all that, where they're like, what do we do now? Like, now that they're gone, like the Infinity War, all that, like, and then like the movie This Is the End, like they're trying to make light of like a rapture event, like, oh, people celebrities all falling into the pit and being left behind, and they're like, and then they're also like, at the end they show like the idolaters in heaven, and in This Is the End, like they show the Backstreet Boys at the end like singing in heaven and this and that. Meanwhile, they're idolaters, sellouts, and idolatry. It says like no idolaters will inherit the kingdom of heaven and all this. So they're trying, and then they have them like smoking weed, like drugs in heaven and all that. Like at the end of that movie, just all deception, and then they're trying to make jokes of it, make light of the whole situation and all that, and of their sin and all those things. And James Franco joking about raping Lindsay Lohan in it and stuff like that. Like they're like deceiving her and like sleep. Oh, she thought I was Jake Gyllenhaal and made her call me Prince of Persia and all this, and like just like joking about fornication and rape and all these just different things, you know. And they're joking like the jokes that they try to make about like oh, Hermione, and no one's raping me, and she's got the axe and she robs them, so they're joking about theft and robbery and just all the evil shit, like, you know. So it's like, and it's all just hinting that, like, you know, they know they're gonna get left behind. Like, they know that God's not going to accept them into the kingdom for all their sellout stuff, you know, and like they know they're deceiving people. It shows the consciousness that they know that they're on the wrong path is there, and that they're idolaters, and that they're doing all the wrong stuff, you know. And in that movie, they're praying against a Canadian named Jay, you know. They're literally like praying against my name, and Jay, you fool, does the power of Christ compel me, and all this. And like, you know, it's like people, when I saw that, it's like the devil's trying to mock me and speaking directly to me, you know. Like, these are, from my perspective, it's like the devil's trying to communicate and respond to me through like, oh, the Hunger Games mock King Jay, and then This Is the End comes out, and Ariana Grande posting like some mockery things to do with my Jesus Is Coming intro, like it, and it was like, it came out like a month later after I dropped that. Like, it's like they're responding to me and trying to mock me, you know. So it's like, but anyone else who would be watching this, they'd have no clue. Like, you know, they'd just be like, whoa, that's kind of weird that Ariana Grande came out with something trying to talk about God being a woman, and there's some sort of mockery going on there. Like, people don't actually understand the full thing of what's going on, of the battle that's happening in the spiritual world between, you know, like meanwhile, me, like, it's like when I'm interacting, I got like them trying to like recruit me to their side. I'm like rejecting all their idolatry and all this filth, and then they're just like attacking me more and more, you know what I mean, like, and mocking me more and more and stuff like that. So it's like around this time, like I had like saw my brother get possessed, and just devils attacking me through the people around me. That Katy Perry video came out with the Juicy J, you know, there's two J's again, JJ, Juicy J, and they're like, oh, you want to play with magic? Better know what you're fighting for, and all this. So like, basically felt like it was speaking to me, saying that I'm like trying to dabble in magic, because I'm like, I use music to speak to people and stuff like that, you know what I mean? And that's what they do. They use music because of witchcraft. I don't use it as magic and witchcraft. You know, I've made some mentions of like, oh, because you grow up and that kind of like language rubs off, and you're like, oh, rhyming things, oh, tragic and magic and things like that, you know. But I'm definitely not into any of that stuff, like trying to trick people and brainwash them using music and stuff like that. Like, I try to use the music to spread the gospel and the word of God and Jesus, you know what I mean? So, in the truth, to try to help people and bring things to light. So they see that and they don't like that. So they try to get musicians and stuff like that under their thumb, so they can just manipulate and control them and totally just direct the content. And you know what I mean, like, they'll mix their falseness in it, and when they get someone like me who rejects that, like, then they don't like that. So then, like, this Katy Perry thing came out, it's called Dark Horse, and then like right at the time, it's saying like, oh, want to play with magic, you want to play with magic, you better know what you're fighting for, and I'm coming at you like a dark horse. Right around that time, my mom met a new man because her and my dad got into a fight and got a divorce and everything, and I was involved in this traumatic attack event where my dad was drunk and attacked my mom, and I had to protect her and protect him from himself and from wilding out and trying to choke her to death. He was so drunk he doesn't even have much recollection of this situation, but I got stuck between my parents' dispute and fighting, and then I got post-traumatic from it. I had a relationship issue at the time too. This was all affected me at the same time. Then my high school sweetheart, I ended up getting into an argument with her, and then she went and messed around with all my associations, and it hit me at the exact same time as the parents thing. So I got hit with all this trauma at the same time, and it really caused me a lot of post-trauma, like I felt under attack basically from, I didn't know who to trust. There's brothers getting possessed, dad's attacking my mom, girlfriend just switched up on me who I knew for like years. It was like one of the closest people to me, and then all of a sudden she just turns into this hoe bag, sleeps with like everything just went crazy. I didn't know who to trust. I just felt under a demonic attack. I have interactions with God. I have a signet ring given to me because I turned him for help through it all, and then I got kicked out of my house because I got into an argument with my mom. She's scared of me because I guess I reminded her of my dad, because we look similar and things, and she was attacked by my dad, so yes, she had post-trauma, so she felt threatened around me. We got into an argument. She felt like I'm not dad, I protected you from him, you know what I mean? So then I get kicked out of the house. All of a sudden I'm homeless, but like I got into a fight, like an argument, not a fight, but like an argument with, then she met another man who's my stepdad now, and he comes into the picture right around this time, and the name of his band is Dark Horse, like, and he's all about like rock and roll and all this, and I'm like, like rock and roll and that's all satanic stuff, like, and he has his like Master of Divinity, like he went to schooling for theology and all that, and he can open up his own church and stuff, but I was like giving him like warnings. I was like, that's all satanic, like rock and roll and the music industry and all that, But either way, right when this song comes out, you want to play with magic? Better know what you're fighting for. I'm coming at you like a dark horse. Then this next man comes into my life, into the picture, after my dad just attacked my mom, hands me a CD. Oh, here's some of my music, and it says Dark Horse. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, oh great, here we go. You know what I mean? It's all like, it was all just crazy connected things, and then I got into an argument with him, you know what I mean? And it was like, I get kicked out of the house, I'm homeless all of a sudden, like just crazy demonic attacks, like where people wouldn't have any clue if it wasn't happening to them. But when it's happening to you and you're like, I'm turning to God and through Jesus, through his son Jesus, all of a sudden now I'm getting attacked and my whole life's flipping upside down, and I feel persecuted and under attack here. And I'm trying to reach out to people and be like, this is real stuff, like there's sixes all over everything, and like I've seen my brother get possessed. Like, I know this stuff could sound crazy to an outsider, but it's like, this actually happened to me, and it was like event after event, like just spiritual attack, or just God raising my spiritual awareness through it all. And it was like, it's crazy, you know what I mean? I can understand how, like, anyone that's listening to someone try to testify about it would sound nuts, but, like, this legit happened. I could show you the signet ring. My brother, I pointed it out to him. I was like, look at your hair. It looks like devil horns. I have a picture where he's in the background. I had another picture, it got deleted, but it had, when he got possessed, there was a big skull devil face in the curtain in my room in the background. Unfortunately, it got deleted, but then like a couple years later, then he got into a fight, and he ended up, I took him in, he got in a fight with my sister, and I took him in to live with me, and I got another picture of him in the background, and I got like a devil shirt, like a devil face on my shirt that looks like the Harry Potter sorting hat kind of deal, and then my collar looks like devil horns. And like, I could show you this stuff. Like, things we're manifesting. It's like manifest around me that were just inexplicable, like weird interactions with people. Like, I go outside my apartment, there's a hooker outside of my fence. Like, I go out there, she's like, somehow she's just like, oh, go to smoke or something. I'm like, no, like, don't smoke and all that, blah blah blah. And then somehow say something about God. I'm like, no, I'm about God and Jesus. Oh, and then she just starts talking about the devil, and she's just like, oh, when's God gonna forgive the devil and Lucifer and all the evil and stuff? And I'm like, what? Like, why are you defending devils, and why are you outside my fence? Like, what are you doing here? And why are you talking to me about this stuff? Like, what's the, like, just feel like you're under attack from the people around you. Like, who are these people, and why are they around me and acting like this? Like, that's how like the whole world is. When I witness the world, I'm like, why is everyone like this? Like, what the heck is wrong with the world? Why are they putting 6s all over their products? Why are all these celebrities all satanic and weird, and what is wrong with the world? Like, what the heck is going on? You know what I mean? Like, when did everyone turn into a psychopath, blood drinking pedophile freak in this world? Like, because they get away with doing all this weird shit, and they think God's not going to do anything, and they're going to get a rude awakening one day. Like, they get rude awakenings, the nations get smited, floods happen, volcanoes go off, all this stuff, and they're like, uh-oh, God's actually real, you know what I mean? And then, so it's like, yeah, he is, so you better repent and get on the right side and get your shit straight and get your relationship with God right and through his son Jesus, or you're going to perish and go to hell for all eternity. And that's not something that you or anyone is going to want to ever experience. Like, I don't wish that on anyone, you know what I mean? Even, like, obviously, but God's just, so if that's his judgment and the wicked go to, that's on them. They've been given the same warnings that I've been given, that everyone's been given, so they've heard the same gospel. So just because that's on you if you don't believe and follow the right righteousness and the same right path and all that. So I just give warnings and love, and try to give loving warnings and loving rebukings to everyone. And I've witnessed this stuff. This isn't like I'm not some crazy man. I do music to try to get some sort of like just to get some sort of what's the word, reputation, to keep my reputation up and get some sort of rapport, so that people can see, like, yo, he's not like just some random crazy dude. He's actually a pretty chill dude, you know what I mean? Like, he likes to rhyme and spit rhymes and invent things. I'm just a regular dude. Like, I'm just like, but then when irregular things happen to you, supernatural things that don't happen like every day to people, they think you're nuts. And I'm like, yo, something nuts is going on. You know what I mean? It's like you're in a world that's trying to convince you that, like, I'm in a world that's trying to convince me that I'm nuts for what? Believing in God. Meanwhile, there's people like raping alligators, sleeping with animals, drinking blood, killing babies, pedophile islands. I'm the nuts one just because I don't want any part of it. You know what I mean? Because I believe in God and his son, and that there's going to be punishment for the wicked, and it's going to come to an end, like it says. Like, I believe in the gospel. So what, that makes me crazy? Like, because I've witnessed some of this stuff? Like, yeah, I mean, that's what it seems like. It's like, got all these the crazy world trying to convince you that you're crazy. Meanwhile, they're clearly far more insane. Oh, killing people, promoting war, soldiers, all this madness. And I'm just sitting there, I'm just trying to be like, process it all and be like, yo, stay away from me, you psychopaths, and then just trying to keep my own sanity and not snap on anyone or hurt anyone or like retaliate back or anything like that. Like, I'm just trying to be like peaceful and loving and follow the commandments, and then, like I said, just give loving warnings and rebukings to people to try to help save them, like guardian style, like save the ones you can, let go the ones that you can't, you gotta let go, you know what I mean? I can't make your choices for you, but I can give you warnings and try to point out and make very obvious that this stuff's all real. If the satanic stuff's all real, like, yeah, you can clearly see, that the God stuff's real too. Like, it's not just like an organized group of people that are just like, we'll just all mess with them, like, we'll just mess with them all, it'll be funny. Like, yeah, this is clearly an organized group, that this has been going on for generations. This is clearly beyond human planning stuff. Humans couldn't be this coordinated over generations to make this. Is Lucifer and devils that are doing this stuff. You know what I mean? Like even when I was looking at like when I look at like technology, like I get fascinated by this stuff. Like I was like come across like, you know, speakers. I'm just like going through like technology and like, whoops, I stepped on some bubble wrap. But like, so like I'm like these kinds of things. Like I'm the type, like I'm fascinated by like mechanics and engineering and stuff. Like I'm like, look at all this stuff. Like look at how complex it is. There's like transistors and circuits and like, who made this stuff? Like who was the first one to figure this stuff out? Make sound come out through a speaker, like, you know what I mean? Like when you look at the complexity of this, like transistors and circuit boards and stuff like that, it's like, yo, like someone actually had to put this all together and figure out like all these little metal circuits and transistors and make them all function, and like sound vibrations and electricity and all that go through, like, so something as complex as this can be designed, and they can push this kind of stuff all over the world, and people take it for granted. Like it's in their cars, in their cell phones. You got like little circuit boards in your pockets, and just like little, like someone had to make this little metal transistor, these little transistors and batteries and little things like that. Like every little tiny little part had to be like crafted and made. You know what I mean? Like it's very complex when you look at it. Like who was the first to figure this out? Obviously it was teams of people, or like over years and years, like discovering little by little, like, okay, now we gotta add this, now we gotta add that. But it's like there's a lot of work involved in this. Like, and then this is just like this would just be for like a simple speaker, you know. There's like there's a fuse, there's little, like I said, there's all these like different little parts, and someone had to make all this, you know what I mean? Like, and then when you look like the complexity of like combustion engines, like in our cars and things like that, you know what I mean? And it's like, it's actually quite amazing when you look closely at it, and you're like think about, and what, you want us to believe that we're like cavemen? Like someone isn't clearly like mad scientist style in a lab trying to make all this kind of stuff, you know what I mean? Not your average people every day are into this kind of stuff, you know what I mean? The government controls this kind of stuff, like technology and like parts and part suppliers and patents and all that. And it's like, but when you look at it, like the complexity of it, it's pretty amazing. It's like, you know what I mean? Like someone had to design every little piece of this and figure out how to make this work. And get you like a microphone, you can get your voice to go through plastic and metal circuits to come out of a speaker with all these like different, you know, it's crazy when you think about it, like sound waves and all this stuff. And like that's why when I was like, some of the scriptures like went like in the Bible, like nothing is new under the sun, like Solomon and all this, it's like they didn't have speakers and things like that back in the day. As far as we know, what are you talking about? Nothing's new under the sun. There's things being discovered and created every year, every day. There's new discoveries and things. You know what I mean? Like basically, like there's like people are growing constantly. Like society's growing and evolving constantly. Humans, well, you like to hope that they're evolving, not devolving or de-evolving or whatever. But I mean, when I look at these, are the kind of things that fascinate me, like human, like discoveries and like things like that. And I'm like, it fascinates me when I see it. And I'm like, people can put their minds together, work together, and make such things, yet they can't solve the simple things like how to feed all the humans and how to, you know, like economy matters and it all matters, politics and blah blah blah. Like they clearly have enough resources, and there's people in power to be able to raise everyone's quality of life on this planet if they really wanted to. They just don't want to. Clearly, how hard would it be for like they got like queens and kings, like Queen Elizabeth and like all these queens and kings and stuff in charge, presidents and this and that. They could erase third world debt and things like that if they really wanted to. You know what I mean? They don't want to. They don't want equal like quality of life. They want you to be their slave and servants, and for you to be the hard workers to maintain their easy lifestyles of their ease, you know what I mean, of like getting served and having people worship them and serve them and, you know, go to work for them, slave master stuff, you know what I mean. So it's very obvious that there's these oppressors out there and they're in control of all this complex technology and everything. You have to do everything step that you take, you have to go through them. You're just, so when I see all these like freedom marches, it's like, you're in a society where there's never been freedom. You've always been a slave to a system of money and Satan. It says the world's under the control of the evil one and all this. But then there's other parts of, oh, now the world has become the kingdom of our Lord and of his Christ and all this. And it's like, that clearly hasn't happened yet because the world's still under the control of evil, like oppressors. And you got all these people like trying to, freedom! You're in society. There's no such thing as freedom within a society that operates by laws and money system. You have to go earn your living. You have to work. You have to, and it's like that's the hardest part to do when it's so chaotic. So you're being pushed out into a world that's so mad that you're like, I don't want to have to be around these fucking crazy assholes like all day. You know what I mean? Drinking blood and fucking attacking you it's like, so the gospel's trying to tell you to like love your neighbor as yourself, but when reality of it is like people are behaving more like animals, you know what I mean? Like it's like two people want the same mate, they're gonna butt heads, like two, you know what I mean? Like it's gonna be like two bucks putting their heads down, banging heads, trying to, you know, that's what it is. People are competing for resources, land, mates, space, things like that, you know what I mean? So like there's parts of the gospel where it's like I do my best to still just love regardless, you know what I mean? But then there's like that realistic side of me where it's like a realist where it's like, no, this is just like, you know, we're just similar to all these other creatures that are competing for food and power and mates and trying to prove their dominance, you know what I mean? So like, and it's war and killing and it's all the same things. It's like, you know, so I'm trying to like process it all, you know, and I do my best to believe and be a loving, peaceful person. But then like, it's like you see complexities like this and you see that like there's some genius stuff out there, like pure genius where people, you know, and like we think it's genius, but this could be still primitive if there's other life forms out there, which the Bible doesn't deny. It describes that there's these angelic beings that have a floating city is going to come out of the sky in heaven. It's clearly, we have no clue what's existing out in this space out here. It could be infinite. There could be tons and tons of planets that are out there inhabited with far greater technology that they could be passing thoughts of discoveries, like giving out Einstein, E equals MC squared, giving theorems and all these different things, to passing it to humans through like, you know, telepathy and thoughts, and just evolving our species and just watching us and trying to help us evolve and just like giving to us accordingly, you know what I mean? And like that's not too far-fetched for me to comprehend or believe, you know what I mean? So like when I really read the gospel, like that's the grasp that I get is like there's beings out there that exist that are higher, more advanced beings than us that are watching us and somehow interacting with our species to help us try to evolve to be loving and peaceful so that we can be among them and invited into God's home. That's not too far-fetched for me to believe, you know what I mean? So, and then I see complex things like this that seem like far beyond human capacity, or I'm like, who sits there, like people are sitting there in a garage, like making all these little circuits. Okay, now we'll just put this circuit together with this one, and this one, and this one, and they're like, you know, like that's some mad scientist shit. Like people are sitting there trying to, like, who does that? You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy when you think about it. Like you just looking at at how complex some of this stuff is. It's like mind-boggling. Like, and we can see that when you look at like. Could look at like the pyramids, how the pyramids are set up and stuff, you know what I mean? And they're like set up like a circuit board, like according to the stars and all this. Like, and people are telling me that you don't think that there's these beings out there. Meanwhile,
the pharaohs who were seen enslaving Jews to do this stuff, you know, there's recordings of them being attacked and like God smiting them for being devils, basically, you know what I mean? So there's some sort of spiritual evil beings that are working through the high up that are always the evil oppressors on this planet. And then God comes and tries to free his people. And we're in some pattern that keeps happening, where we're witnessing these just devils in these people, in these witches, like the pharaohs and all this, that are all into magic and sorcery and killing babies, and, you know, King Herod and all this, and they're all just Moses' time. It's all killing babies, drinking blood, all this. And then, like, that's not too far-fetched to see that there's, like, you know, and then their symbol, like, all of a sudden this elite group of world dominating oppressors that are being accused of being blood-drinking pedophiles all of a sudden pop up in this 20th century, and their symbol's the pyramid, which is connected to the pharaoh and the same shit of these people trying to claim that they're gods and to worship them, and they worship money and gold the same way and all that. You know, it's not too far-fetched. It's like, oh, duh. There's clearly just like there's something going on where the human species is being observed by higher beings, which is God and this angelic race. There was a war among them, a power struggle between them, because half of them wanted to have us be slaves and to hurt us and do whatever they want to us. And the talks are that they found our women attractive, and then they bred with them, and then they created giants. And then God saw this, and that it was an abomination, that they were just hurting people, enslaving, creating these abominations. So he just floods them and wipes them out. That's not too far-fetched that there's some weird alien angelic species race out there that's watching us, trying to interact and help us through the years. You know what I mean? There's a group, and there's division between them, and there's the benevolent and the malevolent. There's two different sides of them. There's some of them that want to hurt and enslave us, that want us to worship and be their slaves. And there's some that want to work with us and share love and technology and benefit all, because they're like, oh, we can all just love and get along and serve each other and help. And, you know, and then we see the odd time certain humans get chosen throughout the ages where God communicates to them, and then they pop up with these special abilities to be able to do and then like people get amazed and they like kill them and put them to death. All of a sudden and then they just go right back to their brainwashed wickedness and confusing people and keeping them enslaved and oppressed. Like, we're in some sort of psycho cycle of this, where there's clearly something that God and this angelic race that's watching us, that's trying to evolve us so that we can ascend like Jesus did to a higher realm and reality. And until we can believe that and comprehend that and understand that and what's actually going on around these spiritual beings that are working through the physical reality around us, it says we're not battling the physical, it's the spiritual authorities in the heavenly realms and all this. Like, this stuff's real. I can see it. I've witnessed some of it. You know what I mean? And then if someone comes forward saying stuff like that, then they just try to, oh, no, they're crazy, don't listen to them. Because they don't want you to know that it's real and it's going on. Meanwhile, they're like throwing up these symbols and killing people and doing all this stuff right before everyone's very eyes. It's not hard to see. Is it really that hard to believe? You know what I mean? It's hard for people to pay attention because they're so distracted with phones. They got like 7-second attention span and they don't care about it. All this crazy stuff. They're too, just focus on, go to work and blah, 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 doing what they're told to really care to free themselves from oppression and from the slavery of sin that they want to keep you in, and confusion and all that. So like, your average people don't give a shit. They don't take a look inside of the technologies that they're using. They don't look at this stuff, look at the complexity of it, and see how they don't even know what technologies are being used to monitor them and control them and like everything. They don't know the effects of this stuff yet. And they wonder why people are getting cancers and diseases, pumping out carcinogens into the air like all day through cars, and got Bluetooth and Wi-Fi signals and electricity all in some sort of, there's magnetic fields and things all around us that we don't even know how it affects our human bodies. And then all of a sudden we get like tumors and weird health issues, and we're wondering like why, like what's going on. Well, I wonder why. Like,
you're dabbling in technologies and pumping out combustion engines and stuff like that. You don't even, there hasn't been enough time that's passed for people to witness long-term effects of this stuff yet. You know what I mean? So this is like the first century where it's like there's been this huge leap of like cars, combustion engines, guns, tanks, airplanes, jets. We got cell phones now. We got speakers. You got speakers in your car. You got these systems in your car. It's all systems and circuits. And it's just popping up now. And people are all like, how did we make this leap in this last century from like people were horse and buggy to all of a sudden we got cell phones in our pockets? You know what I mean? You think that's like a coincidence? And you got all these beings that are like in the group that are like same thing as Pharaoh back in the day with these symbols that appear to be in contact with these other spiritual beings, but they're evil and they hurt and oppress people and they want to be worshipped as gods and they're promoting false gods and multiple gods, and it's not coincidence, you know what I mean? Like, but it is, there's something really strange and sinister going on in the world, and it's not hard to see that. You know, someone like me that's actually like a ask questions kind of person, take a closer look at this instead of be distracted by all their nonsense. Let's like actually stop and have a second to think for myself and try to get a grasp on what the heck is this and what's going on, who made this and why is it functioning like this. Like I'm the type of person that like if something doesn't make sense to me, like I can't just go along and do it. Like something, I have to be able to comprehend why I'm doing what I'm doing. Like you're like, you gotta wake up and go to work every day. Why do I have to function by the way that these people are saying that I have to? Why do I have to live the way that these people are expecting me to live? This is my life and time. I should be able to focus my mind and my energy on anything that I want to, as long as I'm not harming anyone or breaking laws or whatever. But like even that, I'm like this, like why am I letting someone else dictate how I have to live my life and my time that's given to me? Like, what makes you think that you have an authority over me to throw me out on the street if I don't go along to live the way that you want me to live? You know what I mean? They just, and yet they try to act like, what, that's not oppression? It is. They're like, yo, live this way or get thrown out on the street like you're filth. Like, you know what I mean? That's your option. They're like, go along with us or die. Is basically what it is. You know what I mean? And then there's deception all in it. Oh, God, all of a sudden, our economy's down. Everyone go to war. Population's getting up again. Trick all the young, strong men that could actually step up and stop these old oppressors, and let's make them all fight each other, and we'll put them in a football stadium, make them put helmets on their head, and let them all bash each other's heads in. Like, it's some gladiator shit, you know what I mean? They just want the population down. It's like, oh, they're getting outnumbered again. Time to cause a medical panic and kill people off. Like some ants and grasshopper stuff. Like, it's always been like this. You know what I mean? And it's like, most of you people don't take the time to stop, like, and think about it. You don't even care. You just live day to day. It's not practical or realistic to my reality. It doesn't matter to me in my life. Yeah, because you're living a life that someone else is forcing you to live. You don't even you're not even in charge of your own life. You're thinking of, like, people don't even care about that. They're just like, gotta go up, gotta go to work, gotta go do this, gotta go do that. Why? Because you're told to. And that's just the way it is. Oh, that's just the way it is. Yeah, so you're not going to raise any questions or challenge anything or try to change anything to make it better. You're just going to go along with evil dictating and the evil shit. Like, oh, no, I don't care. I'm just one person. Blah, 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 blah. What can I do? Blah, 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 blah. That's what your most average people are just like, let's just go do this because I'm expected. It's expected of me. And, host kids and car, and let's get a host and car and kids, and that's the extent of my life. Then I'll just smoke and drink and poison myself all day and then just die. And that was a meaningful life. You know, like, and then what did you accomplish in your life? Did you discover anything or do anything meaningful or significant with your life? No, you just beaten path of just following what's expected of you. You just the robot, zombies, like, don't even raise any questions. Like, people are just like, You know what I mean? And then someone like me comes along who's like, no, I'm going to ask a few questions. What the heck's going on here? Who's running this madness show, which is clearly evil and oppression, and why? Why is it like this? And why, like, you know, like, let's make some changes to this, because this isn't satisfying to watch people on drugs, meth, cocaine, heroin, drinking. Government's selling you poisons, alcohol, and things that are causing people to kill each other and stuff. And this is the government and leadership that you guys choose, and we don't even choose it. They put two different groups, the two-headed beast in front of you, that are feeding the same belly. Oh, choose between this guy, this evil asshole, and this evil asshole. I didn't nominate either of those stupid assholes. I don't want either of those stupid evil asshole Freemason assholes in charge. I want to be in charge myself and figure out things myself, and so I want someone who's actually loving, peaceful, and of God and Jesus Christ in charge, who actually cares about my quality of life and the quality of the other people's lives around me, instead of just their quality of life and like greedy assholes. You know what I mean? That, like, you're just in a system, it's like a well-oiled machine, like the Matrix says, like, you're just the battery, you know what I mean? And, like, don't get out of line or they'll try to cut you out of the battery, like, they replace you with someone else that's just, like, and that's what it is. So, like, people who are intelligent and actually want to make decisions for themselves, they don't encourage that. They don't encourage people like me. They discourage them and oppress them, you know what I mean? And then they try to make everyone else, they attack them and try to make people think they're crazy. They don't want you following someone who's actually asking questions and like causing people to think for themselves. Like, oh, let's like actually take a second to stop and think about how the world functions and why we allow it to continue functioning like this. Why are we brainwashed into honoring soldiers and war and all this nonsense? That's so primitive. Like, people are so primitive. We're on combustion engines and combustion weapons, guns. It's all combustion systems. Like, how are we not more evolved than this? There's discoveries every day. Solar. There's different powers that people clearly haven't tapped into yet that could be more sustainable, healthy energy systems that, even myself, I've been trying to figure out some of them, and I'm working on some of them. But to get patents for anything, you have to go through these evil assholes. And they don't let you thrive. They don't want anything to change. So unless it goes according to their evil plans, and they get their big piece of it and can control it all. So we got these evil assholes stunting human growth. Like, you got a bunch of devils. They don't care. They don't care at all about evolving the human race. They just want to keep us as slaves. That's what it is. And then, as long as and by doing so, they're even lowering their quality of life. Like, we could all be like on healthier systems. We could have healthier systems and circuits and healthier technologies and things. You know, if people weren't so greedy and stupid. So, like, it's just depressing. It's discouraging. It makes you like, why am I trying to help people that are just so stupid? Like, they don't even want to help themselves. They don't even care about... They can't even see the connection between them and all others in reality. And that violence begets more violence. Help you, help me. Hurt you, hurt me. It's like, we're connected. You know what I mean? So, like, when people... Why do you care so much about what other people do? Because they're connected to me, and until we organize something and start all thinking more intelligent as a species, well, I'm just going to be stuck among you stupid idiots. And I'm really depressed trying to function among stupid idiots. Like, like, this is retarded. This is retarded. I'm not a satanic blood-drinking pedophile Satanist that worships false gods and nonsense. So I'm not going to even try to pretend like I'm cool with it. I'm not. This is retarded. This planet's fucking stupid. Like, the majority of the people are just fucking retarded. Like, they're just, do what you gotta do, fucking blah, 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 you know, and you try to honor your parents, but, like, my parents grew up and they just, same thing, they're not like those revolutionary type people. They're just like, go with the flow, follow the beaten path kind of people. Do what you have to do, people. I'm not that type of person. I'm more like, think for myself,
Things have to start making sense. Things have to make sense to me before I just do them. I'm not going to just do something that doesn't make any sense to me. This world doesn't make sense. The system doesn't make sense. The way people function in society, it's nonsense. It doesn't make sense. I'm not going to honor soldiers. I'm not going to honor someone killing people. Oh, but they're fighting for your freedom. I don't ask no one to fight for me. I don't need anyone to go to war for me. Oh, but there was a dictator that was named Hitler that stepped up, and oh, you'd be speaking German if it wasn't for these American heroes and Hiroshima. And I didn't ask for none of that crap. That's a bunch of manipulation bullshit. I'm one single man on the planet. I've never needed anyone to fight for me and my freedoms. I've never had any freedoms to fight for anyone to fight for. I've always been a slave in a system. So was Hitler. So was all these people. Anytime anyone steps up like him, who tries to change things and dominate and things like that, they don't like that. So they try to make him out to be evil. He could have been, oh, look at these fake-ass Jews that are a bunch of Satanists. We got to kill them all and try to free ourselves from this. So they kind of painted him out to be Hitler's evil, because because he asked some questions and saw a bunch of fake Jews that are claiming to be Jews, but they're acting like Satan, and he tried to kill them all and get rid of them. Oh, he must be evil. I'm not defending murder. That's against the commandments, but still, it's like, you know what I mean? There's a part of me that's just I don't know him, and I don't know his intent of why he was doing that or anything, so I'm not going to judge him. I'm just someone actually appeared to step up and try to free themselves from the oppression and change things. You know what I mean? And so what do you know? Oh, a country actually stepped up and tried to free themselves from the oppression of this, whoever's running this nonsense. You know what I mean? And then they were painted evil. Who knows how the world would have turned? It's woulda, shoulda, coulda. But who knows how the world would have turned out if he actually would have succeeded? We could be far more advanced and intelligent than where we are now. You know what I mean? But like I said, woulda, shoulda, coulda, and it was still massive genocide and still retarded. So we need some people to stop that aren't retarded and trying to solve things with violence and murder and war, and to actually try to diplomatically think of solutions and come up with we should be in a different. We need to just evolve as a species, and the word love is in evolve. You can't evolve without love. Spell it out. EVOLVE, evolve. That's all the letters for love. So you can't evolve without love. It's simple things like that, you know what I mean? Where it's this is nonsense. People, it's we're getting to the point where just people are so self-destructive and they don't even see it. So it's you're literally pushing yourself. They're pushing. We've got people pushing people to death. Just go this way, walk off this cliff. We don't ask no questions. Keep walking this way. Walk towards these deadly snakes. Let them bite you. And people are just do what you're told. Money controls me. Is my master. Have to do everything to get money. Let it dictate everything I do. Even though it is clearly Satan that's giving me commands to do evil shit. So stupid. This planet's and I don't know, it's same here. I just sit around trying to think about what to do and how to solve it. So all I can do is pray and put my hope in God and Jesus, and that, He gives some sort of solution, guide me through the Spirit to try to help people, and do my best. But I can't pretend that any of this makes any sense to me of why society's like this and functioning like this. This is corrupt. It's messed up. The world's messed up. Try to act like you guys are sane when you're not. This is psychotic. So I'm crazy because I believe in God and Jesus and this and that, and because I suffer and I struggle with PTSD because I've been through some traumas. I haven't hurt anyone. I haven't murdered anyone. You know what I mean? I don't like anyone who's trying to be out there killing and murdering people. Hitler and all these people.
anyone who's trying to kill people or hurt people or force people to do things and live according, like, that's all just some like dictator brainwash nonsense. Like, people are gonna live how they're gonna live. They're gonna make their choices. Like I said, that's why the law is given. You're supposed to be following these laws. You're supposed to be following, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, love all others as yourself, love God, love all others as yourself. You do that, and you're supposed to have a pretty decent quality of life, because God's in charge, and He blesses those who follow His commands, and you know what I mean? Like, and even if they don't, and the devils attack you on the earth, you're still in the long run going to be blessed by God through it all. You know what I mean? He's the one who's in control. I have faith in that, and in Him, and in His Son Jesus. But I mean, trying to tell people this stuff, and like, it's too much. It's too much for one person, like, to try to explain to people. It's my life, like I said, like, put it in a movie. My life is like a series of like weird interactions and traumatic events. Like, just the weirdest things. Like, I just had an interaction the other day with like the doctor to try to explain these things, and I'm like, this is just, it's too much. It's too much for you to grasp who I am and what I've been through and what's going on in my life. And you're a completely different person. You have a whole different life, and you went to medical school, and you're a doctor. I'm on a completely different level than you. We're different people. So trying to get all these different people to fit the same mold of like, go to work, go do this, go do that. I'm so different than any of you. So whatever you're cool with doing, if you're content with that, doesn't mean I'm going to be content with that. You know what I mean? And vice versa. Just because something contents me and satisfies me, that doesn't mean it's going to content and satisfy you. So I'm not here to please everyone. Not everyone's going to be pleased with me and my life and my choices, and I'm not going to be pleased and agree with theirs. So I just got to focus on mine and enjoy my own life the best that I can. You know, leave it to God to judge me, and I don't try not to judge God. I try not to judge others. You guys are in charge of your own choices. You want to go to work and comply and be robots and money and blah 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 and follow whatever, do it. I don't, like, you know what I mean? But it's not going to be free. All I can do is say it's not going to be free of consequences. There is a God. There is this angelic race that's watching, I believe, and there is going to be consequence and discipline through it all. You know what I mean? And I can witness that it does happen. Like, some people, like, you know, things don't go smoothly when you're doing wrong and this and that. You know, all of a sudden they get a disease, or their house gets hit with burns or a fire or smited or this and that, and people are like, I wonder what's going on. Why is this happening to me? Oh, I wonder why. Maybe it's because you're a bunch of idol-worshipping, psychopath, blood-drinking pedophiles. Like, maybe you're idol-worshipping a bunch of celebrities and putting them as idols instead of looking up to God and His Son, Jesus Christ. Like, you know what I mean? But anyway, I'm just going to leave it at that, because, like, for me, I'm just like, I just do my best to live according to love God and all others as yourself. You know, and I ask some questions, I speak a bit, I make some waves, because why not? You know what I mean? I'm not here to fit a mold, to just be a robot. Be robot and die. Be robot, get money, then die. Like, you know what I mean? I'm here to try to, like, live my life to the fullest that I can. You know what I mean? And that doesn't involve a bunch of people dictate who I have to be and how I have to live my life. Like, you're you, I'm me. You know, that's why I says your thoughts are not my thoughts, your ways are not my ways. So stop trying to make it that way. Like, I'm like, you can dictate my thoughts and my ways. Like, but anyway, vice versa. I'm not trying to force my thoughts or my ways or God's thoughts or God's ways. I just share them. And it's up to you. You know what I mean? I know the ways and thoughts that I try to follow, God's and Jesus's. That's my choice. You know what I mean? You get to make your choice whether you want to or not. Yeah, and I'm just doing my best to share them and, encourage it works for me for the most part. Just follow the commandments, love, love, love. That's all it can do. That's all I can do. Well, it's not true. I could do evil. I could do all this evil shit that they're doing and go the worldly way and all that, but I don't see the point in it. I don't give a shit about all that. I'm not a psychopath. I don't care about drinking blood and money and being worshipped and all that crap. All that false nonsense crap. Like, anyway, much love. Peace. They're just like, it's just so deviant, and then like, you know, like there's like Channing Tatum in like a gimp suit talking about getting raped in the butt and all this, where he's like, oh, I like, it's just so deviant, messed up stuff. And then but then like in the Marvel movie, you know, after the blip or whatever they call it, where they all, like, half the people disappear, a bunch of the people, like half the universe disappears, and they're like, where'd everyone go? Like, what do we do now that they're gone? And then they show Captain America like in a group, like a discussion, and there's like a gay guy talking about like, what do we do now? So they're like kind of hinting that, like, you know, the gay guys are left behind, you know, like, kind of thing. Like, it's just like you could see them trying to come up with like explanations in case if a rapture event happened, where people like this, where the rapture happens and the godly people disappear and the righteous disappear, and they're like stuck here trying to explain and deceive the ones that are left, you know what I mean? Like, to try to keep them not repenting, keep them confused and stuff. Like, so you just can see the deception and the trickery and the agenda in it. You know, I can anyway, so. And then, so I just wanted to point that out. And then, like, in that 10 Rings movie, they're, like, singing, like, Disney songs in it during the karaoke parts. Like, oh, Aladdin on a magic carpet ride and all that. Like, so they're still, like, obviously the whole movie's promoting magic again. Sorcery, witchcraft. You know, which is all devils, devils. And then, like, they're also singing, like, Hotel California, which is, like, a known satanic song that's talking about, like, how you go to California and they check in, but they don't check out, kind of thing. Like, basically talking about them selling their souls and stuff and then going to hell and all that. So it's, like it's a well-known satanic song, you know, like. And then, so I just wanted to point it out because it's so obvious, but, like, I just want to, like, when I watch these movies, like, I just feel like I could just cut these movies up all day, just like tear them to shreds, basically, like with my, like how it says in the scriptures, like, oh, they will fall by his hands and this and that. Like, I could just literally, when I do the work, like, that's basically what I'm doing. I could just like point out all the satanic stuff, just like rip these movies to shreds, like they're garbage, they're like pure filth. Satanic symbolism, just nonsense. Like, it's all one-eye symbolism. You know, that Spider-Man, like Mysterio, he's got the eye on his, like the Far From Home, he's got the eye clearly on his each shoulder on his suit and stuff like that. Like, it's just all satanic symbolism and devil stuff, promoting magic, and like anyone who can't see it, I don't like. It's just like, it's bizarre. I don't know how they don't get it. Like, they obviously don't. Like, their minds have been, you know, God's obviously not allowed them to see it yet, or they're choosing not to. So, like, like it says, you know, their hearts will be stubborn and they don't want to believe, so they don't want to see it. But it's like, it's so obvious. Like, they're all into Satanism and witchcraft and all this. It's all just like promoting just falseness, all deception. So, like, when I watch these movies, like, I just want to tear them to shreds, basically, you know. Like, I just want to, like, I just watch them and just like satanic symbol. Oh, there's 666. Oh, there's the eye again. Oh, there's the pyramid again. Oh, there's the lightning bolt, which is a satanic symbol. Like Jesus said, like, I saw Satan fall from heaven and be casted out like a bolt of lightning, like things like that. Like, even in that Far From Home, like Spider-Man, they got Spider-Man and he's in the lightning bolts, you know what I mean? He's in a circle of lightning bolts and all this. Like, it's all just like so obviously satanic symbolism. Like, it's like some, you know, and I'm just like, I don't know, I'm just so like, it's so like
I'm just so dogmatic about the way I share this. Like, it's so like, you can't even deny it. Like, it's just, like, people can try to. That's why I feel like a lot of these, they just ignore me, because it's like, this is incontrovertible, like, evidence that I'm showing them. Like, you'd have to be like completely deceived, and like I said, you'd have to be, for lack of words, like, stupid. You'd have to be like completely stupid to try to disprove any of this that you can see clearly with. How are you going to disprove this? Like, all these, like, I'm up to 12 albums now. That's like, got like 12,000 screenshots of like all this satanic symbolism and all their productions and products and things like it said, like, God will take them down. Like, things are going to be restored. God will destroy the power of the Gentile kingdoms by my hand. You know what I mean? Like, that's what he's doing. He's just pointing this all out to people. Like, he's just shattering the power of these foreign Gentile kingdoms. Like, it's just shattered, like, obliterated. You couldn't even, like I said, it's incontrovertible. Like, you can't even try to, like, you couldn't even try to disprove it. All they can do is try to ignore me and all this evidence that I'm putting forward, because, like, even non-believers, you see it, like, what can you say to it? You can't say nothing to it. What, am I making it all up? No, these are all screenshots. They're there. I'm showing you physical, hard evidence. So the Satanism stuff is there. So, like, even the signs with me and the signet ring to do with the Bible, that's there. So, you know, the prophecy being fulfilled. So, like, you could, like, what can you say to that? You can't say that's incontrovertible. You can't say anything to that to try to disprove. You know, like, you can try. That's why, like, you know, I get the odd person here and there trying to deny it, but all you could do is just say, "Oh, I don't believe you." And I'm like, I don't care. Good for you, or not good for you. Bad for you. Then you're obviously one of the given over, deceived people. So it's like, but it's like I've proved it. God's already proved it all through me. He's just proving it. So I'm not going to stop. The more I see these, like, things, that's my task. Just point all this nonsense out. This is all just nonsense satanic stuff. And I'm just pointing it out. Screenshot after screenshot. Proof after proof. Evidence after evidence. Just tearing down the power of their deception. Like, just removing it from people's blind eyes. Just, like, plucking it out of their eyes. Like, oh, they can't see it? Oh, here, I'll pluck it from here, put it right in their eye, and be like, yo, take a look at this. How do you explain this? So, how would you explain that? Like, even non-believers, like, how are you going to explain all these signs and satanic stuff? Is this the false signs? How? Taking pictures of clear, legit patterns of Satanism, of satanic symbolism. Like, there's so much of it out there. So, it's undeniable. It's undeniable. And anyone who tries to deny it is clearly just evil and just, like, a bunch of liars. And then, like, I was watching that Eternals movie. Brutal. Like, I wanted the movie to end. Like, I wasn't even halfway through the movie and I wanted it to end. Like, it was just brutal. Like, the characters weren't engaging. Like, I didn't find them interesting or attractive or anything, like, about the movie. Like, it was just very weak, poorly. Like, all these movies are crap. But, I mean, like, at least, like, with that Shang-Chi and the Ten Kingdoms one, like, that was better than Eternals. Like, I watched, like, even the first half an hour of that Ten Kingdoms one, the Ten Rings one, was more interesting than the whole movie of Eternals. Like, Eternals was just brutal. And then they had, like, the gay superhero and promoting gay marriage and, like, just all this nonsense. Like, it was so bad. Meanwhile, when they introduce the character, they show Hiroshima and he's like, I shouldn't have even given them advancements. Because look what they did. They took those advancements and they made a bomb and they killed each other. So, but then later in the movie they still show him promoting war and that it leads to advancement in technology and medicine. But they just contradict, like, so they're contradicting what they just showed. How it didn't
giving, like, it didn't advance them. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's just total contradictory. Like, they show him this gay guy, and he's like, this gay superhero, and he's like, oh, they're not worth saving. I shouldn't have given them technology to advance them. And the technology just led to worse war. But then later he's promoting war, saying that leads to medicine and advancements. Completely backwards, like, of what they just showed him saying. Like, it's so stupid. You know what I mean? Where it's like, oh, I gave them this see, it led, so like the war led to technological advancements. How so? They took that, if they take it and they kill each other, then it's basically saying, like, if you give people technology and they do the wrong things with those technology, then it's self-destructive to them. So because people are so evil, it's like they're limited. They're limiting themselves. It's like say if God provides the thoughts for technology, for advancements in technology and medicine, but God sees that if he gave those advancements to the human race, that they would do the wrong things with them and do things like Hiroshima and blow stuff up. Like, Einstein gives a theory, and then they take it, turn it into nuclear fission, make a big bomb, and drop it on people and cause the massive massacre. Then what good was that? So it's like, that's why the one scripture says, like, if you can't show that you're trusted with the little things, then God won't trust you with the big things. You know what I mean? And then, like, if you think about the play on that, like, the little things, like an atom, like splitting an atom, and then it leads to a big thing. Boom! So you can't even be trusted with the little things or the big things. You know what I mean? And the little thing ended up becoming the big thing. You know what I mean? So little, big, you know, but either way, it was just a stupid part of the movie too, because they got this gay guy, he's promoting war later in the movie, when at first they show him trying to rebuke it. They show him, like, rebuking it and be like, oh, these people, and war led to death, and they try to act like he's all, like, trying to save life, and then later on in the movie, that he's promoting war. So now it's like, yo, that's so double-minded. So he's double-minded. He's acting. They act like he cares that all these people got killed, but then he's promoting war. So stupid. It was like, why are they who wastes so much time, money, and energy on making such filth and crap? Like, you know, you could be putting that your time, money, and energy into beneficial things for humanity, to making, instead of this nonsense, deception, stupid movies, just brutally terrible. Like, such a waste of time, money, and energy to make movies. These movies are just garbage. Like, just garbage. And you hardly see any good ones, because Hollywood's just a bunch of garbage. So they put out all this just false garbage all day. So we got all these just shit movies. But so you gotta just do your best to, like, take the little bits of what you like about certain lessons from them, like that little bit of truth that they try to include just to deceive you. Like, oh, see, there was some truth. There was a good quote in that movie. You find, like, one good quote out of, like, maybe in, like, one movie. In one of these movies, you'll find, like, the odd quote here or there, the odd little bit of truth. You know what I mean? So you got to take that and be like, okay, well, at least there was something, in that movie, you know? But, like, then there's some movies where it's just like, that was just a pointless garbage movie. Like, you don't learn anything. There's nothing taken from, you don't take anything or absorb anything from the movie except for that they're satanic and pushing the same old crap and nonsense. You know what I mean? Like, so still, it becomes a testimony. You can use the crap as testimony, but, I mean, it, like, if anything, like, it does, like, that is what testifies, that's your ammo, you know what I mean? Like, I could use crap movies like The Eternal as ammo to be like, look at how brutally stupid this stuff is, and these people are wasting their time, money, and energy on this stuff. The only reason I do is, like I said, because I can use it as a testimony, bring it to light, and then use it as a testimony. And then, like, it's clearly all backwards. Like, this is such a stupid movie. Like they got the bad guy called the deviant, so then they got the good guys are the sexual deviants, and the gay, like, they got a gay superhero, clearly deviant. And then like even like his the one part is it was like he's promoting war. They're promoting like war, so he's like, oh, conflicts lead to war, and war leads to advancements in technologies and medicines. Killing people is really what is required and needed for advancements in medicine and technology. You need to kill people to do that. Yeah, you can't like all that money that we put towards time, money, and energy and lives that we put towards war and soldiers. Yeah, like that couldn't be better spent on technology and medicines. Like, I'm sure you need to kill people to make advances in medicines and technology. That makes a lot of sense. They waste all this time, money, and all these lives on killing people, and yeah, but that couldn't be put better toward. You couldn't put those lives and that time and energy and money into something that would advance humans in the areas of technology and medicine. Like, such a stupid, clear lie. Like, so obviously stupid. Like, and then they got like the deviants, which are like these creatures that just are trying to be free from like these gods, plural. So they got it all backwards. You know what I mean? Like, they got these, like Angelina Jolie and Selma Hayek, the two popular names in the movie. Both have like devil horns on their costumes, basically. Like, Angelina Jolie has this thing on her forehead, and they're like two things that look like horns, and then same with Selma Hayek, like she on her costume, like the two main ones, clearly symbolism showing that they're like of the devil. And then like, but yeah, then they call like the like, when I saw this movie, I was like, see this gay superhero, like these are the deviants, like like, and then like the whole thing, like they're all a bunch of deviants, like and then like but yeah, and then the movie itself, like it's called Eternals, but then the Eternals are able to die, so that's not eternal at all. Like, they're not eternal. That's not eternal. Like, so stupid, like so dumb. There's not, like, you do your best to not judge, but like, when I call a spade, when I see something that's stupid and a lie, I call it stupid and a lie. So that's what I have to point out about that movie. It was just garbage, just complete nonsense garbage. Like, and other people have pointed it out too, where they're just like, you know, they got like the little kid in it. She's like, you know, oh, I love this guy, and he's like so much older than her and all this. And then like they got this little girl with a little boy haircut, and then they got like this gay superhero, and then that's promoting like violence and war, and like gay marriage, like, and then and then it was just so stupid. It was just so stupid. And then like even like one of the superheroes is like deaf, so like this, like, she's got this superpower. It's like, but that doesn't even make, like, people have pointed out, like, it doesn't make sense. Like, oh yeah, and then like Angelina Jolie plays like goddess of war, goddess, like another more false gods and all that nonsense. It's like they made these creatures that have all these powers above humans, but yeah, they can't. They make like all these other people have like proper hearing, but you know, they made this one girl deaf apparently. Like, yeah, that's what you're gonna do when you make like these superhumans. You're gonna give them disability. like it's like they do that so that people relate, because it's like, oh, just because you have. So they're trying to like, yeah, there's people like, you see it in real life. Like, there's people who have like, you know, a disability, and then it sharpens their other senses. Like, deaf people can. Or like blind people can hear really well and stuff like that, you know what I mean? So they have heightened abilities in certain senses, so they're trying to encourage people with disabilities to be like, yeah, they're trying to like encourage like gay people, yeah, superhero. It's just all trying to brainwash you into, you know, they're trying to use compassion, people's compassion for like like for the underdog and like the weak and like that. Oh, like I'm really rooting for that gay guy, that gay superhero. Like, like it's just all deviance. Like it's us all deviants, all deviants. Like, and it's not, that's why they're even trying to they're putting deviance on camera and then trying to make bad guys that are worse than the actual deviants. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're trying to make, like, you not realize that these superheroes are the deviants. The ones that they're trying to... So they're calling this other group the deviants in this movie while showing the superheroes partaking in all the deviants. Like, in the actual deviants. Like, homosexuality. They're a bunch of sexual deviants. You know what I mean? So it's like... It's just more stupid brainwash nonsense. And then like I said, Eternal, they're called Eternals, but then they show them die. Like some of them die. Like not eternal at all. He's like, but their spirits go on. Their spirits are eternal. It was stupid. It was like really stupid. Like that's what I was thinking. I was like where do these people... how do you become a movie critic? Like a legit movie, like, you know, like Siskel and Ebert or whatever, these like popular movie critics. Like if they actually put like a Christian movie critic, I was like, maybe I should just become like a movie critic, like, and just legitly do it, like independently do it online. Just get, like, all my like, it would just be pure criticism of all satanic, by every like review of these movies would be like, yeah, like how would I like be like completely truthfully and honest from my perspective? Like I'd be like, yeah, well, this movie's full of idolatry, they blaspheme God's name, there's a bunch of homosexual deviants in it, the movie's crap. Like that'd be my review for like most of these movies. Like you see the odd one, like there's a few movies that are all right and like a little more wholesome than the others, but there's still deception in them. Like the movie Flipped, you know, it's just a cute little love story about... It appears to be just a cute little love story about growing up and how, you know, first the girls like the boys and then eventually the boys like the girls, and it flips. You know what I mean? And, you know, it seems all innocent until, you know, but then you see, like, Dad also takes God's name in vain in it and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So it's like, and the grandpa does or something like that. Like, they plant these little false things in it, you know, but it's a little more focused on love and, you know, cute wholesomeness than others, but there's still a little deception in it. And then you look at the director, you know, and the director is, you know, the directors are, I think it's Rob Reiner or something, and then you look into their careers and they're all satanic too and all this crazy stuff. So it still promotes idolatry in all the wrong ways. But it's like, you know, but then there's like certain movies like that are a little bit, you know, like a few of them, Love and Basketball, but that's still promoting idolatry, and the NBA and WNBA and gold idol worship trophies and all that, like, and then, you know, but that you like the love aspect, then far and away, Tom Cruise, Nicole Kidman, clearly satanic people, but then, you know, and it promotes fighting, but then, you know, you enjoy the love story of it and this and that and the love that is in it, but then it's like, it's all deception too. So it's like, so I just have to rebuke every single movie. Like, they're all a bunch of crap. But a little bit doesn't mean that I can't watch it all and then rebuke what I can and enjoy what I can about it, you know what I mean? But like most of the time I'm like, this is all just filth programming. But what do you do? Like, it's just passing the time. So I just make videos like this, which would be like proper programming, but you know, it's not as entertaining to sit there listening to someone talk about righteousness as it is to watch a bunch of people shooting people and being superheroes with superpowers on camera and all this people like CGI fantasy stuff better than like nonsense deception rather than like truthful, honest people giving their opinions and not even opinions, just pointing out the truth and things about God and Jesus. So it's like, but you know, I do have a lists of movies that I enjoy more than others. You know what I mean? But I can't even share that. I can't share them because there's deception and idolatry involved in it. So it's all crap. So most of the time you just have to rebuke everything. So it's like I'd be like the most honest critic, but also the most harsh critic. It's like every review would be the same. I was joking with my mom about that. It's like if you made if you made me a movie critic, it would just be like crap. It was crap, deception, crap, satanic symbolism. That's basically all I'm doing. Like with all these like spot the sixes, I'm just being a movie critic. I'm just just being critical and just lovingly rebuking for people's own benefits that they can hopefully come to see this crap. Do you guys see this crap? This deviant, gay, satanic nonsense crap that they're putting out and pushing on people. Oh yeah, these are the deviants. So, but we got a man kissing a man here. But these are the eternal. These are the Eternals. These are the deviants. Gospel says otherwise. Gospel says that these ones, their men are kissing men, are the deviants and not eternal. So it's total trickery. I just wanted to point it out because it's like from someone someone from a Christian standpoint, it's like what a ridiculous nonsense. Like all I can do is laugh at it, but most of the time I just want to, like I said, give furious rebukes to these deviants. So then it's like, that's why I'm like, that was so stupid. It was great. Because the stupidest shit can be used as a testimony to prove how stupid it is. You know what I mean? So every time that Hollywood puts out all this stupid crap, I'm like, the dumber the better. That was so stupid. That was great. I can rip that to shreds and use that as the perfect example of how stupid these people, how stupid and wrong they are. Yes. So keep putting out stupid ass devil movies so I can just keep ripping them to shreds and using them as a testimony to point out how stupid you people are and evil that you devils are in Hollywood. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, that's why it's like, it's funny sometimes. That's why it's like the whole do not judge, because it's like, yeah, I could be like, yeah, that was stupid, and then I think about it, I'm like, that was so stupid. That was great. I can use that stupidity to my advantage. And to people's advantage to try to help them come to see. I can use it as a testimony. So it's like, that's why when scripture says, like, anything that people, like, you can bring things to the light and then it becomes a light. So it's like, I can take a movie where there's like a gay superhero and then take it to point out how stupid and evil it is, and then it can become a light so people can be like, yeah, look at this evil deviant agenda. They're calling it deviants, and then they're calling the ones who are being deviant eternal. That is pretty backwards. Like, that's complete opposite of the Bible. Like, it's so obvious. It's so obvious that it's great. So it's so stupid. It's awesome. So that's why, like, sometimes when I'm like, when I'll speak too soon, I'm like, that was so dumb. It was like the dumbest shit. And then I'm like, so dumb, it was wonderful for me to be able to use it. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's like, it's perspective in what I do. It's perspective in what I do with it, right? So it's all perspective in what I do with that. That's why sometimes I don't even bother to, like, hate on the wicked. You know what I mean? Like, the wicked crap. That's why I think sometimes it says, like, oh, love the, like, you gotta love those who. It's not saying to love the evil, but it's saying to overcome their evil with love. And so it's like, like, so they could be like, oh, I don't even bother hating on it sometimes. Like, I'll recognize that it's stupid, and I'll be like, I'll judge that it's stupid, but then I'm like, maybe I'm speaking too soon, because I can use that. I can really use that to benefit still. So there's still a purpose in it. I can still take it and use it for good somehow. You know what I mean? So sometimes I'm like, man, maybe I should just reserve my judgment on that for a bit. But I can still be like, no, that was still showing wicked ways. I could say that, but then I can still use those wicked ways to testify to good as well, right? So, but that's not to say that, like, you know, they're doing good in their hearts by promoting this evil nonsense, you know, but it's just how God can take it and use all things for good. Like the one scripture says, like, God can use things to work together for the greater good, for the good of those who believe in him and his son, right? So it's like that one scripture. So, but I mean, I'll never watch that movie ever again. Big waste of 2 hours of my life. You know what I mean? Like, but besides the fact that I can use it as a testimony, and if it helps someone, then that wasn't a wasted. If it helps even one person get it, then that's not a waste of my 2 hours of my life. You know what I mean? So I like to hope that there's a point to it, but like that's why sometimes it feels like all my work's in vain. I'm just watching all these crap programming. I can see through it. So like, I'd like to say that it doesn't affect me at all, but I mean, every little bit just weighs on you that much more. Maybe not weighs on you, but it just annoys you a little bit more. You know what I mean? But I got a filter for that. Like, I'm just like, whatever. I've seen it a million times. I don't care. I'm like, whatever. I do care, obviously. That's why I'm pointing it out. But you know what I mean? Like, it's like, whatever. I wonder what the next movie's going to be. I wonder what the next movie's going to be. I wonder if there will be a witch in it, or if it'll be about magic and witchcraft and false gods and goddesses, or if they'll be taking the Lord's or God's name in vain in it. I wonder. I wonder what the next movie's gonna be. Like, it's just like the same story over and over again. False gods, witches, witchcraft, wizards, same old symbolism, same nonsense. It's the same nonsense over and over and over and over. Just like, they just switch the template a little bit of the story, the characters, the names, and you're just watching the same old crap over and over and over and over and over again. Like, that's what that Eternals was like. Became very obvious. It's like, yo, this is just like a more rushed, low budget version of like Justice League or Avengers. You know what I mean? Like, this just went like, it's like, but I mean, those movies are garbage too. Like, it's all just a bunch of brainwashed, false gods, goddesses, satanic movies from devils. And so, like, I make like these kinds of testimony videos. You could absorb a lot more truth from watching a single video that I put out like this, or even like some of the long ones. You're gonna gain a lot more from watching a YouTube video of me or anyone about talking about God, you know, than you are from these false movies. You know what I mean? So, but people like distractions. They like getting away from their life. Oh, I don't want to think about it. Oh, it was still entertaining to watch. Oh, it was visually appealing. Oh, you liked the colors and the lights and all that false teaching and blasphemy and nonsense about false gods and all that. Like, that was really worth your time. Like, good job, guys. Like, why don't you go, like, spend a little more money, give them a little more money to Disney and Marvel, you know, go to Disneyland and Disney World, close your eyes and go back to sleep. You know what I mean? Like, that's basically what you're doing every single time you support these things, instead of, like, bringing them to light and rebuking them. You know what I mean? Like, that's all I do. I just, like, rebuke it. It doesn't mean you can't watch it. You watch it, you know, I'll watch the stuff, but I'm not, like I said, I'm boycotting these companies. Like, I'm boycotting New Era, Beats, anything with XXX in it, all these Xbox games. Like, I'm not wasting any more money on any of that nonsense, on any other products, any of that crap. Like, it's all boycotted. I got all these New Era hats. I don't even wear them. I'd sell them to get the money so I can go buy some other ones. But it's like, it's in tons of stuff. They're branding. It's like, that's what, like, it talks about the Bible about marking people. Like, that's what a branding is. That's why it's name brand. They're putting a mark on you. That's what they do to animals. Like, they'll brand an animal, like, burn the mark into them. You know, like, that's basically what they're doing by putting these brand names on you. They're putting brands on you. So they're identifying like, oh, that's a person who can't see because they've got our symbol on them. Ha 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 ha. It's like it's get to the point where it's like it's in like all these brands and things, and like, you know, it's hard to find high quality clothing and stuff like that that isn't brand name, because like those are the ones that have all the money for the nice fabrics and the good feeling things, like, you know, like Dry Fit, Under Armour and all that. But it's like, you know, so you can see through it, but it's like, you know, but then like, what do? You know, you'd have to make all your own clothes and burn, like, what do I do? Burn all my New Era hats? I don't want to sell them to other people because I don't want to support New Era, so I just want to burn them. Like, I don't literally just cast them in the lake of fire. You know what I mean? So it's like, but like even Under Armour, like the X, like I've explained, like the X and X equals 6, and it's in Fox, and it's the 24th letter, 2 + 4, that's 6. X marks the spot, like hence X marks the spot. Pirates, the one eye. It's all connected. It's all connected symbolism and all that. So it's like, and then you see Under Armour, that's probably just like them mocking at getting under the armor of God, like under your armor, they're getting under the armor of God. So they're trying to, like, you know, they're trying to mock. It's a mocking. It's all marking and mocking. It's all mocking and mocking. So it's like, you know, and so I do these kinds of videos just to do it back, where it's like I see through all this nonsense. And, you know, I'll do my best to keep helping you guys see through it too. And, you know, I advise that you do the same. Boycott these companies. You know, like, these companies need to go out of business. But the thing is, then they'll just pop up new companies. Like, it'll be a next company and a next symbol. And, you know what I mean? Like, it comes down to that, like, all the time. Like, it's like any brand name that I see that's, like, popular, I'm like, there's probably something satanic about it. You know, it's like... It's just like I was looking at the Lululemon thing the other time, and I mean, like, it's like very similar to the Omega, like, symbol, you know what I mean? Like the Alpha and Omega symbol, and, you know, it's just another symbol that they're putting on all these people, and, you know, so I'm like, oh, there's got to be something about it, you know what I mean? And I'm like trying to figure out these logos. You like rotate the logos, flip them upside down. Okay, that kind of looks like a girl's hair. So like the Omega symbol kind of looks like a girl's hair. You know, Alpha and Omega, you know, kind of thing. And then like it's like you can put like a smiley face in there, put 2 eyes and a smiley, and it looks like a girl's face, you know, which an Omega would, I guess that would represent, you know, the female. And then like but I mean, it's also, you know, so I'm like, you rotate it upside down. I'm like, what is this? Is this like devil horns? Or like, I'm just trying to figure out these logos and what the deal with them is. You know, is it a horoscope thing? Horoscopes are false. You know, things like that. Like, maybe it's just a random logo, you know, like they said, oh, it's an A that meant for like athletic or some alternative athletics or whatever they're trying to claim, you know. But like most of the time I'm like, yo, like, there's always something. It's just, we're in some weird world that's just full of devils just marking everything and everyone and pushing this false nonsense. And I'm like, I try to be like practical about it, you know what I mean? Where I'm like, the Bible just tells us to like wait and endure and wait for wrath, but I'm like, yo, like the wrath of God. And I'm just like more like trying to be like pragmatic and like practical about it, where I'm just like, how is this ever going to come to an end if the Bible is telling us to not step up and stop evil, just to what, let them kill us? That seems like some brainwash nonsense too. Like, you know, like they're just using the government, which means like mind control, governmente or whatever, they're just using. So it seems like even with religion, they're just trying to stop you from acting, from stepping up to get into a group and stop them. You know what I mean? Like, oh, just allow the evil to continue to do evil, turn the other cheek, all that. But I'm like, okay, so you're basically, it tells you like, oh, anyone who tries to preserve their life will lose it, and anyone who loses their life for God's sake will find it. So it's basically just trying to tell you, just like, don't try to cling to your life, just let these devils kill you. Like, and because we believe in the resurrection, so we'll go to heaven. But it's like, how is like realistically like it's basically saying that's why you're not supposed to love the world. You're supposed to let it go and not like the world. So it's like, why does God have us in this world of torture where all this evil is in control? But how are we supposed to perceive God and his plan as good when someone's still partaking in all this evil and witnessing it and enjoying the sins and all these things, you know, until the specific time when they're put to death and all that? So it's like, and obviously that raises questions where it's like, why, if you're not for evil, then why is it existing within your reality? Well, it's like, oh, well, it's not a part of God. Evil's not a part of God. God's not. That's why he says, oh, I don't know them, and he'll cast them into outer darkness and this and that. Well, what are you waiting for? Why is it being allowed? Why are there beings that are being allowed to partake, and why are there other beings who don't want to partake that are being forced to suffer it too? You know, even the repenting ones who don't partake of evil. Why do we have to suffer that? Why do we have to, you have to prove your zeal and your faith through the works of allowing them to kill you. So it's like, what's this whole thing? So what? Oh, we're supposed to be Christ-like and just let go of our life and let them kill us. So what? That we're supposed to like be Christ, pick up your cross and just be persecuted and killed. How is that, like I said, like pragmatically, like if you're like realistic in your approach, like how is that ever going to transform the earth to being heaven on earth if the people don't ever step up to translate that spiritual teaching and guidance into making real changes into the real physical world that we're in? You know, because like that's like, it's like, oh, so you're just expecting the spirit to make the change in the world, when it require the spirit's supposed to work through us to make the physical changes. So like, how is that ever going to realistically change the world into a better place? So the kingdom of heaven, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven, kind of thing. It's talking about like what the will is of God's will is going to be done on earth eventually. The kingdom of heaven has now become the kingdom of our Lord, and this and that. So it's like, it's talking about the world becoming the heavenly kingdom. How is that ever going to happen if we don't make the physical changes that are needed? You know what I mean? Like these beings need to be rounded up, put in jail, and to pay for their crimes, and literally just need to be rounded up like by the angels, like the prophecy says, and casted into this lake of fire, which sounds like a volcano. You know what I mean? So it's like what's the deal with this? You know what I mean? Like, we're not supposed to what? We can see all these witches, these pro-witchy, pro-satanic beings. We're not supposed to round them up and just get rid of them. You know what I mean? That's what I feel like doing half the time. I'm like, I want to get into a group, round these Hollywood celebrities up and all these openly admitted vessels for Satan that are witches. I just want to throw them into a volcano. Like, let's get them and throw them in there. That's what I feel like doing. You know what I mean? Like that, like the one scripture says, "Bring them all before me that will not serve us and serve God, and slay them all before me." Like, that's what I feel like doing. But I mean, then I'm like, oh, I don't have the right to do that. So we're waiting for God and Jesus to come down and do the same thing. But that's not our place to do that. So we gotta wait for their judgment to come do that. But we already know that's their judgment and what's gonna happen. That's what they're gonna do. But they know who is worthy of that and who's not. Well, I can clearly see when I see someone that is clearly satanic, like these people, and they just keep, even when if you like arrest someone and they show no remorse, no change, like a rapist, you lock him up in jail. He doesn't get any better, and he just is a repeat offender and just does it again. No change, no remorse. If anything, just probably made him worse. Jail just probably made him worse, more angry, more bitter, and more evil. Then you're like, what's the point of this? Like, giving these people chance after chance after chance after chance. Like, they're clearly devils. Like, so get rid of them. So, like, that's how I feel like with God. I'm like, what are you waiting for? You already know if you already know our hearts and who's evil or not. You're giving people time to change, but it's like, you know, that's how half the time when I'm You know what I'm doing? I'm just like sitting there waiting, watching, hoping that these people change so that I don't eventually have to give the command or be given the command by God to put them to death. You know what I mean? Where I'm just like, okay, cast them, slay them all before me, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like but there's a part of you that just, God's gonna do that. The scripture tells you. So what are we waiting for? What are we waiting for? Like, these people need to be rounded up and casted into the fire. So that's not our job. That's the angels. That's why it says, put away your swords and this and that. You're like, Christian soldiers, like, there's no such thing. Like, Christian is non-violent. You're supposed to be like Christ. Christ is non-violent. So, like, it's just, sometimes it just seems like all just a manipulation to try to get so that the evil can just keep functioning how they function, instead of someone actually stepping up to stop them. So I'm like, I don't want to condemn myself by stepping up to hurting anyone else, you know what I mean? But I also don't want to sit there and let them kill me and watch them kill and hurt children and other people and rape them and just be evil. Evil can't go unchecked and unchallenged and just go be free to just be lawless and do whatever it wants. Like, what's the point of the law if we're not allowed to fulfill it through loving and through law enforcement? Like, using necessary force, like, doesn't mean we have to cast them into the lake, but yeah, you put them in a jail cell, the ones who deserve to be there. If they show no remorse or repentance or anything like that, and they're just pure evil, then what the heck are they doing here? Get rid of them already. Why is God still allowing their hearts to keep breathing? Maybe they'll have a chance. What are you waiting for? Look what he did with Saul and Paul. The divine intervention took their sight away. Why isn't he doing that for these evil buggers? You know what I mean? Like that was the interesting thing too, because like I was praying for that. I'm like, I'm questioning God about all this stuff. I'm like, what? So like Paul and Saul, who was a soldier and like murdered all these Christians, like persecuted you clearly and your son and all that. He was worthy to have divine intervention, but like a person, say like my dad, who, as far as I know, hasn't murdered anyone, and like, I don't know his heart. But then I was like praying about it. I was like, where's his divine intervention? You know what I mean? Where's the divine intervention? For my dad, you know what I mean? Like, and then like recently, then my dad lost sight in his one eye. Like, he messaged me the other day saying, "Oh, I lost sight in my one eye," and I was like, "Oh, well, I hopefully it's a Paul and Saul situation where your sight can be restored to you." You know what I mean? And it's like, hopefully, because like my dad denied, last time I saw him, like, he would deny Jesus again. You know what I mean? He's just like the father son. He doesn't see like the whole connection, and he just doesn't get it. You know what I mean? So I'm like, I prayed, like, can you help him with this? Like, where's his divine intervention? Like Saul or Paul? Like, what does is my dad less worthy than Paul or Saul was? You know what I mean? Like is his heart more evil than Saul and Paul's? His actions have proved, otherwise. He hasn't been out murdering people. He's been violent and stuff. But like, I prayed for my dad, and then that happened, and then it trips me out because like when I'm reading the scriptures, that scriptures talks about, he who has one eye and the maliciousness of one eye, and whoever winks is plotting perversity and evil. And there's lots of things to do with the one eye doing with the Antichrist and evil. So, and then all of a sudden, boom, my dad's darkened in one eye, just like the scriptures talk about Antichrist. And I know he is Antichrist. He denies the Son, but he claims to believe in God, but he doesn't see the connection that Jesus is his son, so he is God's vessel, human vessel that he chose for his spirit to dwell in when he was on the earth. So like, to give us the scriptures and these warnings and things. So it's like, but he doesn't see that. But then I'm like, whoa, was that a coincidence? I was like, that tripped me out. You know what I mean? It trips me out. I'm just like, it's cool. Like, I prayed for it and then it happened. But I don't know. It could just be like, it could be anything. It could be diabetes or, the blood vessels that bring oxygen, that the arteries that bring blood to your eyes. I don't know. It could just be a natural cause thing because he's getting old. You know what I mean? But then at the same time, I'm like, hopefully it leads them to God and Christ, but I don't know, like, it's just a trip. Reality's such a trip where I'm just, like, trying not to, what? You don't care, you just sit back, endure it till the end, basically pray, like, like Jesus did, just for, oh, Father, take this cup from me, which is basically just praying for your death. You just want him to take that cup of suffering, so, like, just kill me already, get it over with. Like, what are we waiting for? You know what I mean? Like, we're waiting for you all the time, your timing, the divine plan of your perfect timing and all that. Like, trusting God means trusting in his timing and his plan and not ours and this and that. But, like, when you're sitting there for, like, years and years just watching this nonsense just go, it's just like just repetitive nonsense, you know what I mean? It's just it's a bug. And it's like, and then, like, even that word bugs, like, it's like, think about like an infestation of bugs, like how relentless and annoying infestations are, like plagues, like mice and things like that. Like what if like the fitting word, like, oh, we'll call them bugs. Like right now, like I have these bugs in my kitchen, these little mites, and they bite, and they could clearly give me like Lyme disease or something like that, but like literally I gotta sit there squishing these bugs with my fingernails. Like, it's the only way to get rid of them. And chemicals, bleaching, like keeping it as clean as possible, just bleaching the cabinets and squishing these bugs. But they're so relentless, and I'm like, I don't like killing things, but you know, because thou shalt not kill. But like, you can't just let these bugs pose a hazard, safety hazard to you in your life. That's the same vibe that I get from these like satanic people. They're like devils, and I'm like, what? Like, they're just bugs. They're just bugs, and they're potential threats. So, like, you know, like, but we're not supposed to what? Treat them like bugs and just keep squishing them. Like, they're relentless. They're relentlessly evil and annoying, just like these bugs. You know what I mean? So I'm like, is this God just like helping me to get to the point where I'm comfortable with squishing them? You know what I mean? Where I'm just like, whatever, bugs need to be squished. Like, is that God working on my heart to get me to that point where I'm like, you know, why would he? Because the scripture promotes not killing, so why, you know? But then it says in the end times that when Jesus comes back, the wrath of the Lamb and all these slaughter and covered in the blood of enemies and all this, and I'm just like, what is this nonsense? Like, what is this? What is wrong with these people? And are they people? Are they just witches and devils in disguise? That's what it appears to be. They don't want to change. They don't like righteousness. They want to be worshipped, and they don't want to share in love. They want to hurt and pain for pleasure. You know what I mean? They want other people's pain for their pleasure, things like that. Like, it's just ridiculous. Like, it's a lot to process for one person just trying to figure it all out, just trying to stay sane, trying to be like, nah, whatever. That's all you can do is endure to the end, whatever. Like, but when I just keep pointing this stuff out, rebuke, trip out about it, trip out about this, trip out about that, and I'm like, hopefully some people get saved through it. You know what I mean? Like that movie, The Guardian, like, save the ones you can, but the other ones you gotta let go. Yeah, I'm the kind of person, I want everyone to be saved that can be saved. You know what I mean? It's like God, like it says, God says he doesn't want anyone to be lost, so he's patient. But it's like, how much hope is there for devils to repent? Aren't they already condemned? Like the scriptures say, like they're already been judged and condemned. It's hanging over them. Are they ever going to repent? Is God going to eventually? Is there any redemption for them? That'll be up to God. The scriptures say not, and he has to be. God's true to his word, so it doesn't make any sense that you're sitting around waiting for devils to repent. You know what I mean? Like, and oh, bless your enemies. What? Bless the devils? Why would I bless devils? Why would I wish good for evil? Because you don't want to maliciously like be bitter towards people and harmful towards people. But like, still, you're being told to not do things that eventually it says that God's going to come and do. He's gonna, like, don't judge, because God's gonna leave the judgment to God. Don't kill, leave the killing part to the angels and to God. But it's like, we already know that they're gonna do that, so like, what's the point in, like, what, we just gotta sit around and let them get away with evil and just like, what, grin and bear it? And just wait, endure to the end, you know, be killed and Like, what's the point of that? Like, it's so stupid. That's why the gospel is kind of dumb. It's telling you to not step up and stop things. That it's saying that God's going to come and put an end to things. That it's telling you not to do. Meanwhile, like I said, like in Revelation, in those days all the women will be ravished and raped in Jerusalem and all this when this wars break out and all this and this evil nonsense that happens. And you're expecting God to come put a stop to it. Meanwhile, he's allowing it to happen. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make any sense. So it's like, this is extremely confusing. Like, I get it, but I'm like, is this just brainwashed nonsense? Like, am I eventually going to get to the point where I'm like, you know what? Screw this brainwashed nonsense. Just get rid of these people already. You know what I mean? Like, I'm the one to tell God what to do. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to take that, like, lie into my own hands and all that stuff. But at the same time, I'm like, someone has to. You know, like, someone has to eventually, like I said, pragmatically. Like, that was a word that was in Spider-Man that, like, they use in Spider-Man, the No Way Home one. She says something about pragmatics. I'm like, it's just talking about, like, being, like, being practical and realistic in your approach to change and stuff like that. Like, if you're a realist, like, realistically, how are the scriptures ever going to be fulfilled of peace on the earth if they don't come true and people don't, like how much longer? Like, how much longer do we have to wait for what are we waiting for? Like, what are we waiting for? Like, one being such as myself to step up. There's also warnings about one being's going to come forward and step up and play God and do that, and it's going to be the Antichrist. So, like, I don't want to do that. So I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to kill anyone. Like I said, I'm just they can come kill me. I don't care. Like, I don't care. Like, the preserve my life thing, I don't care. You know, but so I just keep speaking peacefully, and that's all I can do. But I'm like, still, I can see, like, a lot of it's just like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It's just like, you're sitting there waiting while evil is getting getting away with things, or it appears like they're getting away with things, but in the background they're getting smited, and they're getting, like, cursed with things. You know, like, God's, like, you know, giving them diseases, and they're getting cut off from the land, and they're getting hit with all these things in the background. But they just keep on putting on this front of, like, you know, they're like the whitewashed tombs, like, they're all beautiful on the outside, but on the inside they're shit. You know, like, they're a beautiful present, beautifully wrapped, but it's just shit inside. You know what I mean? So it's like, that's what it appears to be. Like, you think they're doing all good and this and that, but they're not. They're actually, like, you think they're living it up, but they're actually dying. Like, they're actually dead. It says, like, they're not even in life, like, in God. So it's like, it's really weird to witness. Yeah, it's really weird to witness, and hard. It's challenging to just witness, just sit there and witness it all. And because you feel compelled to, like, step up and help and do what you can. All I can do, there are scriptures about that too, where it says, like, what good is faith without works? It's dead. So it's like, you know, you could pray for these people all day long, but if you don't actually do the physical work, then what good is that? It's saying. So it's like, that's how it feels sometimes with the scriptures too, where it's like, okay, so yeah, I can pray for these, like, love your enemies, and I don't try to view them as enemies. I try to have goodwill towards all people, you know, and all man, it says men and women and people, but for devils, like, what, are we supposed to have goodwill for them? No, because it says God, like, you know, God doesn't approve of evil. So, you know, does God bless the wicked? It says God blesses all the wicked and the evil, but it also says he curses the evil. But it also says that, but then we can also see that he curses those considered blameless too, like Jesus. So it's like, what's the deal with this? So everyone's just cursed and blessed? Like, because, you know, God doesn't show favor? Well, yes, he does. He shows favor to his son and chosen and this and that. But it's like, if we don't step up and actually do the physical part
of the gospel, then what good is that? Just sitting around waiting and praying for change. It's like all words, no actions. You know what I mean? That's how it feels like sometimes. So I'm like, but then the scripture says like, oh, not by power and might, but by my spirit, says the Lord. So it's talking about like by the spirit will eventually, hopefully, change the people's actions. Like it'll change them in their spirit, and then they won't make such bad actions. That's what you're hoping for. But I mean, so you got to be like consistent and persistent and relentless in your encouraging and in your rebuking and just pointing out how nonsense these beings that are making wrong choices are, and how it's just gonna lead you to death, and it is leading you to death, and like there's nothing you can do to stop God's plan, and if you're doing evil, you're gonna go to death. There's nothing you can do about that. That's the way God's got it set up. So it's like love or hurt. Those are your options. It's not much of a choice. Do you want love and to be loved, or to hurt and to be hurt? You know, like it's supposed to be so simple of a no-brainer. It's supposed to be a no-brainer, but I know what I choose. I choose love, and you know, but then I'm like, how do I love in actions? Like something's gotta happen. Something big's gotta happen. You know, where we need those trumpets to go off. We need these angels to come, and we need those servants of God to cast the evil away. And then we need a new government set in place that is Jesus and His chosen running things properly. You know, for once. And then we need the peace on earth and the kingdom of heaven and all that. We need this to be fulfilled, and it requires patience as a fruit of the Spirit too. So I guess I just gotta be patient, kind, keep encouraging the fruits of the Spirit, you know, and not get wrapped up in the whole confusion in the philosophies of the precepts and the teachings. It's like, you know, obviously it goes against your instinct to not want to. If you're a good person, it goes against all your natural instincts to not act. Like to not step up in action to stopping evil. Like, you know, there's that part deep down inside you just wants to arrest them all. You want to arrest them all. Like, I want them all arrested. I want them all in jail and being preached to, and I want it being drilled into their heads all day. Goodness being relentlessly encouraged into their brains, this way that they're relentlessly pumping filth and discouragement and evil into people's brains. You want, you know, so to do that you need good programming. And you don't want it to be, you don't want to have to force and program them. You want it to be like a in their heart thing, that they actually have a good heart. That's why it says like that before the world can change, their hearts, men must change their hearts. Men and women, people must change their hearts before the world can change. But they don't want to, because it says they love the wicked ways. So it's like you're just in this annoyance. You're just in a constant pattern of annoyance where it's so frustrating. Where you're just waiting for these people to just like the people that just don't want to make the choice, the right choices, like the right choice and choices. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. But what can you do? But wait. So, yeah. So I just wanted to point that out to try to help you guys. It's like it's definitely challenging. You know, like it's not easy to repent and address these things, you know, but like I don't try to hide when I make mistakes. I make mistakes and then I have to confess them, and then hopefully, you know, God's faithful to forgive me in those things. And then it's just like, it's hard, you know what I mean? It's not easy to admit when you make a mistake or slip up when it comes to language or actions or whatever. Like, here's a for instance, like even just today, like I was just walking back from the Oshawa Center, and I was crossing the street. So I'm at a pedestrian, like literally the pedestrian crossing, where cars are supposed to stop for you
there's the lines across the road, there's signs, it says pedestrian crossing. So I'm waiting there because it's pretty busy. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll be patient because that's a fruit of the spirit, and I'll try to just wait for these cars to like thin out a bit. But then a car stops and he kind of waves me and lets me cross. So I'm like, oh, thanks, you know. Then a next car that's coming this way doesn't stop, and they're just like, and I'm like walking there, like, what are you doing? This is a pedestrian crossing, you know what I mean? So I'm like, so I basically like go like this to them, like, yo, you do not see the sign right there? I point out the sign, like, pedestrian crossing, and then it's a girl driving, and she's got her boyfriend or whoever in the passenger seat, and he gives me like a look, and he like gives me like a dirty look, and he like kind of like smirks, and then I'm like looking at him, like, yo, look at the sign, and then he's like, so I like basically jog past, and then he like looks, he's in the car window, I'm looking back at them like, yo, like, what's the deal with that? Like, no consideration whatsoever, like, pedestrian sign, like, you're like, I have the right of way to walk, like, you should know how to drive, you know what I mean? You shouldn't be driving if you don't know that. And then the guy like does like a hand gesture, like, oh, a sucking dick hand gesture, and I'm like, what a gay thing to do. But I was like, and then like I basically like, and then I thought about, I just kind of gave him a look, like, I just shook my head. But then so then I'm like, basically, and I have to repent for this because like it's hard. It says like, bless your enemies, love those who hate you, bless those who curse you. It's hard to do in the moment, you know. So when he did this gay hand gesture, sucking dick thing, then I basically went like this to him, like basically calling him a jerk off. You know what I mean? Being a jerk. You're being a jerk. Like, you're a jerk off kind of thing. I'm like, yeah, buddy. Like, you're a jerk off. And then like, and then he drove away, and then I flipped him off. You know what I mean? I flipped on the bird, because it's like what I usually, that's what I'm used to doing that. Like, if someone's a douche, being a douche in the moment, like, I try not to judge. I can address the behavior and be like, they're being a douche. It doesn't mean they are a douche, but they're being a douche at the moment. You know what I mean? Not judging. I'm identifying behavior. I'm not labeling them and as a judgment. I'm just pointing out the behavior. So I try to do that. But then when I walked off, you know, I had to think about it. I'm like, God, forgive me for this. See, like, even when I just go around people, like, they just bring it out in you, like that's why that one thing where I'm like, sometimes that the Grinch, sometimes I stay inside because it's just way too peoply out there. You know what I mean? Like, this is the first day that like the mask mandate is lifted and people can like walk around without their masks on. So I'm like, okay, let's go to the mall and like maybe see if I can actually see a few of these women's faces, because I'm a single guy, and I'm like, maybe I can go look for my single Christian girlfriend and wife, you know what I mean? Like, so I'm like, oh, go scope some girls, see if I see anyone attractive. And then like, you know, and then I was at the mall for a couple hours, didn't see a single woman I saw attractive, like found attractive at all. So I was like, that was discouraging. But I was like, maybe want to like move to Toronto or like a better looking city or a bigger city or something, because there's more women. But I was like, usually I'll see like one or two, you know what I mean, decent looking women, and I'm like, but then building up the courage and confidence to be able to go up to them and say anything to them when you're a stranger to them, it's like, you know, to establish any kind of rapport with any of these women is challenging. Yeah, and like, but either way, I didn't even see one, so that was disappointing. But at least I could see some people's faces. But then when I'm walking back, then, you know, and I got this girl that doesn't know how to drive, clearly, and just inconsiderate, people being inconsiderate, you know what I mean? And then so I was like, I had to repent for that, and so I confess it, you know. So I'm trying to work on it, you know. So then as I walked off, I was like, oh, I thought to myself, I caught myself though as I was thinking, you know, what a douche thing to do, like, what a douche, and like, what a gay thing to do too, like, why is a guy doing a hand gesture about sucking, like, you know, like sucking dick, like, who does that? Like, that's so gay. And then like, but it didn't make sense to me. I'm like, it's like, but either way, so then I had to apologize and repent, and then I found myself, you know, in my names being like, what an idiot, or what a douche, or this and that, you know, starting to try to, like, you know, but then I'm like, okay, don't let it drag on. It's past, you know. I'm across the street, they're gone, they're in the past, and try to bless them. So I was like, God, and I prayed for them. I said, God, forgive me for giving them the finger, and doing, the hand gestures that I did. Sorry for my anger. I pray for them that they learn consideration for others, and please bless those two that are in the car with some consideration. And then I said, and I apologized and I walked off. So it's like, and I try to let it go, not affect my whole day, but then I have to confess my sins, and when I do something that I feel like didn't sit well. So I'm trying to get better at it. So I thought about what I could do next time in a situation, and because it's like my go-to sometimes. I'll just like flip them the bird. My name's Jay, so like I'm not I'm named after a bird, but sometimes I do that. That's my go-to gesture, but I should. So I thought about maybe next time I can just go like that, enough of you kind of thing. You know what I mean? Instead of like a middle finger, like F you kind of thing, so, or calling him a jerk off or whatever, a jerk. But either way, so I tried to pray about it. I wanted to repent today. I am sorry, God. God knows I'm sorry. I'm sorry, God, and I hope that these teachings, about the false superheroes and idolatry and all these connecting Jesus to fabricated characters. These are all fake characters. This one in the middle right here, that's a real life Lord and Savior. Like not these fake guys. This one right here. So that's why I wear this shirt, just to point out who the real hero is, But I'm not trying to promote these guys. I rebuke these guys, like all these false things. So anyway, much love. God bless. Live to love to live. It's hard. It's challenging, especially when people are inconsiderate. It's tough, but and then I thank God for the opportunity to try to grow from that. I could view it as an issue and a problem today, or a learning experience and an opportunity to grow, and reflect. So I try to let it all go, reflect, thank God for it, and then repent and apologize for it as well, and that's all you can really do, So anyway, much love. God bless. Peace. And then, when you're in situations like that, it's like, I'll always run through the possibilities. You always run about what could I have done better in that situation, or what could I have done in that situation. I was like, so you find yourself coming to other conclusions, and so I'm like, what could I have done differently in that situation? Well, when they didn't slow down and just kept going, I could have just walked at a pace right in front of them, where it's like, okay, hit me if you're going to, where it basically would have forced them to stop or hit me, which then I could have but that's dangerous to my life. And then, or I could have sued them, you know what I mean? Because I'm clearly within my right to walk. I'm in a crosswalk, but that's risking my life. So I could have just, walked slowly, made them stop, basically by just getting in the way, you know what I mean? Or I could have done that, stopped right in front of them, made them come to a stop, or hit me, give them that option, and then if they stopped, then I could have jumped up on their, you're always thinking, could have jumped right up on their hood, smashed their car window in with my foot if I wanted to, then they probably drive off, but you know what I mean? Kick the side of their car, so then, they just rage at them, but I try not to go into fits of rage and stuff like that, because the Bible tells you not to, but you're thinking what could I have done in a different situation, you know what I mean? You don't, these people are yeah, big tough guys when you're in a car. It's easy to act because you think you're safe in your little world while you're in a car, but it's not. It's step out of the car. You're in the world, and there are consequences to your actions, car or not. You can get that oh, I'm untouchable because I'm in a car kind of thing. Oh, big tough guy driving by in a car. You know what I mean? It's easy to do that, but you don't see them getting out of their car and actually stepping to you. And because then it's a little more real, you know what I mean? You could come to a violent conflict, you can get your ass kicked for doing that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? But I try to be nonviolent, but I flipped them off and did this. And if he would have wanted to stop the car, he could have came out, and I would have probably gave him quite the I would have given him quite the lecture, like rebuking. And if he was Mr. Tough Guy, I probably would have kicked his ass. Like I'm not one to like back down and defending myself. Usually, like, it's hard to turn the cheek, but when I feel like especially when I feel like I'm in the right, someone's being a douche, like, I will usually. That's where I'm a little different from with Jesus. Like, there's only so much you can let someone beat on you. You know what I mean? To where you do have to use necessary force to kind of defend yourself in a situation. You don't just let people walk all over you. You know what I mean? But you're told to. Like, I try to do my best to, but, like, that's why I need forgiveness, because there's parts of me where it's like, I'm a pretty in-shape guy. You know what I mean? People can't always see it because of the way I dress. Like, if you're wearing a sweater or a jacket or something, but it's like, I work out quite a bit. And I have no doubt that when there's not many people that I come across, like, I'm like that I feel like I'm totally outmatched against, you know what I mean? Where I'm like, oh man, like, I'm scared of this guy. Like, he looks like a pretty good big guy. Like, it's like, not to brag or toot my own horn, but I do work out and I'm a pretty in shape guy. You know what I mean? Like, I'm weak in spirit. I try not to boast about being strong. I'm weak too. I'm in a weak, feeble human body, and it doesn't matter about size and all that. With weapons nowadays, you could be the smallest guy. It could be a little girl. It could be a little girl, and she could pull out a knife and shank you. One stab hole, you're dead. Or boom, a gun, boom, one shot, you're dead. You know what I mean? That's why these kind of things they're not wise for people to do that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like you push the wrong guy, being considerate of the wrong guy one time. Like, what if I would have had a gun on me as these guys just drove by and totally inconsiderate tried to hit me with their car? If I pull out a gun, boom, bust a shot right at their car. What do you think they would have thought of then? And they would have thought twice about ever doing that again. You know what I mean? But those are crazy thoughts. And there's only so much that people can let people abuse them and be inconsiderate pricks to them, to the point where you just feel like, fuck these people, and you snap on them. You know what I mean? Like, and that's more what I'm scared of in the world. Pardon my language. I'm trying not to swear, but it's like, there's, until you're like, F these people. You know what I mean? Like I get to that. That's what I'm more scared of with, like, when it comes to people, which is why I try to turn the cheek, and I have turned the other cheek before on numerous occasions, because I'm like, people are so, like, disrespectful, and there's only so much people can take until they lose it and they snap. You know what I mean? So, like, I've been like that for years, where I've been on edge with people, where I'm like, that's why I disassociate. I don't associate with, like, hardly anyone, because I don't want to snap and hurt some people. Because, like, I'm pretty on edge with people. Like, I'm like, I'm pretty on edge most of the time. And the only thing that keeps me away from going over the edge is my prayer to God, and asking God for forgiveness and stuff, and trying to do my best to follow Jesus' example. So I'm like, Jesus has saved some people in that way without them even knowing it. He saved your life. Like, there's a few people that have been rude to me, where it's like, if I didn't have the morals of Jesus and follow that way, I could have easily lost my mind and offed a few of you people already. That's where I'm at. Like, I get to that point sometimes where I'm like, you know what? Why should I be considerate of these people that aren't considerate of me? Are they really? Is this, like, I try to follow the gospel, like, love all others as yourself. These people don't live like yourself. Your thoughts are not my thoughts. Your ways are not my ways. So it's like, you could try to act all lovey-dovey, but reality, like I said, we're in a competitive world where people are competing for mates, space, resources, things like that. Not everyone's love do unto others as you would have done unto you. So when it comes down to it, you just got to do your best to, regardless. But if you're a believer, you know what I mean. But it's not easy, because there's a part of me that's like, there's only so much of this I can take. Where it's like, you just want to rip off your shirt and start hulking on these people. You know what I mean? Like, literally, where it's like, that's the way I feel sometimes. You know what I mean? And I am a big enough guy and a strong enough guy that I could easily, like, you know what I mean? Like I said, I don't like to brag and toot my own horn, but it's like, I don't pride myself in fighting, and I haven't, I'm not about getting into fights and stuff like that, but I can't think of a time when I've lost a fight. I don't get in many, but I've never lost one when I have. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a pretty solid, strong guy. You know what I mean? And you know, my strength comes from God. I boast in the Lord. So if I'm in the right, and then I rely on God to give me the strength to overcome spiritually or physically, depending on whatever situation I'm in. The Lord is my strength. So that's the warning that I give to people. It's like, yo, if you don't want to be in the wrong, breaking law, and step to a lawful person who has God and is in the right, they're going to triumph and become victorious. God will bless them in all they do. So that's how I feel a lot of times. Like, I try not to boast in my own strength. Like, you know, like the one scripture, for physical is of limited use, but godly exercise is useful in this life and the one to come, eternal life. You know what I mean? So, like, I try to boast in the Lord, where I'm like, yo, like, that's my warning to people. I'm like, yo, it's just like kind of like the two witnesses thing, where it's like, you know, anyone who steps to them will get burned. You know what I mean? Like, that's the vibe that I get sometimes, where I'm like, yo, if someone's breaking the law and being like, breaking the laws of not loving, like, those are God's laws, to love God and love all others as yourself. So you have to love people to do that, and you have to love God to love people, and you have to love people to love God. So if you're not doing that and you're breaking those laws, plus you're breaking man's laws, like how they were, like, driving through a pedestrian stop sign, like, it's a pedestrian walk. The pedestrians have the right of way. So if you're being inconsiderate and you're breaking law, not giving them the right of way, and you're breaking the law of not loving, you're breaking God's law and man's law, then if it comes down to a situation, you're not going to triumph and come out on top on that. You know what I mean? Without some injustice on your side. You know what I mean? But, like, I believe in God, so I believe, like, God, like it says, he'll, you know, the wicked will be their destruction. You know, so it's like, so I leave it in God's hands. But I try not to curse them. I repent, and then I, you know, prayed for them, and I tried to bless them, you know. But then there's that human part of me where it's like, oh man, wish that guy, I wish he would, kind of thing. You know, I wish he would have just stepped out of his car. You know what I mean? Like, come step to me and, like, man to man, have a talk with me, instead of driving by with your little hand gestures and shit, while you feel all safe in your car and acting big in front of a girl. You know what I mean? Like, either way, like, you know, it's, who knows, maybe he'll come across seeing this video, and, you know, it's not right to do that. That behavior is inappropriate, but so is mine. So I have to repent for that. You know what I mean? And I know that, you know, other cars probably could have been watching that as I crossed, so, like, they probably would have seen me doing the gesture, reacting. You know what I mean? I don't like giving people power over my reactions. I should have controlled myself better. You know what I mean? I shouldn't let them push me to stooping back to a low level, flipping them off and stuff like that. So it's like, that can affect every single person. I know that. So, like, anyone that was driving by, they could have been having a bad day. They could have seen, look at this guy. Like, even the driver that told me to walk, he stopped so I could walk. Then he sees a next car go to hit me. Then he sees, like, me flip him off. He could have been like, whoa, look at these guys. Don't even stop for the guy. And or he could have been like, oh, look at these guys flipping each other off in conflict. Like, why am I even being nice to people when they aren't even nice to each other, kind of thing. You know what I mean? So, like, I know everything can affects each other. You know, I know the connection, so I need to be more aware of it in the moment and do my best to not react in anger or violence and stuff like that. Like, you know, so, and I repent for when I do. You know what I mean? I try not to. Sometimes it is hard when you're like, people, like I said, it's just, sometimes I just stay inside because it's way too peoply out there. It's just like, it's just pushing you, you know what I mean? It's like the devil's just trying to push you, you know what I mean? Like, you could be having a good day, living according to the Lord, trying to help people. Devils could be witnessing that, and they could just want to turn your whole mood around, you know what I mean? So they could just throw a person in your way like that, you know what I mean? Like, just to try to throw you off course. You know what I mean? And if you don't react to it properly, it can throw you off the path for the day. You know what I mean? So I try not to do that. I try to, you know, bless, like I said, God, please bless them in your son Jesus' name, with some consideration for others and some consideration for your laws, the laws of love. Help me to be more aware of your laws and to obey your commandments and your instructions, to turn the other cheek, to bless those who curse me, to, you know, love those who consider me an enemy. I don't consider anyone my enemy, except for the enemy, which is the devil, which you've made very clear is the enemy, the devils, the evils. But like I said, they view us as enemies. I try not to view anyone else as my enemy. I view them all as a part of myself. Even though I don't have any fellowship with devils and the evils, and they're not existing in me or in God and all that, they're said to be dead and like all that, judged and all that. But still, so I need to confess these things, get it off my chest. That's why I do these things, so that the traumas and these instances don't build up and get me so angry where I just like hulk on someone. But there are times when you're like, yo, these people are pushing, these devils and these people are just, pushing buttons all day, bunch of keyboard warriors, a bunch of tough guys in their cars, flipping you off, kind of thing, you know what I mean? Like, but I try not to let it affect my spirit and the love, my love for people. We don't always make the best decisions all the time. People make mistakes, so I try to be forgiving, but it's not easy. But I encourage you to do the same. Please, God, forgive me. Please, Jesus, forgive me. I could have done better in that situation, but hopefully you can see that I do my best, and I know you heard my prayer earlier, and you hear this prayer now. So much love. God bless. I'm warning people of things of biblical proportion, like New Era hats, how 666 is in New Era hats on Beats by Dre, which spells beast. It's on Beats by Dre. They're putting those on their heads. Fox, Fox, spells it equals 666, F equals 6, O 15, 1 plus 5, that's 6, X, 24th letter, 2 plus 4, that's 6. So Fox spells out 666, and then like they have Fox hats where they're putting the word Fox on your head. They're partnered with Monster energy drinks, which is Hebrew numerals for 666. They're putting it in. There's tons of things. And it's part of 6. It's part of XXX, like for porn, which represents the lusts and sins. SIX, SIX, SIX. It spells out. Spell it out, you know what I mean? 666 is part of 666, and then XXX equals 666. Because like I said, 24, 2 plus 4 is 6, so an X represents 6. That's why you see it on all these products. Like they'll put it on tons of products. Look at that. X, X, X. And then look there. 6, 6, 6. There's even ones, and then I'm pointing this stuff out to people. Where's my love? I don't see how that's not going viral. I don't see how that's not the whole world's like, yo, there's this guy with a signet Jesus Christ ring with his name in it. He comes in the name of the Lord, and he's giving. God is clearly warning the whole world of all these people putting sixes on their heads all over the world. But why is that not on the news? Why is that not being taken to? Has the Christian community not made it viral yet? That doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Because a prophet's not recognized in his hometown and home country, maybe. You know what I mean? But either way, it's I'm literally to the point where I'm like, yo, do I got to start putting up flyers all over my community, like the lost pet signs, sticking them on every pole with a picture of New Era hats. Do not put these on your head. 6s on your head. Beats by Dre headphones on your head. 666. message brought to you by 2Js. Like, what do I have to do to get through to you people? Like, go do a demonstration in a public place, like, where there's a large crowd, and, like, burn all my New Era hats, like, all my New Era hats on, like, in front of everyone to exaggerate so they get the seriousness of this. You know what I mean? But it's like, so, like, from my point of view, it's like, yo, I claim to love God, but I also love my brothers and sisters. By lovingly rebuking them and then lovingly warning them, I show love to the whole world. You know what I mean? I've never clicked dislike on a single YouTube video. You know what I mean? Like, that's the kind of person I am. I'm just like, yeah, I don't see anyone loving me as a brother. You know what I mean? Like, I got my family and my mom and a few people that, like, love me as, like, family, but when it comes to, like, the Christian community, like, you guys don't love me. You're not loving me. A lot of you are, like, so set in your false ways that you're, like, try to rebuke me when I clearly have the signs that show that I'm of God, and I speak the words that clearly show I'm of God and sent from God. Yeah, you guys try to, like, oh, you put up a twerking video. Yeah, that's what you have to do. You have to show. You have to show the. It's like I'm come to call the. It's the sick that need a doctor. I've come to call. You think I've come to call the righteous? I came to call the sinners. You know what I mean? So it's like those are the ones I'm trying to get through to. You know what I mean? Like, those are the kind of people you need to fish for. And then you're also, I'm putting out large doses of filth so that people can see. This is what filth looks like. You know what I mean? I'm exaggerating it. It's satire. Like, what the... You know what I mean? Like, it's a strategy. And it's like, that's what I literally have to resort to get through to people, because, like, you're just not taking... You guys are so used to brainwash falseness. So you don't take to righteousness and stuff that's actually true. You want everything to be la-di-da-da-da. We're all going to heaven, when it's not like that. Most of you have 6 on your head. And 6s on your heads, and you're watching porn, you're putting 6s in your head, you're wearing Beats by Dre hats, you got 6 Beats by Dre headphones, you got 6s on your head, you're wearing New Era hats, you got 6s on your head. Don't want to hear that? Too bad. It's true. Take a look on the inside of your hats, take a look at your headphones, take a look at the filth you're watching. You know what I mean? That's it. Look at the beers you're drinking. A lot of the beers, 6% beers. So it says 666. You get a pack of 6. Take a look at all those cans. Line up 3 of them. You'll see 6% beers. Oh, it says 666 on this product. Oh, look at the outside of the 6-pack. 6-packs lined up in the beer store, at Walmart, at LCBO liquor stores. You'll see going right across the shelf. 666. Boom. It's plain, you know what I mean? Pick your poison. That's what it is. So that's toxic. So, like, you know, you want to try to act like you're, like, righteous and good. Why aren't you supporting a loving person? A loving Christian, like, such as myself, and who's warning people? Like, you know, like, why hasn't it gone viral? You guys make the stupidest shit go viral all over the world. Oh, Gangnam Style, or oh, this stupid song, or oh, this stupid dance, or whatever. You know what I mean? All this stupid dumbass shit goes viral of people, like, you know. But then, like, when it comes down to, like, a serious thing that has to do with saving your souls, and the hard evidence is bang in your face. Can't deny it. It's undeniable. I got physical evidence. I'm up to 10,000 pictures. 10,000 pictures from like thousands of movies and products, of screenshots, pictures, hard physical evidence where you can see, just like I showed you right here. Boom. 6. How are you going to deny that? You can't. It's there. I'm showing you. It's bang in your face. You know what I mean? I'm showing you this stuff. And it's, why has it not gone viral? Why? That makes no sense. How are you people of God, 2 billion Christians, yet I'm like, my subscribers are going up, surprisingly. I'm like, you know, I'm up to like 150, just over 150 subscribers. That's great. You know, I'm getting up there. Like, so obviously, you know, like Jesus said, the sheep know my voice. You know what I mean? But like when I'm like living proof that if, like, I'm living proof that if Jesus were here right now and came back, you people wouldn't even recognize him or love him. Most of you wouldn't even recognize him. Like, what if it were me right here, and I've been here for years warning you? You know, speaking the exact same messages. What if it's his spirit in me right now, speaking the exact same things, the Spirit of God, giving you all the warnings, fulfilling prophecies, and none of you guys have even taken to it. And I've been here for years, waving at you. And, like, you know, I've taken pictures where I look like, you know, I even look like him. I'll dress up like him and stuff like that. I'm not saying I am. I'm just saying if I were, how in trouble are you guys? You know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, you're in big trouble, because, like, you won't even, that, from my point of view, it says in the Bible scriptures, if you claim to love God, yet you don't love your brothers, then you're a liar. I'm a brother. You're not loving me. You're not taking to me, so you're liars. So, unless you do. So, that's plain, and that's simple. The scriptures make that very clear. So, I don't understand it. It's like, it's exactly like the scriptures say, though. You have eyes, but you don't. They have eyes, but they don't see. They have ears, but they don't hear. Their mind will hear, but it won't ever comprehend. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, and it trips me out. Like, it trips me right out. I'm like, how are these people not getting it? How do they not listen? How are they not seeing this? Why is this not being supported and spread? Why is the truth being rejected? Why is it not being taken to? This is revelation from God being given to the whole world. No one's like, the truth and revelations being given through me, who has a signet ring where my name is in the name of the Lord, connected to a 2. I live at 2 Olive. I've dressed in sackcloth for 3.5 years, over 3.5 years, and no one is even listening. It's a joke. The scriptures are being fulfilled right before your very eyes. I'm pointing things out plain as day. You know what I mean? Like, and no one's taking to it. So how am I supposed to believe that you guys are of God at all? It's just like Jesus said, you're all children of your father the devil, or you'd be loving me. You don't love me. If you're not loving me, then you're not of God at all, because people of God love people, and then they also love their brothers. So it's like, you guys don't. So, like, it's like you're liars. You're a bunch of liars. You're a bunch of false prophets. That's why I was saying that. Like, that's why, like, Elijah must have felt like that, where he's like, yo, I'm the only one left. Like, you guys don't. you guys don't love me. Like, you're like, you know, you're chasing me out of the city, and I'm hiding in a cave. You know what I mean? For 3.5 years, basically. And it's like, you guys don't get it. Like, you just, what don't you get about how serious this is? About how serious I'm being? About how serious the message that you guys have 666 on your head is? New Era hats. Look on the inside of them. Even the F in 50, 950, there's F on all of them. F is 6, like I said. So there's a 6. There's things like that all over products. Boom. Here's an X. There's the 6, pointing it out. Connecting. X, 6, X, 6. Look at New Era hats. 5950, there's an F. There's the 6. There's the F. There's the 6. There's the F. There's the 6. It's like, there's even ones on products like this where they'll, like, not the 9s, you know what I mean? 9s are upside down, 6s. There's even things on products that say, like, 6 equals 9. And they're, like, pointing it right out in your face. You know what I mean? Heineken beers, look at it. There's a satanic star. Flip it upside down. You'll see there's a 5-point satanic star. You don't even have to flip it over. You just tilt your head a little to the left or the right. You can see, oh, there's the satanic star right there. Oh, look at that. There's a 6 right beside it on the 6-packs. Look along the row in the beer store or Walmart or, like I said, the liquor store. You see, oh, there's a satanic star. There's a satanic star. There's a satanic star. Oh, there's a 6. There's a 6. There's a 6. It's like, then you look at it, and then there's, like, even more obvious. Like, you look at, like, all the alcohols that have devil written right on them, you know, like, even demons right on them. The cinnamon liquor there, the what's it called there, Fireball, and Vex has the V horns on the V, like, and then like they're all connected to the devil. Like it's all devil symbolism, and there's sixes all over these cans and bottles and packages. Like, you can't deny it. I'm showing you physical evidence. How are you gonna deny it? What, am I crazy? Am I delusional and seeing all these things? Are they not right in front of, bang, right in your face? Like showing you pictures of evidence, physical, hard evidence. You know what I mean? Like I said, like look at the Royale ones. Boom, it's right in the symbol. There's even one hidden in the actual Royale logo. Like there's a boom, swoop, 6, and then same thing. You know, red 6s. Boom, 666. Turn the thing. You'll see it. It's on 6-pack toilet paper, 6-pack this, 6-pack that. Everything. Like it's all over everything, and you guys are all putting it in your head. Drinking it. You're drinking it. You're putting it in your head. You're putting it in you're watching porn. You're putting that in your head through your eyes. You're putting products you're taking to. You're putting hats that have 666 on your head. You're like, it's like, yo, like, yeah, like, how do you not get it? Like, most of you got the mark on you. Most of you. There's a whole ton of you out there that have the mark. You've put, like, I've done it before when I didn't know that. I have pictures of me with new hats. That's why I'm wearing sackcloth repenting, and I don't wear them anymore. You know what I mean? Like, because it's like, you know. And then there's things like this where I got, like, you know, the J's logo right in the background. That could be God making mention of my name with the Canadian flag right there. Boom. He made mention of me before I was even born. T.O. Toronto, Jays. It's the one baseball team in the world right now. Canadian baseball team. The only Canadian one. Boom, to the world. And it's a bird. And it's, boom, which is connected to a raven. And then it's of the corvid line family of birds. And then there's scriptures that talk about bird of prey. And it's like, I'm from North America. America's bird is the eagle, which is a bird of prey, but then even a blue jay could be considered a bird of prey because they prey on other little birds. But also, if you think about the play on words, it's a bird of prey. So, like, there's other birds, like such as eagles and falcons and things like that, that prey on blue jays. So that would be a prey. Bird of prey. It's prey. It's a bird of prey. You see what I'm saying? Like the play on words. So it's like, and then I'm from the north. I'm from the coastlines of the United States. Going the northeast. Toronto is of the northeast. You know what I mean? And then I'm right along the coastlines. My name is right there. The St. Lawrence. Lawrence is right there. Hollywood's clearly mocking Jay. Hunger Games. Mockingjay. Who? Jay Lawrence is the Mockingjay. My name's Jay Lawrence Johnson. J. Law Johnson. And then Lawrence. Right by the St. Lawrence River. Right by St. John's. Going right across the east coast of Canada. Right along the border of the United States. Which is like basically like modern day Babylon. And boom, there's my name. From Toronto all the way to St. John's. You see J. Lawrence Johnson going right across the whole area, and all these people have these hats with my name on them. J. They're all wearing Blue Jays hats all the way across Canada. J, and it's like, you know, and then you see them. They're trying to make me the city that God's revealed me through. They're trying to call that the 6 to try to make me. So like J, the Toronto J is connected to the 6, so they're trying to connect me to the 6. Like, my number is the 6. It's the number of a man, all that. I have a signet ring with my name in it. I come in the name of the Lord. You could see that. Like, 2 J's. And I know what it means. I got the white stone with an inscription in it. With a new name that is known to me. I know what it means. None of you clearly do. Yet. I've told you, but you can't receive it. You can't understand it. It means second Jesus as your Savior. Which means I second Jesus as your Savior. And then our is in yours, so I second Jesus as our Savior. I'm seconding it, which means I'm witnessing and testifying to that. But then I'm also doing my best to imitate Him and second Jesus as a savior, to try to second him as a savior. That doesn't mean I'm Jesus. That doesn't mean I'm Christ. But I come in his name, and I got the signet ring. That's a stamp of approval, of authority that shows. And then like it's the white stone with a name in it. Just like it says in Revelation, the overcomer will be given a white stone with a new name and an inscription. I've got that. So, and here I am, trying to warn the whole world. Yet you won't receive me. You won't receive me. And it says there's scriptures connected to the signet ring where it says like about Zerubbabel and the 2 olive trees, and it says like, right at the end of the Old Testament, I will send you the prophet Elijah. And unless he will turn the hearts, lest I will strike the earth with a curse. Boom, there's 6s going all over the place. Everybody 6 feet apart. Coronavirus, 666 signs all over the place. Curse, 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 curse all over the earth. Whole world's being cursed. You're not taking to the message. You're not taking to it. So God's going to keep. I was just rebuked. In my last video, I just rebuked BC because they put a slide of genitalia having sex in a children's park. That's clearly going to encourage pedophilia, and pedophilia and kidnapping is clearly an issue in the world, and that's just going to encourage it. And they're putting it in a children's park. Like, how deviant and messed up do you have to be? You know what I mean? Like, and then it's like they think it's like clever or funny, like, oh look, you put this together and that together and a kid pops out. It's so deviant. Like, that's like the number one area where like kids get scooped up is at parks, national parks, children's parks. So why are you putting like things that are gonna plant sex in adults' heads and like kids' heads and just stuff like that in parks? You know what I mean? And then I just rebuked it, and then BC's getting slammed with weather, floods, and it's getting smited. Clearly getting rebuked and smited. Like, think about it. I'm rebuking something, and then it's getting smited. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I have a song that likens me to a tempest and a storm. Like, you guys don't get scripture. You don't think, you didn't think that God, that I was actually going to come? You didn't think I was actually going to be sent? You didn't think it said, the word, you do not believe the word? God said he's going to send you, He said he's going to send me. He said I'm going to come. So, I'm here. Hello. Hi. Why are you guys not loving and taking to me? I do not understand. I cannot recognize you as a person and a brother or sister of God if you do not. Because you're supposed to recognize the Holy Spirit in someone. You're supposed to have, if you have the same spirit, you'd be like, yo, this guy's like rebuking all the authorities and the evil, and he's showing us all the truth. God's clearly doing that through him. Like, he has a signet ring. He lives at 2 olive, which is the connection to the 2 olive trees. He's dressed in sackcloth. He's repenting, which means he's not claiming to be sinless, or he's not claiming to be Jesus or God. Like, he's just clearly promoting himself as a sinner, as a repentant sinner, and which is a saint. All saints are repentant sinners. So, is it like people nervous that I'm showing them the false signs and wonders that will even deceive the elect? These aren't false signs and wonders. These are legit. How could you call this a false? False. There's a 6. There's a 6. There's a 6. How is that false? Me pointing that out. How is me showing you? Look. How is me showing you a signet ring? That clearly, a Jesus Christ signet ring. That clearly has 2 J's written in it. White stone with an inscription. Boom, you can see that, can you not? Boom, ambergram signet ring. 1 ring, 2 messages. It even connects the 1 to 2 there. 2 messages, and it says Jesus is the only way, and the way of salvation is Christ. It's like, and then like, how is that a false sign? it's not to the extent where I'm like healing lepers or, you know, that like I'm not doing major healings or I'm not, you know, making blind men see literally, but the word that I'm speaking, that God's speaking through me, is helping people that are choosing to, that don't have eyes to see. It's helping them see. You know, so I'm helping them people hear and see. You know, like maybe not like physically, literally, like rubbing mud on their eyes, not in the exact same way that Jesus did and does, but nonetheless, you know. So I have, obviously, clearly, I have a love for God and helping people, or I wouldn't be speaking to you right now. You know what I mean? I don't care about the recognition and stuff as far as like praise for myself. I don't care about that, but I do care about it as far as it's necessary to get the message out. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? Like, if I put it out there anyway, and whatever, I don't care. Like I said in the previous video, it doesn't matter to me if I die and then people receive it. You know what I mean? I don't care if I receive any kind of glory from humans in this life, but either way, God's clearly chosen me and given me glory to share in His glory. And when He appears, I'll share in that glory with Him, and I'll appear with Him too. So, you know what I mean? And it's like, but yeah, like, it's just very obvious things where it's like, you know, God's using me to speak. He's speaking things in ways that it's just unprecedented things. It's never been presented and seen like this before. You know what I mean? Like, like even the play on words and things that He does through me. It's like clearly beyond human comprehension and word use. You know what I mean? Like, there's no one who's used phrases the way that I've used them, that God's spoken them through me. Like, I've said one single sentence that has, like, you can have 10 different meanings. Love in my heart I'm making for you. Love in my art I'm making for you. Music, us in the word mic. Music, it's us in a mic. No one's ever, that's like an international level quote right there. Like, how is that not news? Like, yo, look at how this guy just broke down the word music. No one's ever done that in history before. That's my quote. That's a 2J's J. Johnson thinking ahead quote straight from the big guy upstairs, God. You know, I have so many things that, like, prove and point to who I am. And, like, who I am, the name, who I am. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, that's the thing. Jesus said, when I am in the world, I am the light of the world. Jesus is in the world in spirit, but He's not in the world physically right now. I am. I am in the world. So, therefore, I am the light of the world right now. He's made me a light. The scriptures concerning me says, oh, it is too little of a thing for you to be my servant. So he's basically saying that I will rule with Him. And that's what a signet ring is. It's someone who's in position of power and authority until the king, in the king's stead, while he's not there. You know what I mean? So that's basically what a signet ring symbolizes. Well, you know, I just don't understand. Like, you guys don't take to His signet ring what's going to make me or God and Jesus believe that you will even take to them when they arrive and show up. You don't even respect the authority that He's put in place right in front of your very eyes, and He's given signs. You know what I mean? So, like I said, you know, like, what if He's revealing His Spirit through me? You know, as a Christ-anointed, a Christ-like anointed vessel. Christ means Christos, which means anointed. So there's been other anointed, chosen people by God. You know what I mean? That He's chosen throughout the ages. You know, and so clearly, that's what He could be doing and is doing with me. You know what I mean? But people don't You guys aren't loving me. You're not. Some people are starting to take to it a little bit and get it, but it's like I've been here for years. It's been like such a struggle for me, and I'm like, yo, where's all my Christians at? Where are they at? Where are all these so-called Christians? Where are you guys at? Where are all the believers? Where are all my fellow believers? You know what I mean? I don't see them. Why aren't these messages gone viral? If you're of the same spirit, you'd want to warn the whole world of that too. You'd be like, yo, look, this guy, look, 666 is on hats. Don't put this on your head, guys. That's not newsworthy that people are putting 666 on their heads all over the world. How is like this content not internationally worthy of recognition? It's biblical. It's of biblical proportions. So that doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. A tree is known by its fruit. So you guys are showing your lack of fruit, and I'm showing that I'm blossoming with tons of fruit. You know, like God's doing that. He's boom. There's nothing. I don't have to worry because there's nothing that you guys can do. There's nothing the devils and the evils can do to stop God's plan from coming to pass. There's nothing that anyone can do to stop the truth from going out and coming to pass. It's going to happen. So all they can control is whether they receive the individual testimony or not and follow or not. Other than that, you're not going to stop it. That's why it says like it's like the conqueror on the white horse, things like that. Like I'm conquering. I don't care who's trying to stop me. It doesn't matter. I'm conquering. Like I'm like that like I said, I can't be stopped. I got a song that says "Can't be stopped, witches, can't be stopped," and like you know, I got this CFL thing. Like it says LCF right here on this on my footrest. I put my feet. I rest my feet. I've made God's put Lucifer right under my feet. This is my footrest. It says LCF right on it for Canadian Football League, but it also LCF Lucifer. Ooh, I got my feet sitting on this every day. You know what I mean? Like it's like it just shows. It's like, yo, you guys don't even recognize. You guys don't even recognize a king when you see him. You guys don't even recognize a prince, a true prince or a true king when you see him. That's what this shows. So like what makes you think that you would recognize Jesus when you see him? You don't even recognize who he chooses and sends. You don't recognize. You don't. You guys like to try to act. You act like you do very well. You know what I mean? You act like you get it, and you act like you know what you're talking about. You know, like you don't. You clearly don't. So because you're not loving me. I can't believe that you know me, God or Jesus, until you prove otherwise by receiving me. Unless you do. All you're doing is of Satan. You don't because you're not taken to the truth. So that's it. Like it's like yo, like Jesus is saying, even when Jesus was saying, "I am the truth, I am the way, I am the life, I am the light of the world, I am the breath of life." I could say all those same things. I could say every single thing. I'm the bread of life. I am the light of the world. I'm in the world, so I'm the light of the world. I'm the bread of life. Take me in. I'm the living water. You know, I am the living water. I am the bread of life. It's because when I say that, and when Jesus said that, I am is a name for the Father. God's called I am. He said, I am who I am. So he goes by I am. So when Jesus says I am the bread of life, that could be a general statement of him just pointing out that I am is the bread of life. That may not be a statement and a claim that he's claiming that he is. He could be claiming, he's saying, I'm sent from the Father. I am the bread of life. I am the living water. I am this. I am that. And he said, but then he also said things that made it very clear where he's like, whoever receives me will live and stuff like that. But I could say the same thing too. You know what I mean? I could claim all the same things. I could claim all the same things, except that Jesus. The only thing that I couldn't claim that wouldn't be true is that I couldn't say I'm the only begotten Son of God, because I'm not. That's Jesus. Jesus is the only begotten Son of God, and He's the Christ. So He's the only one who could say that and have that be true, because I'm not a begotten Son, because I was born through human parents and not begotten through God and a virgin in a holy way through the Spirit. You know what I mean? I have human parents, but that doesn't mean that I'm still not a son of God and a child of God. You know, I've been baptized, I've accepted the Holy Spirit, I've testified and confessed with my mouth, and then I walk the walk every day. I don't drink, I don't fornicate, I don't do any of that stuff anymore. I'm improving constantly in the Spirit. The Spirit's improving me. And I give all glory to God, the Father, just as Jesus did. You know, like, and then I give glory to the Son too. I give glory to the Father for the Son Jesus, for His Son. And then I do my best to be just like that, just like them, and to do my best to be as similar to them as possible. You know, and I'm clearly, I'm like, it's a trip. I guess I'm just waiting. Like, no one can obviously lift that veil from you guys and help you see and take to me, except for God, in the appropriate time when He wants it to happen. You know what I mean? But it's like, I feel like they're suppressing the truth. Like, they're like, all the people on the computer, like, that are monitoring through like Apple and Microsoft and all that and the internet, they're blocking my stuff. I feel like they're not even putting content out. Like, I'm like, half the time I'm like, yo, can someone comment and just let me know that they're witnessing this? Like, are you seeing what I'm sharing? Like, I need a few people to let me know that. You know what I mean? Because but then even that, like, they could have their people type, oh, I see it, just so that I think that people are seeing it, when really they may not. They might just be suppressing what I'm trying to share, because I can clearly see they're blocking a lot of my stuff. Even when I comment on videos, I was like pointing some of this stuff out, and I'm like, I don't know if I know some YouTube channels need to approve of comments for them to show up on the channel, kind of thing. So, but I'm posting comments and like they're not showing up on the channel on the YouTube video. Like, they're not letting my comments show. So I'm like, yo, like, the government's blocking my Facebook, and they're like taking videos down from my channel, and like things that are rebuking like pedophilia and stuff like that. Like, it's really, really, God's making it super obvious through me. You know what I mean? So they're like, yo, we got to suppress this prophet, this person of God. You know what I mean? He's testifying to the prophecies. You know what I mean? And then I'm not switching the prophecies. I elaborate on the word that's in the Bible, and I use my gift of interpretation that God's given me to shed light on the Bible and the prophecies that are there. I'm not switching them. Things that are key in the scriptures, like about Jesus sitting at the right hand of the Father and things like that. Like, I'm not changing any of those prophecies. You know what I mean? And you know, the only thing is that I'm doing is pointing out the prophecies concerning me. That I'm saying, these are being fulfilled. This is being fulfilled. This has been fulfilled. This has been fulfilled. I'm fulfilling this. I've fulfilled this. And then there's ones there I'm like, I'm trying my best to. You know what I mean? And God knows my heart, so He knows I'm trying to. And even if He didn't choose me to fulfill that prophecy through me, He knows I'm still trying for Him. And that's what Jesus apparently did too. Like, you could just tell, it was like, yo, he was trying to fulfill the prophecies. He was being who the Bible was telling him to be, who God is telling you to be. That's what you're supposed to be doing. The Bible directs you to be this kind of person. Like, you know what I mean? So you're supposed to, but then you're not supposed to fake that you're chosen. You know, God gives you some sort of signs. And I've had direct interactions where God's let me know and sent me back, and then also given great signs. You know what I mean? And like, that's why I get sometimes I'm like, I get a little nervous because it talks about the false prophet and the Antichrist having false signs and wonders too. But I have like legit signs and evidence, and I rebuke all that stuff. Plus, I know the love in my heart. You know what I mean? So I don't have to worry about that. You know what I mean? So it's like that in that way, I get that, like the whole love casts out. Perfect love casts out fear kind of thing. Like, but like I said in my fear going against God video. You know what I mean? It's not God himself that you fear. It's going against him that you fear. You know what I mean? When you're not, then you don't fear him and his character, because you know they love you, and you know, like, you see their love for you. It's in you. You know what I mean? Like, anyway, much love. I'm just watching. I'm like, how long? How much longer, God? How much longer until you open all the brothers and sisters' eyes? Like, I'm waiting for that day, the day where it's like, yo, like, I have that song where I'm like, they wanna stop me, but they don't. They wanna top me, but they won't. They wanna stop me because they know I'm gonna make it on my own. You know, I'm not signing up with them. And if it's God's will for this to finally go viral, I feel like it'll be like bang. Once it does, boom, explosion all over the whole world. People will see, like, yo, look at this huge dose. And that's all it takes sometimes. It can take one person. God can take one musician, one person, one servant to affect others and the whole culture of the entire world. Look at how much Jesus changed the whole world. It could take, and that's why that's why the devil worries about that. The devil worries about people like me. One person that God can choose that people will relate to and see the truth through. And they'll be like, whoa, look at how much God's using this guy. Look at how much this guy's rebuking stuff that we haven't been seeing for years. You know what I mean? Like, all it takes is one culture person. And I'm not saying I'm trying to be an idol. I'm not about idolatry. I'm just a servant. You know, so I am who God says I am. You know, like, I am who God makes me and chooses me to be. And apparently he's chosen me to be his signet ring and come in his name and his son's name. So that's who I am. You know, like, anyway. 2J's, what up? Where's my love, brothers and sisters? Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's all my likes? Where's my subscribes? Where are the other people that are servants spreading this to share it with people that there's sixes in New Era hats? Where are you? Where is it? Why isn't it gone viral? Why am I not, like, internationally known yet? You know what I mean? Like, how? How is it not? Like I said, there'll be like the dumbest shit going viral because the world receives dumb things of the world. That, if anything, that's what kind of makes me, I think I'd be more nervous if I was received by the world. You know what I mean? Like, I'd be like, because they don't recognize, the world recognizes its own. They don't recognize a person of God. So that makes me realize where I'm like, good, these people are like hating on me. They see, like, some of the comments that some people will say to me, like some people, one guy like commented, he's like, you're gonna burn like garbage and you're like trash and all this, and I'm like, yo, like, look at these guys, like, hating so hard, like, you're gonna go to hell and burn and you're trash and oh this and that, and like, I'm like, I love you, I pray for this guy, God, and I'm like, just responded in love. You know what I mean? And then he deleted his comments and stuff, you know what I mean? Like, and it's like, you should see some of the hate and that I've dealt with, where I'm like, that shows that makes me, I know I'm blessed, because like I'm being hated on by, I'm not being received by the world. That's a sign that you're of God. That's why it's like, I'm glad like half the time, you know, but then at the same time it's still a trip, and I have to point it out, where I'm like, yo, this is tripping me out. How is the world not taking to this if they're claiming to be Christian? You know what I mean? It's like how it's so like hypocrite. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's so contrary, because it's just like the Bible says about, it's just like the United States, how they're like, oh, we're a Christian nation, and why are you spreading Satanism? Your fruits prove otherwise. Why are you spreading war? Why are you pro-violence? Why are you putting out shows called Lucifer? Why are you always promoting things to do with evil being good and good being evil? And promoting that they're equal, and promoting equality. And equality of genders, and equality of, like, you know, like, It's all false. Like, Hollywood can be seen, and celebrities can be seen praying publicly against my name, and this is the end. Which, even when you look at like the Hunger Games posters with Jennifer Lawrence, Jay Lawrence, she's got the bow and arrow, which is connected to a prophet. It talks about like bow and arrow, and the overcomer will have a bow in his hand, and this and that.
It says J.
In joints.
In joints.
It says J in J's.
Then, and then, like, it also talks about a white horse. Well, I'm from Oshawa, and like, there was a pony, a horse, a white horse that was taken around Oshawa all the time back in the day. That tons of people from Oshawa know what I'm talking about. That we would always get pictures on when we were a kid. You could pay and get a picture on this white horse. And it's a pony or a whatever, a smaller, but it's still a horse. And then, and that was like when I was a kid. It wasn't like I planned that, you know what I mean? So I have like pictures of me on this white horse when I was like even young. And then like, but yeah, then it on the Hunger Games posters it says like, nothing can prepare you for the end. Mockingjay, Mockingjay, and like, you know, nothing can prepare you for the end. Then their other movie, This Is the End, and they're praying against Jay in it. Oh, just kill Jay. God, please just kill Jay. And I hate Jay so much, and this and that. And it's about them celebrities specifically trying to invite Jay, a Canadian named Jay, out to Hollywood because they know he doesn't like it. Like it says, well, I'm trying to lube up your entry a bit, and this and that. And then like, yeah, that's all about the rapture. And they're praying against my name, saying, kill Jay.
Dear God, I'd like to pray to you for a second. It's me, Johnny Hill. From Moneyball. I hate Jay so fucking much. I think he might be the worst person you ever created. I don't want to judge you, but what's up? What were you thinking that day? I love Seth. I love being his friend. He's an awesome guy. But it's like Jay is the last connection to his shitty, weird Canadian life. Just do me one favor, God. Just kill Jay. That'd be so tight.
Jonah Hill.
Jonah Hill is no more.
Demon?
Yes.
Fuck. That's not good. That's not good.
Jay, you fool.
I say unto thee, the power of Christ compels you.
Oh, does it? Does it compel me?
The power of Christ compels you.
Does it, Jay?
The power of Christ compels
Is
you.
the power of Christ compelling me? Is that what's happening?
The power of Christ compels you.
Guess what? It's not that compelling.
Fuck the priests who put their hands down some innocent child's pants. Fuck the church that protects them, delivering us into evil. And while you're at it, fuck JC. He got off easy. A day on the cross, a weekend in hell, and all the hallelujahs of the legioned angels for eternity. Try 7 years in fucking Otisville, Jay.
Enough is enough! I have had it with these motherfucking snakes! Ezekiel 25:17. The path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Blessed is he who in the name of charity and goodwill shepherds the weak through the valley of darkness. For he is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children. And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to poison and destroy my brother. And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon thee.
The sun comes shining back to brighten up the sky.
I can't wait till it now start. The trumpets go off, the angels come down, and the clouds part. They come down to humble every crowd heart, and you get to see the Lord, how great thou art.
When all is said and done, you'll believe God is.
And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to poison and destroy my sisters. And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon you.
If we burn, you burn with us.
Man, this looks beautiful.
Yeah, do you like it? I totally
fucking
redid
awesome.
it. It's all new.
God
Walls are new.
damn,
It's
son.
pretty nice, huh?
So this is how the other half lives.
Come on.
Amazing.
Air hockey table?
Jesus Murphy.
Right? Okay, get ready, Jay.
What?
I have a little surprise for you.
Okay.
Here's the best weekend you ever had in your life. Look at it, man.
Oh my, are you serious?
It's all of your favorite things.
Starburst and,
Yeah.
and airheads on a, and it says J.
In joints.
In
It
joints.
says J in J's.
Seth Rogen, you are just the best people.
Come on, I know you don't love it in LA, so I figure I'll make it, you know, I'll lube up your entry a little bit.
It eases the transition.
Yeah,
this
right?
is the much needed foreplay.
You know what else I got?
Yo, this is.
A 3D television.
No, you didn't.
I got a 3D TV.
Are you serious? Oh my God.
I did it, man.
What? Let's get into it. Oh my God, bud.
It's Gandalf the Grey's pipe.
Damn, no shit.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my ganja. I'm a well-known homosexual advocate.
And then Lord of the Rings is written by who? J.R. Tolkien. So it says J.R. Tolkien. A token is a little metal. A little metal piece that can be used as money, a sign of authority, a token of authority, a token. And what's the movie about? It's about a ring that has an inscription on the band. And it's connected to Lord of the Rings. So it says a Lord and rings. And then, so Lord and ring. And then it says J.R. Token. And it's literally, like, I have a token, a signet ring. That's clearly, and it's mentioned in the scriptures about a signet ring, God's signet ring. So, like, the devil would know those prophecies to do with the signet ring. And then, and then, like, and then they're, like, literally trying to destroy this ring. And they're trying to make the ring the bad guy, and it's connected to the eye and all that. And then when you look at it, even the second one's the two towers, so it's connected to two as well, which I go by two. And then the third one's the return of the king. So you got Lord, a ring, mention of returning of a king, and the writer was J.R. Tolkien. So that could be devils pointing out and trying to connect me and the ring to being evil, or it could be God giving a heads up, being like, Lord, ring, J.R. Token. J has the token, the ring has an inscription, the white stone with an inscription on it and a new name, and then, yeah, so, like, that legit. It just all seems a little too coincidental and connected to me. Like, and it's all promoting, like, the eyes, like the Sauron with the eye, and like the battle over Middle Earth, which, like, think about what's the middle? What would Middle Earth be? Heaven's above, hell's below, so Earth would be the middle. So Middle Earth. So it's like, and it's like they're literally trying to destroy, but then it also promotes, they're trying to destroy this ring, and then it's also promoting, like, wizards and magic and sorcery and violence and all that, and, like, you know, so it's like, and then, like, yeah, and it tries to make them the good guy, like the wizard's the good guy, battling the demon, like the Balrog, that when they go down and fall into the earth, and you can be the good guy, and you can be a wizard and be involved in magic and battle demons and take them on. It's like, yeah, right, like all that deception, like, but either way, there's like Lord, ring, J.R. Token. Like, you look up the definition of token, it says, like, a sign of authority, or something used as, like, currency, or like a gift, a little gift, a token, a gift, things like that. So it's like come on, people, this is all, like, a little too connected for me to believe that it's all mere coincidence, like. When you look across the east coast of Canada, North America, and so you'll see, like, Toronto, which is connected to J, then you see Lawrence, the St. Lawrence River, and then St. John's right there in, like, Newfoundland, like St. John's area or wherever that, like, so, like, right across the east coast, and Ontario. There's the ON for Ontario, so, like, you can see, like, when I look at the map, when I look at a world map, basically I can see, like, my name stretching from Toronto to St. John's, like, right across the East Coast lands. And then when I look at the Prince Edward Island, so the word Prince is there, and when you look at their crest for that island, there's a J, a blue jay with at the top of the crest with a crown on its head. So and it's so there's a J with a crown on, and it's pointing to Prince. And then when you look at it, there's a slogan on it of a big tree with small trees, and it's in like, I think it's in Latin, and it means the small under the protection of the great. And that has to do with the slogan of like of Canada being under Britain's protection, like of the crown and this and that. But then if you think about it in the Bible too, it says, "For who has despised the day of small things, such as like a small little ring." You know what I mean? Or a small, like, someone who's considered small time, like me. I'm like just a small time person. I'm like not no famous celebrity or anything. I don't care about idolatry and fame and all that. Like, but it's like, so it's like basically makes mention of these in the prophecies things. There's a connection there. Like, you know what I mean? Oh, for who has despised the day of small things, and then meanwhile it says the small under the protection of the great, and that could be talking about me being the small under the protection of the great God. And, you know, the one and only great God, and then this big tree of life, and then also, and then there's a J at the top with a crown on its head, and it's Prince Edward Island, so it's connected to Prince. You know what I mean? And that's right in that stretch of coastlands going right from across the northeast coast of America. And that's in the scriptures. One who conquers from the north, and one who is from a bird of prey from the east. So it's like there's tons of connections. It's like basically feels like he's made mention of me, like he's pointing at me. You know what I mean? Like there's so, like when it says like, oh, he was like a tempest and like I like things like that. Like it's like literally like I'm described. It's like I'm described in the Bible. Like when I read it, it's like, yo, this is described. Like it's pointing right at me. And like even my address. Like to Olive, you know what I mean? Like it's like, whoa, like they're like I didn't plan this. Like it just all has been revealed throughout time to me. You know what I mean? Like as the Spirit and God, as the Spirit of God like shows me these things, and it's just like mind blowing. Where I'm like, whoa, like the hints are all there about me. You know, like the hints are like right on the map. Like you can see it. Like it's like literally like pointing right. And one who conquers from the north, and I come from Ashua, which that's the name of Jesus. Yeshua. There was no J back in the day in the Hebrew language. So even like I said, like even Jesus would have been a Y. So even if you put a Y in the name Jesus, it says yes, us, pointing to oneness again. And then like his name, Jesus, put a G apostrophe S, us. What does G stand for? God. God's us. Points to oneness again. So it's like, and then Jesus' name, yes, us. That would be a Y. You know what I mean? And then like, so there's like all these things to do with his name just points to God and oneness. And then, like, my name does the same, because I'm from Oshawa, and my name's Jay, and put that together, that spells literally Yeshua, which is Jesus' name. And I've got, like, tons, like, all these things, like, even I have a pen that I won at Christmas at my mom's house, like, and it's a Jesus pen. It has all the names of God and Jesus on there. Like it says all these different things: Emmanuel, Father, God, Jesus, Son, and Way and Messiah. And it says all these things. And then like boom, there's my name again right on the pen. It says in the word Way again. You can see 2J, and then it says 2 and J in Way, and then like right above it it says Savior. So there's an S. So like. And when the cap's turned, like I can see my name 2J's on this pen that has all these names. It says like King, Son, all this thing. So there's my name again in like connected to God. You know what I mean? And then it literally says J. Like it says J right on the pen. And then like even in the Bible in Genesis, like Genesis 1:5, it says so like basically the first thing that God named in the Bible, and the second thing that can be heard quoting. So like the number 2 thing that God says is God made light, and he called the light day. He called the light day, and my name is in. He called the light, and I can see my name J in the word day. You know what I mean? You just put like write out a D, and boom, you can see a J right there. So it's like, and day, a smaller case or an uppercase, and I could still see my name in the word day. So the first thing that God called light in the Bible, I can see my name in it. So I was like, that's pretty cool. You know what I mean? And the number 2 thing that God said in the Bible, you know, has my name is 2. And then like I go by 2 J's because I have 3 siblings and I'm the second child, so I'm the number 2 child. So 2 is J's. You know what I mean? And then that's my initials, J Johnson. So, and I'm from Toronto area, Toronto Jays. You know what I mean? So that's, and then I was told what it means, you know, second Jesus as your savior. So I'm like trying to process that, and I was trying to be like, yo, at first I was like, yo, does that mean that I'm Jesus? Like, am I the second coming of Christ? But then I'm like, oh, okay, so I second Jesus as our savior. And because like that's what a signet ring would be in a kingdom. Like you're seconding the person in power, and then like signet rings connected to Joseph in the Bible, which is a J name. It's like my name can be seen in the name Elijah. You can see J-A-H, Jah, even Jah, which for Jehovah, like Jah, flip the H, there's a Y, it's an upside down Y, so that would say J. So J is in the word Jah. And Elijah, and that literally can mean God. So like my name is in the name of God, is in God's name, and then my name 2 J's is in Christ, and way. Christ is called the way, and my name's in way, and my name's in day, which God called light. Like there's so many connections to my name. You go in the back of the index of the Bible and read the J section, and J is what is in the Bible. Anytime they're talking about Jesus or God, Jehovah, J. Like, they will substitute J in its place. Which would be literally like a signet does that. Which it substitutes and stands in the position of the power for the time being until they arrive. And then a J, like a blue Jay, has a natural crown on its head, like the feathers, like a crown of feathers on its head. So a Jay naturally has a crown. You know what I mean? So that's a bird with a crown on its head. And then also Jesus spells, it can be an anagram for uses J or use J's. So I thought that's like, there's another connection. And then also, my name is, so like even spell out the letters, like the letters of the month, like January, February, March, April, May, June, July. Like you look at the first letters of all of that. It says Jason, right in the one name that it makes mention of in the months of the year is J, and it's connected to son, J-son, and that's in my name, J Johnson. John is right there too, connecting me to like John the Baptist type deal. And then like even in the alphabet, J was the last letter to be added to the English alphabet. It's number 10. 10 it symbolizes like the 10 commandments, the law, perfection, completion, God's government. It represents God's government. So like, and my middle name is Law, and you know, and J is my first name. So like, and J is the 10th letter, so it's like the connection there with law. And then it says high J in the alphabet. High, H-I-J-K-L-M-N-O-P, like, so it says high J right in the alphabet, and then it says JJ and Jason in the months of the year. And then it says some pretty funny things too. In the months of the year, it says 2 J's, JJ, so like June, July, and then Jason for July, August, September, October, November. And then that spells out Jason. And then it says JF, ma'am, JJ, a son D. So it's like, which I found that kind of funny. And so it says like, and then it also says, so it says ma'am FJ, and then a son D. Which could be like, you know, JF ma'am, or ma'am FJ. And then it also says J, a son D. JF ma'am, JJ, a son, and then like D, like JF ma'am, JJ, a son Dick. Like J fuck ma'am, JJ, a son Dick. It's kind of funny. That's in the, you know, JF ma'am, JJ, a son D, or JF ma'am, Jason D. Dick. So beside JJ going that way, it says a son D, like a son Dick, and then the other way it says ma'am FJ, like fuck J. That's kind of funny. And then it says hi J in the alphabet. So I just thought that was kind of funny. It's a little crude, and I'm trying to work on my swearing, but I thought that was kind of funny. So people assume things all the time, especially about Jesus. So like, I just saw this one thing where people were like, "Oh, Jesus loves me and my tattoos," but then it's like, it's such an assumption, because it's like, there's so many warnings in the Bible about marks, right? The warnings of the mark of the beast, and then like, you can see all these people with these tattoos where they have 666 on them, and on their heads and on their arms, and inappropriate tattoos to do with demons, and perverse tattoos that are sexual, homosexual, all this, like, you know. And it's like, meanwhile the Bible, like, so even though it's warning you to not get a mark, and some people will be like, "Oh, Jesus loves me and my tattoos," even though me and they encourage people to get marks on their body, and probably 666 is hidden in them, you know what I mean? So it's like, which is the case with a lot of people, you know what I mean? Like I showed in my other previous video, like I've had tattoos removed because I found 666 in mine, you know what I mean? Things like that. So it's like, and then also there's the one scripture that says, oh, Jesus said, but unless you, and Jesus said, truly I tell you, unless you change and become like little children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. So think about that. Like, do little children have tattoos on them? No. You know what I mean? And they do the same argument with wine, right? Because Jesus turned water to wine, and he commanded his 12. He got his 12 disciples. He told them to drink of the wine at the Last Supper, and it's like, that was him talking specifically to 12 men, his 12 disciples, who he knew he chose them because he knew them, and it's like he was saying, I am the real food and drink, as a metaphor to say, take me in, you need to and need me in order to live. So he's connecting himself to food and drink. So it's like, it's a metaphor, and he may actually have been saying like the opposite of what people act like. When he's talking to his 12 disciples specifically, everyone in the world takes it like he's commanding you to be a drinker. Like, and to drink, like, it's ridiculous, you know, like, and then like, but like, and then it's like, he may have been saying, from now on, this is my blood, to deter them from drinking it in the future, and so that they would remember him when and if they did, and remember not to overindulge and to not be a drunkard, because it's not a Jewish, drinking blood is not a Jewish practice. Like, so he may have been deterring them and trying to discourage them from drinking in the future. So it's like, he also said, I will not drink henceforth. Like, he's saying, I will no longer drink. He also said, I will not drink henceforth of this fruit of the vine until that day when I drink it new with you in my Father's kingdom. So he's saying that could have been. So Jesus told specifically 12 his disciples, 12 men, or maybe 11, because Judas could have already been gone, and to go buy what he needed to buy, and to go betray Jesus, basically, like, you know, like, he told them to go buy the stuff or whatever, and then, but like, so 12 men to remember him when and if they choose to drink, yet everyone acts as if he's instructing the whole world to drink alcohol and wine. And during a time, like, he was publicly quitting drinking and discouraging it. Like, when he said, I will no longer drink, I'm done drinking, he's saying, I'm done drinking on this earth. That's literally, he's like, I won't be drinking on this earth with you anymore. So that, like, also his way of telling his disciples that he was about to die. So he's saying, I won't be drinking with you anymore until that day when we're new in heaven, then we'll have it. So it's like also a way that he may have been pointing out that he drinks during celebrations and banquets and feasts, such as weddings. This was Passover when he did that. When he turned water to wine, that was at a wedding. And he did it, you know, so it's like, but then there was other times where, like, when he went to Matthew's house, the tax collector, and had drinks with them and stuff like that. But if you look at the story of the prodigal son, then that was a celebration too, because he's celebrating someone coming back to his son coming back to life, kind of thing. So that implies celebration. And then the only other time that I can recall where he was drinking and feasting with people, and they made mention of it, was when he was with Nicodemus, and I think it was Nicodemus, yeah, and he was with the elders. And then when Mary came in and cried on his feet at that part, and during that, he was like, you know, in the movie they had him say, oh, John the Baptist came neither eating bread or drinking wine, yet you said he had devils, yet here I am freely eating and drinking with you. No doubt you'll try to call me a glutton and a drunkard. You know what I mean? So he knew that it's like, this could be a trick where they're trying to lure him into drinking so that they could present him as a drinker. Yet now when you look at the whole world, everyone is always trying to use that as an excuse to be a drunk and to drink. Oh, Jesus, you know, and then, like, when it says, and Jesus said, truly I tell you, unless you change and become like little children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. Do kids drink alcohol? No. Do kids have tattoos? No. You know, they're not supposed to. And then like, people will be like, you know, like, oh, kids whine. Yeah, like, that's out of context. It's like they whine, like, cry and pout wine, and they don't drink wine. You know what I mean? They're not supposed to. And like, back in the day, wine was used for medicinal purposes, because they didn't have the same medicines that we have. So they would indulge in a little bit of wine to settle their stomach for certain like ailments, things like that, you know. And then yeah, so I just wanted to point that out. And then, like, another thing where they try to, yeah, like, some people will be like, oh, I drink wine because Jesus told me to. Like, I saw a wine glass like that at the store, you know. And it's like, and then another way some people try to make Jesus out to be a liar is because when he was at the Last Supper, he said, but I say unto you, I will not drink henceforth of this fruit of the vine until that day when I drink it new with you in my Father's kingdom.
And then when they showed him on the cross, he said, "I'm thirsty." And then it says they put on a reed, they used a sponge and soaked it. Some will say, oh, they soaked it with wine, with cheap wine, or this and that, and then put it up to his lips on a stick and with a sponge and gave him a drink, kind of thing, like, and he like to wet his lips and stuff. And then like, but the certain translations say vinegar, that it was vinegar he gave, or sour wine, or wine vinegar. And then like, so they'll try to be like, oh, see, he lied, he drank wine before, like he said, he wouldn't drink wine henceforth from the fruit of the vine until he was in heaven. But then it's specifically, he was talking to his disciples and saying, I will not drink of the fruit of the vine with you until we are new in my Father's kingdom. So he's specifically saying he's not going to be drinking with his disciples. He's not going to be drinking wine with his disciples again until they're all new in the kingdom. So he wasn't saying that doesn't make him out to be a liar at all, you know what I mean? But yeah, sometimes when people think about it, because it says, oh, and then like in the people will be like, oh, then Jesus drank the wine when they put it up to his lips, like, you know, and so they'll be like, that's a contradiction. It's like, no, a lot of it says sour wine or wine vinegar, things like that, like vinegar or something. They gave him something sour, you know, something to, and I can only imagine, because he was cut and bleeding, you know, that if he had any cuts around his mouth or anywhere dripping, if any of that sponge would have dripped down onto him, it would have dripped into his cuts. So I'm sure that would have stung a lot, you know, because if it's vinegar or sour wine, you know. But I don't know, who knows, right? But if anything, it could clean it, or clean his cuts or something, who knows, but or make it numb or something, who knows, but you'd think it would sting. So like but yeah, so I just wanted to point that out. But yeah, the whole world assumes things, and like, meanwhile the Bible totally, there's so many things in the Bible discouraging drinking alcohol, like tons. Like it says, oh, do not partake in things that make your brothers and sisters stumble. Wine and alcohol clearly makes people stumble spiritually and literally, like physically stumble. So it says, like, you know, and then like be not drunk with wine, which leads to debauchery, but be filled with the Spirit in Ephesians. I think that's what, Ephesians 5:18. I think that's 5:18, and then be alert, be of sober mind. Your enemy, the devil, prowls around like a roaring lion, looking for someone to devour. 1 Peter 5, I think it's 5:6 or 5:8 or something. I think it's 5:8, but yeah, it's in 1 Peter. You know, so there's like, and there's tons of them. There's the one where it's like, oh, do not be, wine is a mocker and beer is a brawler. Anyone who is misled astray by them is not wise. Things like that. There's tons of things telling you not to be a drinker in the Bible. And then like, you know, and then like John the Baptist clearly wasn't, like, they make it very clear, you know, Jesus pointed that out. And then like, and they still said he had devils, like demons in him, and he was like possessed and this and that, you know what I mean? Even though he wasn't partaking in things that cause people to black out and change their spirits. You know, it's literally called spirits on liquor stores for a reason. And then people black out and they do like some possessed weird stuff that they don't even remember. They could even like kill people and not remember, and then they're like, oh, what just happened? You know what I mean? No recollection, because it's basically possession. And then like poison, the word poison can literally is in the word possession, and like, so poison can turn into possession. So, you know, and then it's like letter wise, you look at the letter, play on words for that. And then like, when, that's why I don't drink anymore, because like it causes me to stumble, you know, like literally I've stumbled spiritually
in my judgment and also physically before, you know. Like when I was younger, I remember drinking and literally falling right on my chin, cutting my chin, getting a little scar there, you know what I mean? Like I remember, like I used to, when I was younger, you know what I mean? But then there was a, you know, so I don't do that anymore because I can see that clearly affects my judgment, and, you know, it does lead to debauchery and many different kinds of sins. People drink and drive and they'll like crash their car, kill themselves, things like that. And then like nowadays, like as I'm pointing out in this video, like you can see like there's tons and tons of evidence that devils use it to mislead people. Like 666 is on all their bottles, packaging, you know, like from Spitball to Vex, you can see the V with the horns, and you can see it all. Like on cold shots, there's 666 on the cans, on like 6-packs, and just tons and tons of alcohols that just like that are making reference to the devil and to things like that. So it's called spirits on liquor stores and all around the world. You know, like you're putting spirits into your body, it changes your spirits. You get violent, more promiscuous, things like that. So it's like literally horny, which horny connected to devil horns, horny. You know, so it's just like it's plain and simple to me when I see it. And like when I was younger, I didn't see it so much, you know. But there's lots of evidence that, you know, that Jesus is very God-controlled. I'd say self-controlled, but he wasn't really self-controlled. He was more God-controlled. And like it says that in the fruits of the Spirit, that self-control is one of the fruits of the Spirit. But I don't necessarily agree with that fruit of the Spirit. I think like self-disciplined, or maybe just disciplined would be a better word instead of like self-controlled, because to be like disciplined, that refers to you, like you're disciplined, you're very well disciplined, you know what I mean? So you're obedient to disciplining yourself and things like that, and being disciplined by God. But like self-control can imply that you're trying to that you control yourself, and like that's not supposed to be the goal for people to be controlling their own self. You're supposed to allow God and his laws to guide you and have the control. So it's like I'm more of like a God control. Like I want God to have control. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm not like trying to have control myself. You know what I mean? Like self-control. So like I understand what they're saying. Like you want to control yourself and make wise decisions, but when you look at it, it's more like, you know, like self-control. That's what the devils are trying to be. They're trying to be in control of themselves instead of allowing God to have control, you know? So it's like, so I don't feel like that fruit of the Spirit is like the best wording for that. I think like disciplined would be a more appropriate and fitting word for that fruit of the Spirit. But yeah, and then there's like tons of proof that it, like you know, John said, "Oh, a man even greater than me will come and he will lead you to the truth," and this and that, you know. And then like, so Jesus is clearly said to be greater than John, and we can see by like a lot of the powers that he had to like do miracles and things like that. Like he definitely had greater power in teaching, as far as like, but in this area to do with alcohol, I see John being more disciplined than Jesus in being an example for the drinking wise, to not lead people, but to not lead people to go the wrong way. But God clearly said that he was well pleased with Jesus, and so I'm sure there's nothing wrong with Jesus when he indulged in that, because he was, like I said, he was very God controlled, and he was very well disciplined. There's no times when you see him stumbling in judgment from alcohol. Like the most that people can see where he went wild was when they were in the square selling at the temple, and he flipped all the tables and this and that, you know what I mean? But that there was no, there's no like proof that that's like a drunken rage or anything like that. He was just displeased with them turning God's house, like a house of prayer, into a marketplace where they're like turning it into a den of thieves, you know what I mean? So, but yeah, so like on that subject, I'm not so much where I'm more like lean towards the way that John was when it came to discipline with the drinking, where I'm just like, but I've been the same too, where I've been able to drink and control myself at times, and I understand like it can be enjoyable to have a little bit of wine here and there, and like, but yeah, like, weddings or a celebration or this and that, but it's so easy for people to let that just get out of hand. That's like basically the in and the tie that the devil looks to try to get in. You know what I mean? Like the second that they get that in, that's why it's like I said, like cut the ties. You got to cut the ties of the devil. And like some people, I put that as like a plan where it's like showed like out of context. People will like cut the devil's ties. They'll like cut all their boyfriends' ties up. You know what I mean? I'm like, that's not what I'm saying here. A little bit out of context there, my dear. Like it's the same thing with like kids wine, or because I saw the one wine glass. Because kids. You know what I mean? Because kids, and then it just says like because kids wine, you know what I mean? Like, and kind of thing. Like there's tons of jokes to do with like why people make excuses why they drink and this and that. And I understand it can be relaxing and enjoyable and stuff like that, but we can clearly see it easily gets out of hand, and people make terrible decisions. They've changed their whole lives. Like, you know what I mean? Like, tons of people have changed their whole lives because of a stupid drunken night. You know what I mean? Where, like, people have killed themselves accidentally, car crash, got pregnant, just, like, terrible decision, roofied, raped. Like, it can lead to just tons and tons of bad things. You know what I mean? So me, personally, I've learned my lesson where I'm like, I cut it, you know what I mean? Like I'm going on 3 years sober, so I'm like, put on the armor of God, and the devil is trying to get you like a hungry lion, so be of sober mind. And that's what happened when I went to the hospital to report like my spiritual happenings, and then they were like trying to get me on medications and things. They're trying to, same thing as like this vaccine stuff. It seems like they're trying to stick you with some mind altering drugs, you know what I mean? And I'm like, I'm trying to be completely sober minded and clear headed, so that I can be like as prepared as possible and as sober as possible, you know what I mean? Yet they're trying to force that kind of stuff on you, and now that's what the vaccine thing seems like, is it's getting to the point where it's like, so what, you're denied basic human rights like food if you don't want to take poison and you want to be healthy. You know what I mean? Like, so it seems like, who knows what's in there? That could be like some mind-altering drugs. You know what I mean? We can see that they've been working on tons of different things. There could be a compound in it that they know how to trigger in the future. Then, boom! Everyone who's taken it, they could put something in the water, in water to trigger the compound, to trigger death. It could be like some sort of nanotechnology where a person they could just push up a button, boom, to activate something in you, and boom, you're dead. You know what I mean? So it's like not too much thinking ahead when it comes to putting on the armor of God and guarding yourself, because like the scriptures, Jesus said, it is the sick who need a doctor. You know what I mean? So it's not the healthy that need a doctor. So it's like, he made that very clear. The same would go for medicine, you know what I mean? But that's why I'm like, I see that these people are putting out all this filth, and they're putting sixes on everything, and they're like, there's talks that they can put chemicals to making frogs turn homosexual and all this. Who knows? I don't know about all that gossip and all that nonsense, but I'm just like, I know they're up to no good. I can see that much. Like, and most people in the world can see that much by now, you know what I mean? So, and like, that's why I'm like, no thank you, like, I'm like, sober, be of sober mind, you know what I mean? Like that, just try to be as healthy as possible, like, like God as possible, be filled with the Spirit, not not spirits, plural, alcohol and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm sticking to. And yeah, I just wanted to give that warning because there's like clearly there's population control. You know, they could be doing it for population control issues. You know, they could be sterilizing men and women, making them sterile so they can't breed anymore. There's tons of things, like, you know what I mean? There's the population's getting, like, they think it's getting out of hand. It's getting to billions and billions of people, you know, that, like, basically where they think they can't sustain it, so they could easily be sterilizing people, the general population, and then, like, or just trying to kill them off to lower the population so it's easier to control, because they'll lose control if the population goes out of balance from them, have like way too many people against them, you know what I mean, where it's like, yo, like the ants and the grasshoppers kind of thing. And we could see that even in A Bug's Life, you know, they're like, yo, the second these ants realize that they outnumber us like 100 to 1 or 1,000 to 1, there goes our way of life, you know what I mean? And it's like, so you know that they're thinking about that kind of stuff. And then you watch movies like In Time, and like Justin Timberlake, where they're like clearly putting a number on their arm, and they're trying to think about, it shows that they've thought about this stuff, you know, and it's been, because it's in the Bible, but it's like, yo, they're trying to connect your life to technology, so that, you know, like you're like, so it's like, so that they have control over your life or death, you know what I mean? And it's like, so like, that's not a safe thing to do. That's not safe at all. That's not wise to let them have that much control over your life, like, and your death. So it's like literally your life support systems. You know what I mean? Like that, like, oh, you have this much time, you have to go to work and get more time put on, or else your body will shut down and die. Like, they're trying to literally, that's a total slavery tactic to try to be like, yo, they're trying to connect life. They're trying to figure out how to put your body's life support systems on a timer that they can control. You know what I mean? And then, like, you can see, like, there's even talks about that with like Donald Trump, his son-in-law, and them buying that real estate at 666 Manhattan or whatever, or downtown New York or whatever. They have like the building 666, and they're like, oh, Lucian Industries, and they're working on the chip and this and that. Like, it could all be rumors, and I don't want to spread rumors, but like, yo, like, they clearly could be working on technology for that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? And then, like, you see, like, you watch like Batman, Dark Knight, oh, what's his name, Lucius Fox, which is Morgan Freeman, and he's spying on all the people with the cell phones, and they're like, this is wrong, you know what I mean? And they're watching everyone through their cell phones and microphones. It's them, like, admitting that they're watching people on, like, Lucius, that's Lucifer, and then Fox equals 666, you know what I mean? Like, I've shown in, like, tons of videos, Fox News, Megan Fox, they got her with the microphone and has 2 6s on it, and 666, and it's like Fox hats, and they put those on your head, and it's like 20th Century Fox would be 20th Century 666, and it's all over all their products and stuff. Like, there's connection from Fox to Monster, and you look at the Monster logo, and it's the Vav or whatever for 6 in Hebrew numerals, so it's like that, like, and you can see those on slot machines, 777s or blazing 7s, and you can see, like, you know, 3 Vavs basically, or whatever it's called, you know what I mean? So it's like, there's connections here, and it's not coincidence. This is like prudent planning that they've been up to, scheming. Like, it's so obvious, you know what I mean? So that's how I'm like, no thank you. Like, stick to Jesus' words, they lead to life, you know what I mean? Like, if you don't need a doctor or a medicine unless you're sick. Like, and then, like, they'll put out like all these ads, you know what I mean? Like, even on Facebook, like, they're pushing advertisements to a non-drinker such as myself, like, you know, and if they can see my Facebook, they have targeted advertising, they could see I rebuke drinking and that I've quit. And you know what I mean? So why are you sending me, oh, it's sponsored content. Why are you sending a non-drinker alcohol ads to try to tempt them into drinking? when they're clearly rebuking it and don't want to. Like, why are you pushing that filth on people? You know what I mean? And then, oh, it's just sponsored content, and oh, like this and that. But it's like, then they'll put up ads like, oh, keep your head, drink responsibly. Like, and then they show like a bunch of people beheaded, like, oh, like, you know, and the one who's drinking that would mean the one that's drinking, keep your head, it's telling you. But it's like, you know, they're acting like, drink responsibly. Yeah, like, there's really a way to drink responsibly. Like, there's really a responsible way to poison yourself. You know what I mean? Like, alcohol's poison, alcohol poisoning, you know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, there's really a responsible way to poison yourself, you know what I mean? We can see that too, where kings, the story where like kings would inject themselves, they drink small amounts of poison and inject themselves with like small amounts of poison so that they would build up their immunity. Same thing as like a vaccine kind of deal going on, you know, where they're trying to build up their immunities. Then, boom, war happened. Another king comes and invades their kingdom and is going to torture the king for information and to death. And it was like an ancient cyanide pill, you know what I mean? Where if you didn't want to be tortured, they'd basically kill themselves so that they don't have to go through torture whenever they had in mind, boil them in oil or rip off all their fingernails. Who knows what they would do to them, right? Like, they do all these just wicked, evil things, you know what I mean, to torture them or get information out of them or just bend them to their will, you know what I mean? So like, then you can see like the king tries to poison himself, and he's not able to because he's built up that immunity, so it backfired on him, you know what I mean? So it's like, there's like a lesson in that too, where it's like, you know, like, there's no way to like responsibly poison yourself. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, let's take something that's clearly harmful for me and try to act like it's good for me and it's going to be a pro. like, you know what I mean? Like, it'd be different. Like, it's different if you like, say, work with animals all day, like bees. If you're a beekeeper and you want to build up your immunity and your allergies to that, you know what I mean, then it makes sense to, like, you know, like, so in some cases, yeah, you know what I mean, like, where it'd be safer for you if that's your career, like as a beekeeper or something, or like a snake tamer or something like that. But like, in most cases, like basically all cases, it's still unwise to think that that you can responsibly poison yourself. Like, that's a lie, you know what I mean? Like, that's the lie. That's why, like, it says, like, oh, they have deceived all nations were deceived by your sorcery. It says that in the Bible, you know, and we can see that, like, it's right across the world. You got everyone on every continent wearing New Era hats. They got 666. You guys got 666 on your heads, you know what I mean? Like, so it's like, Beats by Dre headphones, you've got sixes on your heads already, like most of you, you know what I mean? So it's like, yet no one seems to want to spread the word internationally and take it as serious. Like, yo, it got, like, someone such as myself comes forward with a signet ring in the name of Christ, and Jesus literally uses J or use J's, so like, my name is in the name of Christ and Jah for Jehovah. Like, you can see J and the name Jah for like Jehovah, and that's why I'm sure like Jay-Z goes by Jehovah, you know what I mean, J, and then he calls himself Hova, you know what I mean? So there's a connection there where he's trying to connect himself to God. So it's like, there's some sort of awareness from these Hollywood beings that there's something to do with the name J, because they're like Hunger Games, mocking J. Then in Hollywood, in the This Is the End, they're, oh, just kill J, and they're like praying against my name publicly, and you know, like, it's, and then there's like I said, the Lord of the Rings, they're showing an awareness there. J.R. Tolkien is in that, and then it's about a ring, and they're trying to connect the ring to the Dark Lord. They're calling the Lord of Darkness again. They're trying to connect like that, like Satan is a lord, or you know what I mean, when he's not. Like, there's evil is not the Lord. It's not a dark lord. And then they're trying to connect the ring to that, to being an evil thing that needs to be destroyed. And then like I said, J.R. Tolkien, or that could be God, purposely planting all these things as hints to be like, yo, like that of what he's going to do, you know. So like, I don't know, maybe it's a pro, maybe it's a con. I'm not sure, you know what I mean, how to take it. All I know is like when I watch these things, I see Hollywood mocking my name and praying against me and saying kill me. So like I'm just like, yo, I don't know about this, like. But anyway, I'm clearly trying to warn all my brothers and sisters and all you guys out there to not put this stuff on you, you know what I mean? So, and in you. So anyway, much love, peace. But then Jesus also said, oh, do not worry. Is your life not more than your body and your clothing and what you will wear and eat and this and that and what you put on yourself, kind of thing. But then it's like when it comes to your body, there are warnings about putting something on your body that will condemn you and this and that, the mark, you know what I mean? So it's like, so he's talking more about like the food that you put in. Like he said, oh, it's not what goes into your body that defiles a man, but what comes out of a person's mouth that defiles them, kind of thing. So he's speaking about like specifically the words that you speak and this and that, and about condemning yourself by your mouth and things like that. But when it comes down to it, it's like, yeah, so you're not supposed to worry too much about your body, because he can give you a new body. You get your spiritual body when you go to heaven and this and that, like your spiritual form. So like, it wouldn't really matter too much when it comes to like that, you know what I mean? Like, but like it's more like about your heart and your soul being childlike, you know what I mean, and being like pure and loving, you know what I mean, and innocent and blameless kind of thing is what it's talking about. But at the same time, your heart and your soul are a part of your body, you know what I mean, and are in your body. So it does matter about your body when it comes to like keeping your soul and your heart pure and full of love, and you know what I mean, full of love, God. So when he was saying like don't worry about your body and this and that, he's talking about like, oh, don't worry about like getting food and this and that, and he's basically saying just trust God to provide that for you and stuff like that. But like there are still warnings in the Bible about your body, about beware of putting this mark on your body, you know what I mean. So it's like, so what, like, I think it's really important about the context of when Jesus was talking, where it's like, yo, context here, people. Like, there's clearly warnings about not putting something on your body in Revelation, you know. So like so Jesus was talking about specifically the food and clothing and things like that, but that's not saying like, oh, you don't have to worry about putting the mark on your body, you know what I mean. So you got to be careful for that between those scriptures, you know what I mean, because like you're clearly supposed to beware not to put the mark on your body, like, and then or in your body. So yeah, I just wanted to make mention of that, because it's like, yeah, like, you know, your soul and your heart are supposed to be childlike, but that's part of your body too. So when it comes down to it, it is your body and your soul is important, and your soul, you know what I mean. So it's like, and then there's that one quote where it says like, oh, we know now that our soul is our body, and the body the soul. So it's like they want you to believe that they're different, so that they can convince you if they make a slave of your body and you sell, or your soul, that you get to keep your body, kind of thing, and vice versa. So they want, and we can see that, like, they try to get you to sell your soul, and then they have rights over your body. And it seems like these demons possess the bodies of these celebrities and stuff like that. So it's like, it seems like they're trying to trick them. It's a way that they trick them. They get them to sell their soul, thinking that they're going to enjoy all the pleasures of this and that, and then they possess them, and then they, you know, it's not what they think it is. For all we know, they could be in hell already. For all we know, their life could be a living hell, because their condemnation's hanging over them, kind of thing. You know what I mean? And you know, if they could be living in fear, they probably get, like, if they try to go the right way, then they probably get threatened to be killed. You know what I mean? It's like a mafia and a gang, can't get out of it once you're in that. You know what I mean? So it's like, unless you turn to Jesus and he frees you, but it's like, you know, but basically, so I don't know, it's just like, you definitely have to beware of your body. But then, like, I don't know if that quote is really true either, I just use it as an example, like, but there are things in the scriptures that point to your soul and your body being different, because you know, like your body could go to destruction, but that doesn't mean that your soul will. You know, like John said, oh, you can kill my body, but you can't touch my spirit or my soul. You know what I mean? And like basically that's like him pointing out how the spirit and the body are different. You know what I mean? So but then also when it comes to like Jesus, so like Jesus had the spirit of God, the soul of God in him, and he was the body of Jesus Christ, so he was his physical vessel. So but that doesn't make Jesus the Son God. So, you know, just because God's using the chosen anointed Christ, his Son, as his body for the time being, that doesn't, we can see that there's still a difference between the body of, like, the actual physical human body of Christ and then the soul and spirit of God. You know what I mean? The scriptures can show that there is a difference. You know what I mean? So it's like because it says no one will know the day or hour, not even the Son, only the Father. And then, like, you know, it's not the actual physical body of Jesus that is God, but it's the spirit. God, like Jesus said, God is spirit. And he said, and it's described in the Bible many times, it says, oh, the invisible God, the invisible God, the invisible God, because he's a spirit. So, and like, when I saw him, that's what it was. He was like a spirit of a silhouette human man, and he was transparent. You couldn't see him. He was invisible, but I could see energy, like colors, like cool energy, like colors, like going, like radiant, going through this being. And he could change his forms, like he could just change his form whenever he wanted. And he could turn into numerous forms. So that's why it said, like, oh, do not make unto thee any specific graven image, because that's trying to limit him to being like, that's what God looks like, oh, God looks like Jesus. If he said, I am who I am. So he, you know, Moses saw him as a burning bush. He took the form of a burning bush. He's turned into different beings before. You know what I mean? So it's like, so that's why it's saying, like, if you were like, oh, that's what God looks like, that's trying to limit him from being able to change. But people will say that too, like, oh, God doesn't change. He's the same from this and that and this and that. And it's like, no, he can change. That's limiting to God. You're trying to limit God. He can change. You can see he can change. You know what I mean? He's an unlimited being. So you know, he's not limited to not changing. He can clearly change. We saw him change his mind. He compromised on the Sodom and Gomorrah. How many people, righteous people in there to save those cities, and he's changed. You know, when we saw Jesus changed when he was crucified. He went into the spirit. I mean, that was a change. And then he was resurrected and ascended. So that was a change from a physical to spiritual. You know what I mean? So you can see, like, there's changes, you know, but then that's the thing where it's like the spirit is clearly more important than the body. That's why it says, like, oh, what good is it if a man gains the world but loses his soul? It's basically comparing the physical to the spiritual. It's just saying, like, it's way, like, your soul is way more important than the physical, than your body. It's more than your body. You know what I mean? So when it comes to that other quote, you know, the soul and the body is the soul, and we know this now, and this and that. I don't know the truth about, I don't know if that's the truth or not, but I just wanted to use it as an example where it's like, that does seem to be the case too, where they're trying to, like, trick you to sell your soul so that they can get possession over your body. And then, like, they literally do that. Like, I've heard, like, when they try to get you to sell your soul, then they take control of your body and they try to make you do homosexual initiation rituals and things like that, where they, like, defile your body. So, you know, and then it's basically like these demon spirits are looking to possess human forms because they're somehow stuck in the spiritual realm and in hell or wherever they are, and until the time they're looking for a human in to corrupt. You know, and like, So I just wanted to touch on that one quote because I've said it in other videos before, but I just wanted to be clear that it's like, because clearly the soul is more important than just your body and the physical. Like, even though your body is important and you're supposed to take care of your body, but when it comes down to it, you know, like there does appear to be a difference between the body and soul. So even though it does seem like if you give them control over your body, then they have control over your spirit to a certain extent, but they don't, because like we've seen that too. Like there's lots of biblical characters that were thrown in jail and their bodies were in prison, but their spirit was still with God. You know what I mean? So it's like John the Baptist, Joseph in Egypt, Jesus, when they, you know, and it's like, so they could take control of your body, but that doesn't mean they have control over your spirit. You know what I mean? So, and over your soul. So there is some sort of difference, you know. So I just wanted to point that out and kind of correct myself a little bit from my other video, because it's like, but I feel like it is a valid point to make, like the connection between the spirit and the body too, because if you do sell them your soul like they're trying to get you to do, then it does seem like they get possession over your body. And it does, and then if it's like, if they get possession over your body, then it's almost, then they'll just like manipulate your soul too, you know. Though, like, it's like, because people fear losing their body, they fear like death, physical death, so then they'll, like, you know, that's why they'll threaten them, like death threats and stuff like that, to manipulate them and to do their bidding, their evil bidding, you know what I mean? So I just wanted to point that out.
Think alive, don't drink and drive, think survive. If you're in the car and boozing, in the car and cruising, and the car is moving, your life's what you're not far from losing. What are you choosing? Your life's what you are abusing. I know these times are like these decisions, they can be and are confusing, but they're real, they matter, and are not an illusion. Your brain and head should envision that you do not want to lose your life, accidentally take someone else's and end up in prison, dead or in prison, lose control, get into a head-on collision that's ending your vision. That would be a stupid, irresponsible choice. A dumb-ass, deadly decision.
She sits alone, an empty stare on mother's face she wears. Where did she go wrong? The fight is gone. Lord help this broken home.
How many hits does it take to rise? How long will you gonna hate, despise? How many pain, sadnesses, aches and cries? How much can a heart ache before it breaks and dies? How many falls does it take to rise? Really shake your guys and awake your eyes. How many times do they have to take your lives before you love the truth and hate their lies? How many songs does it take to rise? Be seen and be viewed as great and wise. Blow up and become great in size. How many do I have to make devise? How many hits does it take to rise? How long are you gonna hate, despise? How many pain, sadnesses, aches and cries? How much can a heart ache before it breaks and dies?
Don't just address problems, offer the solution. Keep on talking your confusion. Nothing but confusion, discover the solution. Love is the solution, love and evolution. Love is evolution, JC the proper execution. Talking is amusing, so I'm talking in some music. So you rock it and you use it. Shocking, you just lose it, mock it and abuse it. I gave it my all, sure as a baby will crawl. Brains are too small, set the world on fire. Jesus gonna come back and rain on us all. Gave me a call and now I'm off the hook in the chain, cause I fall. I put the pain to the wall, get it? I put the pain to the wall. My lyrical skill more exciting than when you're at 30,000 feet in the plane and it's dull. You get a sprain in pain and you fall. When you're naked it's all being chased by the law. Everything feels fake as a doll. Love I just made it and make it for y'all. This love is too big, too much, and your hate is too small. I'm getting tired of trying to explain it to y'all. The king of shadow on the eve, break a battle that can spit it at him, spit it at him. To it's to fathom, think about
how many hits does it take to rise? How long are you gonna hate, despise? How many pain, sadnesses, aches and cries? How much can a heart ache before it breaks and dies? How many falls does it take to rise? Really shake your guys and awake your eyes. How many times do they have to take your lives before you love the truth and hate their lies? How many songs does it take to rise? Be seen and be viewed as great and wise. Blow up and become great in size. How many do I have to make devise? How
breaks and dies. Sure as the herd plays, the world strays. My every word praise that I spit in your face. All my word plays deserve praise. I'm trying to help you change your ways before the world breaks. As the world lacks to act and the world prays, the world plays fall like the world trades. I'm trying to open doorways to earth's space, not move at the earth's pace. Not just trying to get in a girl's face. The first base, hotter than the earth's base. I'm trying to change the earth's ways, get rid of the earth's waste. Cursed days, worst case, make us all first place, not the worst race. I preach check it before the way you teach wreck it. Each record, love God and yourself first, to love each second. Everything's shit, everything's made of shit, but that doesn't mean you should be trying to wipe it out and be hating it like Satan, kid. You should appreciate and thank God and Jesus for how great He did love making it. You shouldn't be against anyone or be against your health. To be against anyone is to be against yourself. How many hits does it take to rise? How long are you gonna hate, despise? How many pain, sadnesses, aches and cries? How much can a heart ache before it breaks and dies? How many falls does it take to rise? Really shake you guys and awake your eyes. How many times do they have to take your lives before you learn the truth and hate their lies? How many songs does it take to rise? Be seen and be viewed as great and wise. Blow up and become great in size. How many do I have to make devise? How many hits does it take to rise? How long are you gonna hate, despise? How many pain, sadnesses, aches and cries? How much can a heart ache before it breaks and dies?
I gotta find myself, gonna find it now. I gotta be a man, I gotta find him now. I gotta be a man, I gotta be the man. I gotta find myself, gonna find it now. I gotta be a man, I gotta find him now. I gotta be a man, I gotta be the man. Won't you leave me alone? Or leave me alone?
I'm the one posting the proof, too close to the truth, who rose to the roof, know who's a goof, that go ham on the whole program like no man, till everyone like, oh damn, gotta be the man, see and believe I can, take down a hook like Peter Pan, beat the man, so hot, need a fan, people can be evil and evil can have a lethal plan, so I leave and ran, I gotta disrespect the evil that infect the people, to protect the people, project their lethal. The lost angels in Los Angeles, all the Hollywood demons in disguise, teaching, preaching, and pushing evil on you guys, acting like if you do things illegal you will rise, speaking all those lies, acting like it's cool for people to get high. They don't want you people to get by. So
Find myself, gonna find it now. I gotta be a man, I gotta find him now. I gotta be a man, I gotta be a man. They wanna take me down, wanna see me crawl. I gotta be a man, I gotta find him now. I gotta be a man, I gotta be the man. Won't you leave me alone? Or leave me alone? I gotta be a man, I gotta be a man. Won't you leave me alone? Or leave me alone? I gotta be a man, I gotta be a man.
cause they're insane, trying to hurt God, Jesus. People keep us hurting, oppressed and in pain. Why do you think every so-called star is always taking his name in vain? Evil in vain, with Satan trying to make him reign. They sin gain, think following Satan is wise, hating is nice, trying to create our demise. Snakes in disguise, you're taking their lies, they're raping your guys, taking your lives and breaking your minds. You be better off to just break your device, not take their advice. They'll have you paying the price. You're loving hard, they're working on making it ice. Shake them like Spice awakening Christ. See through them all, so this is how I gotta be through them all. I'm loving like I can see through the wall. Got nothing but bluffing people to call. I don't follow their shit. Wish all them would quit and wish all you would quit following it.